Recorded Books and RB Digital present You Were Always Mine by Nicole Bart, narrated by Nina Alvamar. A quote from To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee. You never really understand a person until you consider things from his point of view, until you climb inside of his skin and walk around in it. Before. He was in over his head. Coming here was a terrible mistake, and he regretted it so much he could feel remorse curdling like sour milk in his stomach. It made him nauseous, unsettled, and all at once he knew that he would vomit. His palms slipped on the steering wheel as he veered off the highway and pulled onto a gravel road. Rocks hissed and popped beneath his tires, spraying a cloud of dust into the spider web of branches that arched overhead. He was going way too fast, and only realized it when he felt the give of the soft shoulder. It dragged the car toward the ditch, catching the tires and tugging so hard he could feel himself losing control. Brakes, an unholy screech of rubber and metal and earth, and then the back of his vehicle whipped toward a leaning oak tree and hit it square. The sound of the crash was dull and elemental, flesh on flesh instead of shattering glass or terrified screams. He barely uttered a sigh, but the impact made him bite his tongue clean through, and when he finally freed himself from the seatbelt and wrenched open the door, he leaned over and threw up blood and bile and not much else. He couldn't remember the last time he'd eaten. He couldn't remember why he had thought this was a good idea, or what he'd hoped to gain from digging deeper. Oh, God. Now he was so far down he feared he'd never be able to climb his way up and out. What had he done? He passed the back of his hand over his mouth and reached around for the box of tissues that he kept in the armrest. But this wasn't his Grand Cherokee. It was a trade-in, or rather, a car that he had bought on the side of the road from some guy outside of Mankato. He wasn't even a dealer, just a farmer with a few vehicles parked at the end of his drive. The farmer gave him a rusting LeSabre and $2,000 in crumpled cash. Mostly 50s and 20s. The wad was so thick he had to split it into 2 stacks, one for each pocket. Even so, it was less than the Jeep was worth, but neither of them were in the mood to haggle. It seemed like a fair enough trade at the time, but suddenly the car felt dirty and foreign, as unfamiliar as a stranger's bed. The odor of stale cigarettes lingered in the upholstery, and he realized he might vomit again. He threw himself from the car, leaving the lights on and the engine running, and trying to avoid the mess he had already made in the pale dirt. The air was cold and sharp, instantly sobering. He gulped a few ragged breaths, his chest heaving against the dress shirt he had picked up at a second-hand store. It was too tight, the frayed tie even more so, and he lifted a shaking hand to loosen the knot, undo a button. The crisp autumn breeze, the way it slid cool fingers against his neck, began to steady him. A warm trickle made him raise his hand to his forehead, and his palm came away hot and sticky. He realized with a start that he was bleeding. Had he hit his head on the steering wheel? The windshield? It didn't matter. The wound wasn't serious. He wasn't about to die from a head injury. What now? The question was insistent, ever present, the dependable drum of his heartbeat in his ears. What now? What now? What now? It was the question he had been asking himself for months, and answering it had brought him here. And he had no idea where he was. A gravel road, a beat-up car. He had intentionally left everything of value in the safe at the run-down motel where he had rented a room on the second floor. There was nothing in his pockets save a single scrap of paper, and that was hollow comfort at best. When he finally climbed back into the car and tried to put it in reverse, the transmission sputtered and clunked and refused to shift. He didn't know much about cars, but it didn't take a genius to guess that the axle was cracked. Spitting a curse, he thought of his cell phone tucked carefully away back in the room. There was nothing for him to do but turn off the car and walk for help. A farmhouse? A nearby town? He could hit the highway and hitchhike, but now that the vehicle was quiet and the gravel road dark, the October night pressed in heavy and assured him that nothing could be done without drawing attention. He was bloodied, reeking of vomit. Strange. He felt it coming off him like an odor, the sense that he was not who he was supposed to be, that everything about this night was wrong. But as he was about to strike off in the direction of the nearest farm, headlights swung down the gravel road. Because the terrain was so wooded and the night so still, he hadn't paid attention to the faraway traffic of the blacktop less than a mile away. It streaked past at a distance, a blur of light and motion that seemed more like shooting stars in a distant galaxy than vehicles filled with people, laughing, listening to the radio, dozing. They were as disconnected from him as the silver crescent moon that hung askance above the trees. Still, he straightened his tie, smiled. When the headlights touched his face, he was sheepish and apologetic, his mouth quirked charmingly and arms outstretched. "Hey," he said as the car slowed down, and the passenger side window made its steady descent. He couldn't see the driver, so he took a careful, measured step and bent to peer inside. "I was in a bit of an accident, and—" He couldn't stop himself from recoiling, from shuddering as if the person in the driver's seat was an apparition, so freakish and grotesque he had no choice but to flinch in shock. But that was ridiculous. Flesh and blood, nothing more. He took a breath, forced a smile. "What are you doing here?" The moment the words were out of his mouth, he knew the answer. In some ways, he had known all along. Written on a piece of paper, 555-440-3686. Annotation. Mariah K., 24, Caucasian, GED. Short blonde hair, blue eyes, average height and weight. Soft-spoken but articulate. Little to no family support. MAN/DELCS. 36M 16W. Chapter 1. The kitchen was cold, the air flat and vacant, lonely. Jessica shivered as she clung to the doorframe with one hand and bent to slide on her shoes, kitten heels in a leopard print that struck a dissonant chord in the stillness of the hollow room. Coffee. That's what was missing. Jess puffed a frustrated breath through her nose. Of course she had forgotten to make coffee. Jess straightened up and crossed the kitchen at a determined clip, her shoes clicking a confident rhythm that left little room for remorse. But it was there. Sometimes she missed him so much, it ached. For the 15 years of their marriage, Evan had made the coffee. Every night, while Jess was smoothing night cream on her face and brushing her teeth with the baking soda toothpaste she preferred, he was grinding beans. Such a simple thing to do. And the little measuring scoop made the recipe foolproof. But nobody could brew a pot of coffee like Evan could. He set the timer for 7 o'clock, so that when Jessica walked downstairs in the slanting early light, the house was fragrant and welcoming. "Get a grip," Jessica whispered, flicking on the fixture above the sink and lifting the tin of Folgers from the cupboard. She didn't have time these days for grinding whole gourmet beans, but the hit of caffeine was non-negotiable. While she measured the grinds and filled the carafe with water, Jess reminded herself again of all the reasons she had kicked him out. It was a daily ritual, sometimes hourly. Evan Chamberlain was a workaholic. Before he moved out, he had become an absent husband and father, who was more committed to his caseload than his wife and boys. He was distracted and selfish, obsessed with the lives of his patients, addicted to his phone. Evan stayed at work late and forgot her birthday, and had become a roommate instead of a lover and friend. When he was home, he slept and snored loudly. In the end, Jess didn't have a choice. But in moments like these, when the house raised goosebumps along her arms, she missed him so much she felt scraped out, hollow. "Are there any muffins left?" Jess pivoted to find her 13-year-old son framed in the double-wide archway that opened onto the dining room. Beyond the harvest table, she could see the welcoming arrangement of her creamy linen couches, the sweeping open staircase, the oversized front door hung with the rustic olive wreath. But Jessica wasn't admiring the view or the artful rearranging the interior designers had recently overcharged her for. She only had eyes for Max. He was rumpled and bleary-eyed, his mop of blonde hair sticking up in every direction. She almost told him he was overdue for a haircut, but she bit back the comment and smiled instead. It didn't take much to set Max off these days. "Good morning, handsome," he grunted. "Breakfast before shower?" Jess asked, her tone wafer light. No response. Her smile crumbled away. "The muffins are gone, but there might be a blueberry scone in the bread basket. Would you like me to scramble some eggs for you?" "Nah." "You love scrambled eggs. With cheese?" "I want scrambled eggs." A voice from the hallway preceded the entrance of Jessica's baby, though he was hardly a baby anymore. Gabe padded into the kitchen in bare feet and football pajama pants that Jess realized were at least a size too small. The hems barely grazed his ankles. Gabe yawned noisily, shuffling across the linoleum floor with his eyes squinted almost shut. He reached for Jess and wrapped his arms around her, burying his face in her stomach. "Eggs with lots of cheese," he murmured against her. "That's my favorite." Jess tried not to visibly melt at his touch. Max had accused her for years of playing favorites, but it was hard not to bask in Gabe's generous spirit. He was a lover, an encourager who was liberal with his affection and his laughter. These days, if Jess wanted to hug her firstborn, she had to steal it while he was sleeping. And even then she risked waking him up and making him furious at the weight of her hand on his forehead. "Good morning, honey." Jess squeezed her youngest close. He had recently hit a growth spurt, and his head fit snugly against the curve below her ribcage, just above the soft spot that would have been his home for 9 months had he grown in her womb instead of in her heart. Though that wasn't quite true. Gabe didn't exactly grow in her heart, like the poem on the front cover of his baby album proclaimed. He appeared there overnight, an explosion of unexpected emotion that overtook her in the moment that Evan sat her down and said, "So, there's this boy." Gabe was a mushroom cloud, a force of nature, a big bang that defied every theory she had once thought to be true. He was a complete stranger and wholly her son. "Eggs it is," Jess said, raking her fingers through his dark hair. He was, in so many ways, the opposite of his brother. "You too, Max? There's plenty of time." "I'm good." He pushed back from the counter where he had been leaning and palmed an apple as he headed out of the room. "That's it? You have to eat more than just an apple." "I'll eat at school." "Donuts," Jess muttered, remembering that she still hadn't written an email to the superintendent, suggesting that maybe it wasn't the best idea to let the cheerleaders sell donuts before school. "Why aren't there donuts at my school?" Gabe wondered, rubbing his face against her stomach and crumpling the sheer fabric of her blouse. It would be wrinkled for the rest of the day. Jess extracted herself carefully and kissed the top of his head. He smelled of coconut shampoo and shea butter and sleep, her favorite combination. "Because donuts aren't good for you." "Are eggs?" "Yes." Jess grabbed the frying pan from the cupboard while Gabe went to rifle through the refrigerator for the egg carton. "On the bottom shelf," she told him. "Behind the yogurt. Be careful." He brought the eggs to her attentively, eyes fixed and serious as he balanced the cardboard in small hands that still bore the chubbiness of his toddler years. In some ways, Jess wished that he would never change, that he could remain as innocent and sweet as the little boy who still believed that someday he could marry his mommy. But beneath that fragile yearning was the hope that life would get better with time, that Gabe would grow out of all the things his doctors and therapists rather cavalierly chalked up to minor developmental delays. Some days, Jess would give almost anything to fast forward to a time when Gabe's differences would be relegated to the past, a mere footnote in his personal history that she could smile tenderly about in retrospect. "Remember when?" "Thank you," Jess said, giving him a genuine smile. "Why don't you put the orange juice on the table, too?" And then she was turning on the burner and cracking eggs and breaking the sunny yolks with the side of a spatula. She was so lost in her own thoughts, she didn't even hear the phone ring until Gabe was answering it. "Manners," she reminded him as she spun from the stove. "Remember, we say, 'Hello, this is the Chamberlains.'" But Gabe was already chattering away, talking about eggs and orange juice and an upcoming kindergarten field trip to the fire station. "Give it here." Jess motioned for the phone, and when Gabe didn't cough it up, she leaned over and pulled it from his hand. "Hey!" he shouted. "This is Jessica Chamberlain." She pressed a finger to her lips for Gabe's benefit, and she shouldered the headset as she ran the spatula beneath the bubbling eggs. "Is this 555-440-3686? "I suppose you'd know." Jess laughed, an edge sharpening her voice. What kind of telemarketer rang at 7 a.m? "You're the one who dialed it." She lifted a hand to the phone and would have switched it off without saying goodbye, when the man on the other end of the line stopped her with a word. "Deputy Mullen, Mrs. Chamberlain. I hope I'm not catching you at a bad time." Jess had frozen at the title deputy, and the scent of browning butter and crisping eggs thawed her enough to give the spatula a final flick. She switched off the burner and grabbed a plate, sliding Gabe's breakfast onto it without the added benefit of melted cheese. He noticed. "Mom, I wanted—" She cut him off with a fluttering of fingers against his lips, but he was complaining loudly even as she hurried to the laundry room and pulled the pocket door shut behind her. "Is this a bad time?" Deputy Mullen asked. "No," Jess said, holding the door shut against Gabe. He was trying to slide it open, to chastise her for forgetting the cheddar that she had promised. "We're just getting ready for school. But actually, Max isn't here right now. He's in the shower and—" "Max?" "Max," she echoed, and then realized belatedly by the tone of his voice that he had absolutely no idea who Max was. Jess didn't know whether to be relieved or alarmed. Relieved, she decided, and glided open the door to find some cheese for Gabe's eggs. He was banging away and wouldn't quit until he got what he wanted. Thank God the phone call wasn't about Max. Thank God this had nothing to do with what had happened last weekend. "I'm sorry," she said, waving her hand as if this Deputy Mullen could see it. "We actually are a bit busy this morning." "I'll only take a minute of your time. I'm with the Scott County Sheriff's Department, and I'm calling because we have a couple of questions for you." Scott County? Jess had located the shredded cheddar in the meat drawer and was sprinkling some on Gabe's eggs. "Near Minneapolis, ma'am. And you're in—" "Iowa," Jess said slowly. She paused with one hand on her hip as Gabe finally, blessedly, dug into his eggs. He hummed contentedly. "Who did you say you were again?" "Deputy Mike Mullen. I'm calling because it seems there has been an accident, and we're wondering if you might be able to help us out." "An accident? What kind of accident?" "We'll get to that in a moment. May I ask you a few questions?" "Okay." Jess drew out the word as she sank onto the bench of the breakfast nook across from Gabe. He was happy now that there was cheese on his eggs, oblivious to the fact that his mom was growing more tense by the second. "Is your husband around this morning?" Jess felt her skin prickle. This Deputy Mullen had done his homework. He knew the Chamberlains were at the other end of the phone number he had dialed. He knew the number was registered to Evan and Jessica. No, he's not here." The words stuck in her throat, but she forced herself to say them anyway. "We're separated." "And where does he live?" "Across town. I'm not sure how this is relevant." "Could you describe him for me, please?" Jess sighed. "Evan's tall, medium build, brown hair, brown eyes." "Any distinguishing characteristics or birthmarks?" All at once, the line of his questioning hit her. Jess's heart thudded painfully in her chest, and she sat up straight, her gaze wide and panicked as she watched her son forking eggs into his mouth. He was blissfully unaware. Jess got up and walked into the dining room on the balls of her feet, as if the tap of her heels might alert her baby to the fact that a cop was asking some pretty terrifying questions. "No." The word was barely a whisper. She tried again. "Evan has a scar from an appendectomy when he was a kid, but I suppose that's not unusual. You need to tell me what's going on here." "There's been an accident," Deputy Mullen said again. "A body was discovered yesterday afternoon on public hunting land." "A body?" "Middle-aged man, gray hair, 168 pounds. No." He paused. A shuffle of papers, a word muffled with his hand over the mouthpiece of the phone. Then, "No identification." Jess began shaking her head the second she heard gray hair. Evan was 41, but his hair was a dark mahogany color that she had admired from the moment she laid eyes on him nearly 20 years ago. Even after all this time, it was thick and glossy, not a streak of gray in it. And he had perfect eyesight. Well, almost. He wore drugstore reading glasses at night sometimes when he was in the middle of a chapter and she wanted to sleep. He had left them in the nightstand next to his side of the bed when he moved out, and she had never bothered to return them. Not because she was malicious, but because she liked the way they looked, sitting cross-legged beneath the desk lamp. The slender X of the tortoiseshell stems was homey, comforting. They seemed to say, "Be back soon." But Jess didn't say any of this. "It's not him," she breathed, and was surprised at the tears that had sprung to her eyes, the sudden quiver in her voice. "It's not Evan. It can't be. He's 6'2" and 190 pounds. What made you think it might be him?" "I think we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves, Mrs. Chamberlain." "Oh." She sagged a little and found herself leaning against the edge of the dining room table. It was such a relief she wondered how she had stood at all, as these horrifying possibilities unfurled like ghosts in the air around her. "Why are you calling me?" "We found your number written on a piece of paper in the victim's pocket." "This number? You mean this phone number?" Jess shook her head. "But we don't even use our landline. We only have it for emergencies, for the boys or babysitters to use. It's not even listed." "We're exploring every lead, Mrs. Chamberlain," Deputy Mullen said. "This is just one of them. Thank you for your help." "I'm not sure I was very helpful." "Could I take down your cell phone number in case we have any follow-up questions?" Jess rattled it off without hesitation, eager to hang up and leave such an unsettling conversation behind her. Deputy Mullen would never call again. There would be no reason to. It was ridiculous to think that the Chamberlain's home phone number had been written on a piece of paper in a stranger's pocket, in a dead man's pocket. Maybe it's a code, she wondered out loud. A password or a combination or something. "Possibly. Thanks again for your time." "Of course." Jess couldn't keep the relief out of her voice, but when she turned off the phone, it shook in her hand. "Who was that?" Max stood at the bottom of the stairs, his damp hair the color of sand and his blue eyes narrowed. Her landlocked surfer boy. She wanted to tuck a piece of that long hair behind his ear, but Max was looking at her as if he already didn't trust what she was going to say. He was wearing an old shirt of his dad's, a fading maroon tee that proclaimed Gryffindor the Quidditch champs. Jess had made fun of Evan for buying it, accusing him of being too old to pull it off, but it looked great on Max. Jess fought the urge to smooth it across his shoulders. "No one you know," she said truthfully. She was already forgetting about the call, filing it away someplace where she would never have to think about it again. What a morbid way to start the day. Max eyed her skeptically. The set of his jaw was tough, but it was difficult for him to ask. "Was that about—" He couldn't finish. Didn't have to. "No," Jess said quickly. "Principal Vonk told me they wouldn't press charges if you do your part. Tomorrow morning." "Yeah." Max cut her off abruptly and swung his backpack onto his shoulder. She hadn't even realized he was carrying it. "Are you leaving already? Gabe is finishing up breakfast. I'll help him throw some clothes on and we can all go together." "No thanks." "Don't you want a ride?" Max was already swinging open the front door. "I'll walk," he said without turning around. "Bye." "Max?" But he was already gone. A letter from Lashana Tate. June, 2012. I don't know how to address this letter, but I know exactly what I want to say, so I'll skip the formalities and get right to it. I know we agreed to a closed adoption, and I need you to understand right off that I have no desire to change my mind now. And yet, I can't walk away from this without at least setting the record straight. I'm not who you likely think I am, some tragic character who was coerced into a decision that I will forever regret. I was 19 years old when I found out I was pregnant, happy and independent, and working through a bachelor's degree in political science. I was not, nor have I ever been, a drug addict or alcoholic. I was not raped or abused or neglected. And I knew, even as I stared at the pregnancy test in the bathroom of my college dorm room, that I would never abort my baby. I also knew that I couldn't parent the child growing inside me. I decided not to keep my son because I want more for him than I can provide. And I want more for me. I can't see myself as a baby mommy, diaper bags slung over my shoulder and spit-up stains on my shirt. I want a career in law, an apartment downtown, drinks at the corner pub after a long day at the office. That's no life for a kid. Every child deserves a family, and I want that for my boy. A home that sometimes smells of fresh-baked chocolate chip cookies and bedtime bubble baths with a yellow rubber ducky. A daddy and a backyard and Saturday morning cartoons. Siblings. I can't provide any of that. Not now. But you can. Love him well. Take him to a Twins game every summer and buy him a hot dog and a big bag of popcorn with extra butter. One year, be sure to wrap a brand new bicycle and stick it crooked beneath the Christmas tree. Play board games and have a standing family movie night. And always, always show him that you love him to the moon and back. And tell him that his birth mom was smart and strong, and that she loved him so much she gave him the sort of life he deserved. Thank you for telling him the truth. Lashana Tate. And yes, this is my real name, just in case he'd like to find me someday. Annotation. Jordan B. 31, African American, Bachelor of Education. Natural hair, brown eyes, short, thin. Funny, well-educated, dog lover. Sister involved. AA/DW. 40M 32W. Chapter 2. Have a good day! Jess twisted around as Gabe clicked off his seatbelt. Give Mommy a kiss before you go. And don't forget that Daddy is picking you up after school tonight. Gabe launched himself over the back of the seat and took Jess's face in both of his hands. He kissed her full on the lips and then pressed the tip of his nose to hers for just a second. I want Daddy to come home. You get to go swimming tonight, Jess said, trying to distract him. Remember? Daddy takes you swimming on Friday nights. Max doesn't want to go. Well, Max can get over it. Maybe Dad will take us to McDonald's before the pool. I want a Superman Happy Meal. Gabe slid across the back seat and wrenched open the car door, letting in a cold blast of late October air. Jess shivered, grateful for the knit stocking cap that she had crammed onto his head in the moment before they left the house. Bye, Mom. Love you. Love you too, buddy. Be good. I'll see you Sunday. But the slam of the door cut off her final words. Jess watched through the window as Gabe ran across the sidewalk. The bell hadn't rung yet, and the kids of Auburn Elementary were gathered in front of the school, talking and laughing and playing little games to stay warm. Freeze tag and a series of elaborate hand songs that involved clapping and shouting. One little girl threw her arms up in the air and almost knocked over Gabe as he wove through the crowd. A short, friendly honk reminded Jess that she had paused in the drop-off lane for just a second longer than necessary. But she continued to stare at the clusters of kids as she let her foot off the brake and slowly eased forward. Gabe didn't join a group. He never did. He just beetled straight for the doors and stood expectantly, fingers twisted through his backpack straps and face lifted toward the clock that would strike 8 in less than 2 minutes and let him in. Jess wished for the 100th time that Max was still at the elementary campus, instead of ensconced in the middle school. He could be moody, but he was protective of his little brother. Sadly, he rarely got the chance to lend Gabe the protection and exclusivity of his 8th grade star wide receiver wings. The middle school and high school were attached, but Max's entrance was on the other side of the block from the elementary school, and he was no doubt already leaning against his locker, eating a jelly-filled donut, his favorite. Maybe if Jess bought donuts for breakfast, he'd sit in the kitchen and eat with them instead of disappearing as quickly as possible. Maybe he'd let her drop him off and spend just a couple of minutes waiting with Gabe so he didn't have to stand surrounded by people but utterly alone. The sprawling, combined high school and middle school building faced the elementary campus across a private road and a wide parking lot. With a population of just over 10,000, Auburn was hardly a bustling metropolis, but the public school system was large and well-funded. The elementary building was brand new, and so was the huge parking lot where Jess took the last space marked staff. She was later than usual, but sat in her car a few seconds longer to check on Evan. Instinct caused her to pull up his name in her contacts and tap the little phone icon. Deputy Mullen's unnerving call still rippled like static against her skin, and she longed to hear Evan's voice. But his number only rang once before Jess quickly hit end. Of course he was fine. He was at work right now, his personal cell phone replaced by the clinic phones that all the staff used. And really, a phone call would send a different type of message altogether. Jess didn't have time to consider every possible scenario. The things that Evan might read into a voicemail, her choice of words, the tone she used. So she texted instead, "Don't forget to pick up the kids after school. Gabe is looking forward to swimming. And McDonald's. Max, code black." Jess smiled a little in spite of herself. Max had always been a solemn boy, serious and intellectual and unimpressed by frivolity. The Chamberlains were used to it. But when Max was in a truly dark mood, they had learned it was best to give him a wide berth. He was only 7 when Evan instituted the Maxwell-Chamberlain alert system. Code Black was the highest level warning. Steer clear. Classes began at the high school at 8:30 sharp, but Jess's first period was free. She used the time to grade a couple of reading responses and assign roles to her 10th grade students for Act 1, Scene 5 of Romeo and Juliet, the party scene. They pretended to hate the play, but she knew they secretly loved it. And though they'd rather die than admit they enjoyed acting it out, it was by far the easiest way to help them understand exactly what was happening as the play unfolded. She had a navy cape for Romeo and a pair of ivory angel's wings for Juliet. Mercutio wore a dark purple hat with a ratty-looking peacock feather sticking out of it, and Tybalt a leather scabbard with a cardboard and tin-foil sword. Ridiculous, and intentionally so. For the less her students took themselves seriously, the more they fell under the spell of the play. When they watched the Baz Luhrmann movie at the end of the unit, even some of the boys would inevitably blink back tears. It happened every year. "Are you still doing that?" Jess looked up. Juliet's angel wings in one hand and a piece of Scotch tape crumpling over on itself in the other. The fine, gauzy fabric had torn a bit, and since she didn't sew, tape was the best she could do. "What do you mean?" Jess managed a crooked grin as Meredith Bailey, her best friend, walked into the classroom. It wasn't uncommon to see Meredith at school. She washed dishes at least once a month and volunteered when the guidance counselor needed an extra hand. "The whole Romeo and Juliet thing. My kids hated acting that out in your class." Jess laughed. "Did not. I distinctly remember Jaden made a very convincing Paris. 'Oh, I am slain. If thou be merciful, open the tomb. Lay me with Juliet.' Do you have the whole thing memorized? Meredith's nose crinkled as if she had tasted something sour. Almost. What are you doing here? Are you on dish duty today? Meredith held up an accordion file. Jaden forgot her research notes for her senior paper. I'm being the dutiful mother. Nicely done. You get an A for the day. Jess bobbed her chin to motion Meredith over. Can you help me with this a minute? Apparently, I can't hold the fabric together and tape it at the same time. Meredith huffed at the inconvenience, but she was smiling. Are we still on for tonight? She asked, lifting a new piece of tape from the dispenser and sealing the tiny hole. Of course! Wine, chick flick, yoga pants. No kids. Jess tried to make their girls' night in sound exciting, but the words felt lifeless on her tongue. She knew that Meredith was trying to be a good friend, that she wanted to be supportive of the new reality that Jess found herself living, but they were both fumbling along. Jess was hardly a swinging single, and neither of them knew how to act like their lives weren't completely dictated by their spouses and children. Never mind that Meredith's kids were older. Amanda had graduated last year and was attending Iowa State, and Jaden was a senior at Auburn, but weekend nights were still family time. Auburn football games just for the fun of it, or, at the very least, some time alone with Meredith's husband, Todd. But Jess was too desolate to let her conscience suggest they call off their plans. When the bell finally rang on Friday afternoons, there was only one word that described the emotion that raked bony fingers across her broken heart. Forsaken. Never mind that Jess was the one who had suggested she and Evan take a break. A classic? Meredith asked. Or do you want to try something new? I don't care. I have a bottle of Sauvignon Blanc chilling and I'll make some guacamole. Don't. Meredith ran her hands down her sides, smoothing her curves with a wry twist on her full lips. I'm on a pre-holiday diet. Sounds like fun. Don't be mean. I eat my emotions. You starve yours. It was true. Jess had lost interest in food when Evan finally packed his bags and rented a townhouse on the other side of Auburn. Actually, she had lost her appetite long before that. But her thinness wasn't lovely. It was angular, sharp. Her cheekbones were high and keen in her face, her skin too pale. Even her bra size had withered to a barely B cup. Jess would have loved an extra 10 pounds, but she didn't say that to Meredith. How's it going? I think we've got it, Jess said, holding up the wings so she could see them better. That's not what I meant. I know. Jess slipped the elastic loop that held the wings together over a hook beside her whiteboard. She sighed. I'm fine, Meredith. But her friend wasn't buying it. When's the last time you talked? We text a lot, but I haven't seen him for... Jess had to think about it. 2 weeks? 2 weeks? Meredith's eyes widened behind her trendy cat's eye glasses. They were oversized and robin's egg blue, a look that would have been ridiculous on Jessica, but that seemed tailor-made for Meredith. I thought you were working on things. What happened to counseling? We've been busy. Jess glanced at her watch, flustered by the turn that the conversation had taken, and aware that she would have students pouring through her door in minutes. It had been closer to 3 weeks since she had seen Evan last. They had fought when he dropped off the boys on a Sunday night nearly a month ago, and he'd been tactfully avoiding a front-door meet-and-greet ever since. Evan picked the boys up from school on Friday and brought them home after supper on Sunday. Jess wasn't sure if she liked the arrangement or hated it, but she wasn't about to admit that to Meredith. It's not a big deal, We're working it out. Hard to work things out if you don't see each other. Meredith sounded hurt, as if the slow dissolution of Jess and Evan's marriage was personally wounding. And it probably was. Meredith had been the Chamberlain's social worker when they adopted Gabe, and she loved him with a passion usually reserved for family. Both Max and Gabe called Meredith Auntie. Of course, it was probably against some code of ethics that Meredith became personally involved with the Chamberlains, but their friendship was inevitable. Jessica knew it the moment Meredith rang their doorbell with her elbow and spilled the contents of a fat file folder all over their front porch. She had laughed at herself as Jess scrambled to collect the papers, a cell phone in one hand and a mug of cold coffee in the other. The mug was stamped, "Classy, sassy, and a bit smart-assy." Meredith was all that and then some. She smelled just like she looked, bright and citrusy, with an undercurrent of spice. Black pepper. "It's complicated." Jess fussed unnecessarily with the tattered costumes, her back to Meredith. "And I'm worried." Jess sighed and turned to give Meredith her full attention for a minute. They had been mistaken for sisters before, though it seemed obvious to Jess that their similarities were superficial. Both she and Meredith had shoulder-length blonde hair and blue eyes, but that was about all they had in common. Jess was petite and forgettable, while Meredith wouldn't have been seen without a wild splash of color or something that sparkled cheerfully. Even now, with her gaze sad and the corners of her mouth turned down in disappointment, Meredith shimmered. "I'm doing the best that I can," Jess said, and she meant it in more ways than one. "I know you are." Meredith pulled her into a hug, the accordion files squished between them. The bell rang, and Meredith pulled away. "I've got to get this to Jaden," she said, waving the file. "And you've got class. See you tonight. Okay?" Jess nodded and gave the hem of her cardigan a steadying tug. "I'm looking forward to it." "Me too." Meredith shot her one last meaningful look and let herself out of the room, high-fiving everyone she passed as the first of Jess's English 10 students began to file in. Jess took a deep breath and donned her upbeat teacher persona as surely as if she were putting on a costume herself. Her students couldn't see it, but she had her own special armor and it fit her very well. Jess even managed a genuine grin as the kids groaned when they saw who she had assigned certain roles. "You'll make the perfect Juliet for our scene today," Jess assured the shyest girl in her class, when she realized her name was written on the board beside the initials JC. Leaning over to whisper in the girl's ear, she added, "If you smile, they'll never guess you're scared." It was something she told herself every single day. There was no reason for Jessica to hurry home after school. Nobody was waiting for her, eager for a snack and a listening ear. The Chamberlains didn't even have a pet, and Jess found herself wishing for one on the long weekends when the abandoned rooms were filled with echoes and silence. Even a fish would make the empty house feel more like a home. Maybe she would run past the pet store tomorrow and grab a goldfish or two. Gabe would be ecstatic when Evan dropped the boys off on Sunday night. She suspected even Max would be pleased. Jess's arrangement with Evan wasn't legal or anything, and they had existed amicably for almost 6 months of separation without the situation devolving into something ugly or final. They were merely treading water, going to counseling when it worked, and existing with minimal drama when it didn't. Jess knew that Evan was waiting for her to do something, to say something or issue an ultimatum that would force them to confront the issue at hand, but she couldn't bring herself to give him the satisfaction. She wanted an apology, plain and simple, an admittance of wrongdoing, A lightning bolt of understanding that would help him grasp that it was all the things that he didn't say that were making her heart break. Once, before she asked him to move out, Jess kept track of how long Evan could go without touching her. He hugged the boys, ruffled their hair, or put a hand on Max's shoulder when he was helping him with homework. But Evan orbited Jess. He cared about her, Jess knew that. But somehow they had fallen out of love and into something that felt a lot like a business partnership. They checked things off their to-do lists, co-parented, worked hard at their respective jobs. Nothing more. There was a red pen in the organizer beside the family calendar, and one day Jess grabbed it and put a tiny dot in the corner of the square that marked the date. 10 squares bore a microscopic dot before Jess couldn't stand it anymore. She caught Evan in the kitchen one morning, hugged him from behind, and pressed her cheek against his back as she held him tight. It was all she could do not to sob when he patted her hands and asked, "Now, what's this all about?" "I love you," she wanted to say. "And I'm afraid you've forgotten to love me back." Maybe it would have been easier to just keep going on as if everything were fine. They could be roommates and partners, parent their children together. Nothing more, nothing less. But Jess wanted more than that. Did that make her selfish? Greedy? She felt herself melt a little, her heart turning liquid with lament. But she steeled herself before she could fall to pieces. No. She deserved passion, devotion, love. Everybody did. Jess was putting a stack of papers for weekend grading into her messenger bag when the phone on her desk rang. It was unusual for anyone to still be in the building so late on a Friday afternoon, and Jess reached for the handset with a snag of irritation. "Hello, you've reached Mrs. Chamberlain's room." "Hey, Jessica, Carol from the elementary school here. The secondary office rang me through." "Hi, Carol." Jess buckled her bag shut and slipped the strap over her shoulder, then absently busied herself by straightening the things on her desk. "What can I do for you?" "Well, I've got Max and Gabe here with me. We can't seem to get a hold of Mr. Chamberlain. Max says he was supposed to pick them up in front of school this afternoon." "That was the plan," Jess said, fishing in the front pocket of her bag for her cell phone. It was dark, and when she opened the lock screen with her thumbprint, there were no missed texts or calls. "I'll try him," Jess said. "Tell the boys to stay put." "Of course. We can't let them go without a parent or guardian." "Tell them I'm on my way. I'll wait with them, or I can bring them over to Evans if need be." "Will do, Jessica. We'll see you soon." A burr of frustration lodged itself in her chest as Jess hung up the phone and hurried out of her room. It wasn't like Evan to forget something as important as picking up his boys after school. In fact, he had gone through the trouble of rearranging his schedule at the medical clinic so that he could take off early on Friday afternoons and spend extra time with them. But maybe this was the beginning of the end. Maybe Evan was tiring of the limbo that they were caught in, and he was ready for something to happen, even if it was something as irrevocable as divorce. Jess keyed in his number as she walked to her car, holding the neck of her sweater closed against a cold breeze that had blown down from the north. She had forgotten her coat in the classroom, but she didn't feel like running back for it. There was snow in the forecast, and with the frosty edge in the air, Jess could believe it. She swung into the driver's seat and groped for her keys, her breath making lacy patterns in the still car. Evan's phone rang 4 times and then went straight to voicemail. She didn't leave a message. Auburn Family Medicine was still in her contacts, and Jess hit the call icon with more than a little trepidation. She and Evan were more or less on cordial terms, but she couldn't say the same about her relationship with his nurse, Caitlin Wilson. In fact, Kate was one of the biggest reasons she had kicked Evan out of the house all those months ago. He swore that nothing had ever or would ever happen between him and the pretty redhead who worked long hours with him. But he had come home smelling of perfume on more than one occasion. Their counselor said Jess had to make a conscious, intentional choice to trust Evan, to believe that he was telling the truth. But there was a tiny part of her that just couldn't quite do it. "Hello, Auburn Family Medicine. How may I help you?" It wasn't Caitlin on the other end of the line, but that wasn't surprising. The nurses only answered the phone if the secretary was busy and they had a free hand. More often than not, it rang through to an automated answering system. Jess held the phone a little tighter and angled the heater vent so that the paltry warmth would blow directly on her as she trembled in the chilly air. "It's Jessica Chamberlain. Dr. Chamberlain's wife?" She didn't mean to make it sound like a question, but the tacit understanding that their relationship was complicated only made her feel more flustered. "Is Evan with a patient right now? I need to speak with him." "I'm sorry, Mrs. Chamberlain, but Dr. C isn't here. He hasn't been in since Wednesday." "Excuse me?" Jess's head spun. "What about Kate? Can I speak to Kate, please?" "She's not here either. Should I take a message?" Jessica hung up. She sat in the car, hands choking the steering wheel as she stared out the windshield at the long shadows of the late afternoon. Evan was gone. Caitlin was gone. It could only mean one thing. Jess felt a surge of adrenaline. It burned like lava in her chest and all the way to her fingertips, which she realized were trembling where they clutched the wheel. She forced herself to release her death grip and shook out her hands until they were hot with blood flow. Of course, she thought to herself. Of course. "It's not what you think," she said, trying to convince herself that she was being paranoid. But deep in her heart, she believed it was true. If Evan and Caitlin were both gone, it only made sense that they were gone together. A letter to Lashana Tate, June 2013. Dear Lashana, it's crazy to think that it has been a year since you wrote your letter and over a year since Gabe was born. In case you don't already know, that's what we named him, Gabriel Allen. Maybe if we would have known that your surname was Tate, we would have worked that into his name. But he's our Gabe now, and we would never want to change that. I called our caseworker and was told that we get to set the rules about how this plays out. When we signed on for a closed adoption, we knew that we would be in the dark about how you received information, if you received any at all. But I didn't really expect you to write. I can't tell you what it meant to me to read your note and learn just a bit about who you are. I would like to stay in contact if you are open to the idea. Gabe is an incredible little boy. I'm enclosing a picture of him in the baby swing in our backyard. At 13 months, he crawls all over the house and keeps us hopping. He isn't walking yet, but he pulls up on everything and he babbles nonstop. He has a big brother who he adores and a stuffed blue elephant that he must have within arm's reach at all times. We could not possibly love him more. And yes, I give him bubble baths with rubber duckies. We have 4. And my wife bakes the most delicious chocolate chip cookies I've ever tasted. Gabe agrees. Jessica took some time off work to stay home with Gabriel, and her 12-week maternity leave turned into a year. Gabe is a wonder, and Jess is happy being a full-time mom right now, so I'm not sure if she'll go back to teaching or not. And of course you know that I am a family practitioner. I suppose you could say that Gabe is in good hands. Max, our other son, is in 1st grade and loves all things football and Harry Potter. I've read him the first book, but will wait until he's older to read more. I guess that's it for now. I realize you chose our family, so you know some things about us. But since you were so forthcoming with your name, I want you to know that we are the Chamberlains. However, please don't try to contact us directly, or reach out thinking that we want to change the status of our adoption. We don't. I'm sure you can understand that my wife is happy with the way things are right now, and we wouldn't want to upset the balance of our home or life. Maybe someday. For now, thank you. Evan Chamberlain. Annotation. Elena M. 22, Latina, high school diploma. Long dreads, brown eyes, tall, broad-shouldered. Nonverbal, recovering addict. Family uninvolved. UPF 43M 21W. Chapter 3. Max was sullen as they pulled into line at the McDonald's drive-thru. He sat in the front seat with his arms crossed over his chest and his face angled toward the passenger window, away from Jessica. She could see him scowling in the inky reflection. "You want a Big Mac?" Jess asked for the second time. He hadn't answered the first. "I want a Happy Meal with nuggets," Gabe called from his booster seat in the back. "I know that, honey. I need to know what Max wants." "Fine." The word was barely audible, but Jess didn't have time to demand manners. It was her turn to shout their order into the microphone. When she had passed out the food and Gabe was contentedly flying a plastic Superman around the back seat while ignoring his chicken nuggets, Jess tried again. "I know you wanted Dad to pick you up tonight." She handed Max the straw that had dropped into her lap when the paper bags were passed through the window. He grunted noncommittally, but Jess could tell that he was hurt, cut to the bone that Evan had so carelessly abandoned his sons. Granted, it was one afternoon. One slip in the almost 25 weeks that he had been a weekend father. All the same, she felt a surge of anger, a groundswell that carried with it all the pain and confusion and rejection that she had been harboring through the long months of their separation. She seemed to have been saving it for such a time as this. "I don't know where he is," Jess said between gritted teeth. "But when I get a hold of him, I'm going to—" "Mom!" The sharp bite of that one word pulled her up short. Max was looking at her, finally, and the shock in his eyes wasn't the reaction she was hoping for. Was he condemning her? "I'm mad, okay? I'm allowed to be mad." "This is all your fault," Max muttered, turning his back toward her yet again. "If you hadn't kicked him out—" "My fault? My fault?" Jess could hardly believe her ears. "What in the world makes you think that this is my fault? I didn't call up your father and tell him to forget to pick you up today. I didn't abandon my family and stop showing up for my own life and—" She broke off, suddenly struck by the fact that this was the last thing her 13-year-old son needed to hear. What could be more emotionally scarring than enduring a bitter tirade from his dejected mother? No matter how entitled she was to be livid, she had been strong and stable since the moment she sat down across from Evan and said the words, "I think we need a break." But Jess was human. She was allowed to be broken too. She just wasn't allowed to flaunt that brokenness in front of her kids. "I'm sorry," Jess whispered. "I shouldn't have said those things." Max ripped the paper off his straw and stuck it into his drink. "We'll get to the bottom of this," she went on. "I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation." But when Jess drove past Evan's townhouse, The windows were dark, heavy with drapes that had been pulled across the glass as if it were the dead of winter. Evan was not at work, not at home, and he wasn't answering her texts or phone calls. Mexico. The thought came unbidden as she pulled into the driveway of their renovated bungalow. They had bought it together only 6 weeks before Max was born, and Jess had painted his nursery on the second floor a cool pistachio green, even as she ignored the contractions that were coming more and more frequently. It was no VOC, low-odor paint that the cashier at Home Depot assured her was safe for use during pregnancy. But Jess breathed shallowly anyway and powered through, leaning with her hands on her knees when the tightening around her abdomen threatened to snap her back in two. She was determined to finish the task before she let Evan take her to the hospital. Jess did, and with plenty of time to spare, because the contractions turned out to be prodromal labor, and she didn't end up delivering Maxwell Thomas until 10 days later. By that time, she was a wreck in every possible way. There was a rib out of place, and she hadn't slept in days. But she had managed to also paint the dining room a deep whale blue and apply fresh grout to the heirloom subway tile backsplash in the kitchen. "When he's old enough to stay with your parents, I'm taking you to Mexico," Evan had said, crawling carefully onto the hospital bed beside her. She didn't tell him that the movement hurt, that everything hurt, because she was so grateful to just be held. "Cabo San Lucas. We'll go scuba diving." "I don't think I want to go scuba diving." "We'll lie on the beach and drink margaritas." "Perfect." They had never gone on a honeymoon because medical school bills were already piling up. But though they regularly promised each other that they would right that particular wrong, they never did make it to Mexico. Instead, life got in the way. Not that Jessica minded. She loved their charming home, with the black spindle rocking chairs on the front porch. She loved watching her boys toss a football in the front yard, or ride their scooters up and down the sidewalk of their tree-lined neighborhood. But Evan brought up Mexico from time to time. Just the two of them. Away. Bright skies and turquoise waters and sun-kissed skin. He had wanted it more than she did, and so it never happened. He had taken her there. Jess was sure of it. Evan had whisked Caitlin Wilson to Cabo San Lucas. They were probably snorkeling together right now. "Take your garbage out of the car," Jess snapped, as she turned off the car and stepped out. "My nuggets fell on the floor," Gabe told her matter-of-factly. He was already skipping past her toward the house, Superman held high overhead. Jess would have called after him, but it was easier to just pick up the mess herself. Her throat felt tight, choked, as she knelt on the concrete garage floor and leaned into the back seat so that she could scrape soggy French fries and fake-looking chicken nuggets into the Happy Meal box that Gabe had abandoned. It was nearly impossible to breathe around the disappointment that was welling up inside, threatening to drown her. "Don't forget your garbage, Max," Jess croaked from the cavern that was the back seat. But the only response she heard was the slam of the door to the house. She was alone, in the freezing garage with the remnants of a pathetic supper strewn in the car around her. And yes, a quick peek over the seat told her that Max's bag, cup of Powerade, and Big Mac wrapper were still littering the floor where he had sat. She could have cried. She could have sunk to the ground, put her head in her hands, and wept. Jessica Chamberlain wasn't much of a crier, unless you counted the way that she teared up at every life insurance and telephone company commercial. When it came to the real stuff, the big life events that would render most people a sobbing puddle, Jess held it together. Someone had to do it. Someone had to be brave. It wasn't so much a conscious choice for her as it was a part of who she was. But now her son was mad at her. That precocious little boy who used to talk with a lisp and crawl into her bed in the middle of the night because he wanted to feel his mama's arms tucked tight around him. Max was so angry he could barely look at her. Gabe was struggling in school, and Jessica wasn't sure who she was anymore. And Evan had defied her hopes and expectations, and she was on the verge of a divorce. Why wouldn't he fight for her? He was in Mexico with another woman. Jessica squeezed her eyes shut for just a moment. Then she pushed herself up and dutifully threw the garbage she had collected into the bin by the door. She gathered Max's remnants too, and shouldered the backpack that he had left on the ground just outside the car. Apparently, it was her job to pick up the pieces. When headlights swung into the driveway, Jess paused with her hand on the door. Evan? But it was a sedan, not her estranged husband's SUV. Jess's stepmom drove a VW Beetle in a blinding pearl white, and her father a sexy little Audi A4. Meredith wasn't supposed to show up for a couple of hours yet. Jess had no idea who had just pulled up to her house. She left Max's backpack on the step by the door and walked slowly out of the garage to stand in the glare of the lights. It wasn't truly black yet outside, but the sun was long gone, and she couldn't see past the opaque windshield to the interior beyond. The headlights flicked off as the engine went silent. "May I help you with something?" Jess asked, watching an unfamiliar man step out of the unremarkable four-door sedan. "Mrs. Chamberlain?" "Yes," she said, and felt the first drop of alarm hit her veins like a drug. "Deputy Mullen, with the Scott County Sheriff's Department." He held out his right arm as he walked toward her, and when she tentatively did the same, he enveloped her fingers in both of his hands. Jess was sure he was trying to be friendly, but his grip made her feel trapped, panicky. "We spoke this morning." "I remember. Can you please tell me what this is about?" The corner of his mouth pulled up in a mournful half-smile. "Is there somewhere we can sit down? Somewhere private?" "My boys are in the house," Jess said, her mouth suddenly so dry she could hardly form the words. She knew what was coming, or was beginning to guess at it, and there were warning bells going off in her head that made it difficult to focus, to breathe. Deputy Mullen let go of her hand and ran his knuckles over the salt and pepper stubble that was growing on his chin. He looked like the kind of man who could shave once in the morning and again at night, but that didn't detract from his wholesome appearance. A full head of neatly trimmed hair and a slightly rounded belly straining over the waistband of his dark wash jeans made him look like someone's young grandpa, the kind of person who would take his grandkids fishing and hunting and make them struggle to keep up with him. In some quiet corner of her mind, Jess noted his plaid shirt and leather bomber jacket and wondered what kind of deputy dressed so casually. But he didn't give her time to contemplate such things. "Is there someone you could call? A family member or friend who lives nearby?" And there it was, the truth hovering in the air between them. A specter so ominous, so immediately terrifying, Jess felt her legs buckle beneath her. "Whoa," Deputy Mullen said, catching her by the elbow for just a moment. "Let's get you inside, shall we?" "No!" Jess shook her head almost violently. "No, I told you. My boys are in there. Why are you here, Deputy Mullen?" "Please, there has to be somewhere we can go. Someone you would like to call." "There isn't." Anger was forming like a crust over her fear, and Jess found herself welcoming each sharp, jagged edge. "You need to say whatever you came here to say, Deputy Mullen, and you need to do it now." He sighed heavily and put his hands on his hips, looking over his shoulder to the car he had parked in the driveway, as if help might emerge from the passenger seat. But there was no one there. It was just the two of them in the dimly lit garage. Jess could feel herself separating from the situation, floating away from her body and the moment, distancing herself from the words that he was about to say that would surely change her life forever. "Is it Evan? The body you found?" The deputy looked her full in the eye, pressed the palms of his thick hands together, and quickly, compassionately said, "I'm sorry to tell you this, Mrs. Chamberlain, but we believe your husband died in a hunting accident." "No," she said, the sound somewhere between a harsh laugh and a growl. Everything inside of her screamed, impossible. "No, that's not true. It can't be. Evan doesn't hunt. And why would he be in Minnesota? That doesn't make any sense." "We believe that—" "You said he had gray hair," Jess interrupted, details of their conversation coming back to her as she strained away from his hateful words. She was shaking her head, the whip of her hair lashing her cold cheeks as if in punishment. "You said that the man you found had gray hair and was 168 pounds. "That's true, Mrs. Chamberlain. But I'm afraid we're pretty confident about our identification." Deputy Mullen reached out and put a heavy, anchoring hand on Jessica's shoulder. "I'm so sorry, but we believe the body we found is Evan's." A letter to Evan Chamberlain. June 2014. Happy anniversary. Or something like that. 2 years. Our boy, do you care if I call him that? Will be 2 years old by now. 26 months and 4 days at the writing of this letter. Is he talking? And walking? I read in a book that by 2 years old most children have 50 words and may have the coordination to pedal a tricycle. Does he kick a ball? Scribble? Have you cut his hair? I like it long like it was in the photo you sent me, and that's exactly how I picture him, though a little taller and more narrow in the face. I think about him all the time. I would love some more pictures, and I'm eager for an update. Over-eager, maybe, as I have thought many times about just picking up the phone and giving you a call. I know you work at Auburn Family Medicine, and that is where I would contact you. So Jessica never has to know. Talking could be our little secret. Sorry. That sounds terrible, doesn't it? I swear I'm not a stalker, and the last thing I want to do is disrupt your life. Gabe is happy, I believe that, and I have no regrets. But sometimes I would just like to hear about his day. You know? What did he do? Does he like peas? I hate them. Is he athletic? I played varsity soccer for 3 years in high school and went to college on scholarship. Of course, I know a 2-year-old can't be athletic per se, but I think you know what I mean. In case he ever asks, you can tell Gabe that his birth mom did what she always said she would do. I graduated in May, summa cum laude, and am working this summer as an intern at a law firm in downtown St. Paul. I'm not going on in my education right now, but have my fingers crossed for a position as a law clerk. I have a mind for details and a perverse love of research that may have something to do with the fact that I consider books to be better friends than people. Speaking of books, I'm enclosing a copy of To Kill a Mockingbird. I know Gabe is only 2, but if you honor only one of my requests, may it be this one. Read him this book. Someday, when he's older, when it will mean something to him. This particular copy is the one that my dad gave me when I was in 6th grade. I can't say I fully understood it at that age, but I loved Scout like a sister. I hope Gabe will too. Thank you, Lashana. Annotation. Josephine Jojo V. 43, Latina, 2 years of high school. Short bob, pink highlights. Brown eyes, short. Queen bee, mother figure, 4 kids. Family doesn't know. PROST 75M 29W PP. Chapter 4. Jessica leaned her forehead against the window and let her eyes go soft and unfocused as the car hurtled down the highway. Her father, the formidable Henry Lancaster, retired attorney in Little Auburn, Iowa, was in the driver's seat, glaring through the windshield as if he could smooth the path before them with the ferocity of his gaze. Jess didn't have to look to know that he was gripping the steering wheel at 10 and 2. His seat belt was carefully fastened, his mirrors adjusted to the perfect angle for his long torso. Henry was meticulous in everything from the careful part in his silver hair to the sharp crease in his dry-cleaned trousers. His argyle socks always matched the handkerchief he kept in his pocket, and that, too, was neatly pressed and immaculate. The only indication that this nighttime drive was extraordinary was the fact that Henry was speeding, a good 10 miles over the speed limit or more. Jessica could feel the momentum in her chest, in the way that her stomach seemed wrapped around her spine. But maybe she was just being hollowed out by fear. Evan wasn't dead. Jess knew that. She knew it deep down in a place where she believed there was still a connection between herself and the man she had once called her home. Weren't they one? Wasn't their bond immutable, eternal? So what if they were separated? If promises had been broken and the covenant between them severed the day he walked out their front door? But of course Jess was being idealistic. She was a hopeless romantic, Evan a clear-headed realist. She wondered if he had ever really felt the 1-in-a-million love for the ages that she had experienced with him. When she met Evan, love unfurled like a tender, winged thing. It had been a birth of sorts, a burgeoning that made her whole life seem both significant and just a little out of control. Evan's love had been much more pragmatic, even in the beginning when they were still breathless with desire for each other. He could always turn it off, be practical. Not Jess. Never Jess. "I can't get enough of you," she had told Evan once, straddling his lap while he sat at his desk and pored over a book that was so big it was almost comical. He laughed, indulgent, and strung a line of kisses along her collarbone until she shivered. She wound her arms around his neck and pulled him close. Jess wasn't done, not by a long shot, but Evan gave her one last squeeze and eased her off unceremoniously. "I have a lot of work to do," he said, keeping one hand on her waist until she was untangled, her feet beneath her. His expression was a study in regret, but Jess could feel the sense of obligation pulled tight beneath his skin. She admired his dedication, his discipline. She just hadn't realized at the time that there was little room for her in the shadow of his devotion. "We're just over 10 miles away," Henry said into the stillness of his Audi A4. It was built like a jet, and so quiet that the sound of her father's voice startled Jess. She turned toward him, and the thought raced through her mind. I married my father. They were so similar, so grounded and cool. Jess bristled at her father's tacit need for control when she was a teenager. But when Evan walked into her world and started straightening every crooked edge, it felt so right. It felt like home. At first, Evan confined himself to things just within reach. They would be curled on the couch in her apartment, and when Jess got up for a drink, he would stack the magazines on her coffee table and then fan them so that she could reach for exactly the one she wanted. Pillows were arranged, water stains on the fading wood of her second-hand furniture smudged out with the damp edge of his thumb. Once she caught him in the act, but instead of being sheepish, Evan licked his thumb and rubbed out the ring with a series of enthusiastic squeaks. "Admit it," he said. "You need me." And right now, her father was just what Jessica needed. She reached for him, grazing her fingers across the taut seam of his navy blazer. The night was black, the sky cast iron. It was hard and cold and jealous, swallowing up the glow of their headlights so that they had to squint at the dark road. At some point they had passed from prairie to forest, and the starless sky above them had filled with shadows of twisted branches. They were bare and peculiar, gnarled fingertips that seemed to reach for them. But when Jess turned her attention to the gloom, they were nothing more than wood and wind, hollow with the echo of silence. "When we get there, I want you to wait in the lobby." The tone of Henry's voice brooked no argument, and just like that, Jess's warm feelings toward her father chilled. "I'm a grown woman, Dad. You can't tell me what to do." "You don't want to do this." Henry cut his chin to the left. No. One sharp, definitive movement. When Jess had been a teenager, it was more than enough to set her straight. But she wasn't 16 anymore. He said, "Deputy Mullen said that I could make the identification," he interrupted before she could go on. "I've done this before, Jessica. I've been there when family members had to identify a loved one. It's not like the TV shows, but it's still not something you can ever forget." "It's not Evan." "You don't know that." "I do," she said. But even as she spat the words, Jess realized that she had absolutely nothing to pin her hope on. What if she was wrong? "We can turn around. Both of us. I'll tell Deputy Mullen that we want them to use dental records or fingerprints." "He said this was the easiest way. The quickest way," Jess whispered. "I have to do this." "No," Henry sighed, softening. "No, you don't." Jessica realized for the first time that though he was starched and seemingly flawless, her father had a hint of 5 o'clock shadow peppering the length of his jaw. His tortoise-shell glasses were slipping down the bridge of his nose, and while she watched, he stifled a yawn by grinding his teeth until a vein in his neck popped. This wasn't easy for him either. Henry and Anna, Jessica's stepmother, though she rarely thought of her father's recent bride as such, had raced over after Jess's frantic phone call. Anna was already in a pair of yoga pants and a flowing sweater with multicolored tassels, clearly ready for a weekend night at home and maybe a bottle of wine. Henry, on the other hand, had dressed intentionally in one of his casual drinks with a client outfits that Jess remembered from her youth. He looked professional but tired, and she felt guilty for judging him so harshly. "Let's do it together," she said. He didn't say anything, and Jessica took it as a good sign. A sign that he would let her have her way without much of a fight. How could he not? The parking lot of the medical center was drawn with stark shadows from the cold, practical lamps that lined the curbs. They were ugly, bulbous things, and as Jessica stepped out of the car, she realized they hummed. It was an unkind sound, electrical and somehow menacing, and when her father crossed in front of the car and took her by the elbow, she did not shrug him off. "Can I offer you a bottle of water?" Deputy Mullen asked as he watched them approach the sidewalk where he stood. He had arrived only moments before they pulled up, and he waited for them now with his hands tucked deep inside his pockets. His jeans bulged around his fists, and his shoulders were rounded against the chilly Minnesota breeze.
"It's a long drive.
Coffee? Tea?" "No," Jess said, but she didn't sound very convincing. She cleared her throat and tried again. "I'm not thirsty." The truth was, she wasn't anything. Not hot or cold or anxious or calm. Her legs should have been stiff from the drive. Her right knee, the one that she had injured playing volleyball in high school, aching from inactivity. But Jessica was numb, head to toe unfeeling. Her father could sense it and moved his arm to wrap around her shoulders.
"We're fine,"
Henry said for both of them.
"We'd like to get this over with."
The deputy led them inside the building, past the reception desk and down a long hallway into a waiting room that seemed poised for bad news. 4 chairs in a circle, a small round table with pamphlets about the effects of chemotherapy and the importance of a living will, and heart disease in women. A kaleidoscope of diagnoses that seemed distant and impossible to Jess. The kinds of things that happened to people in movies. But her reality was even more incomprehensible. "Don't we get to—" Henry squeezed Jessica's shoulder to cut her off and eased her into one of the waiting room chairs with the weight of his hand. She didn't have it in her to fight back. Instead, she perched on the end of the slippery gray seat obediently, waiting.
"How confident are you that we're about to identify my son-in-law?"
Henry stood over Jess, his fingers light at the base of her neck as he surveyed Deputy Mullen. The deputy paused for just a moment.
"Confident. He'd be a John Doe without the number we found in his pocket. But there were 10 digits, and calling them was our first step."
"I told you this morning that Evan doesn't match your description." Jessica laced her fingers together in her lap and squeezed. "The numbers could be a combination or an IP address."
"We have to follow every lead,"
Deputy Mullen explained patiently.
"We ran fingerprints, of course, but nothing popped. So we found your husband on social media, and when we realized the resemblance was strong in spite of your skepticism, we pulled as much information as we could on Evan Chamberlain. Cell phone location records and credit card activity place him in the area recently, and repeatedly over the course of the last 6 months."
"But those are private records." Henry shook his head, a wrinkle deepening between his eyes, and said to Jessica,
"They're not." "When you said that you were estranged," Deputy Mullen addressed Jess, "we also called Auburn Family Medicine. Evan hasn't been at work all week."
"He hasn't?"
"Look, Mr. Lancaster, Mrs. Chamberlain, you wouldn't be here if we didn't believe that we've positively identified our accident victim."
Deputy Mullen spread his hands in front of him. In apology or supplication, Jessica couldn't tell. "So what now?" she whispered.
"I'm going to bring in Sarah Ellens, our grief counselor. She'll explain how the identification takes place."
They fit perfectly around the coffee table, the 4 of them. Jessica was hemmed in by her father on one side and Deputy Mullen on the other, though he referred to himself as Mike and asked that they call the young woman who joined them Sarah. She seemed too innocent for the job, barely out of high school, with long brown hair that fell in a curtain down her narrow back, and lipstick in a ripe shade of plum. But Jessica had become a poor judge of age, and when Sarah spoke, it was with a still maturity that turned a key inside Jessica's heart. Something opened, and a piece of her fell loose. "I'm going to pass you a clipboard," Sarah was saying. "There is a photograph face down on it. You may turn over the picture whenever you feel ready, but let me first tell you what you're going to see. It's a photo of a face. The eyes are closed and the head is resting on a blue sheet. I want you to know that you'll see a wound above his left eye. It's about 2 inches long. It did not cause his death." Jessica's eyes blurred with stars, and she realized that she had stopped breathing. She tried to swallow a little gulp of air, a furtive, secret breath that wouldn't alert everyone to the fact that she was suffocating. "Take a moment," Sarah said, reaching across the coffee table. She wrapped her small hand around Jessica's and held it. "Take all the time that you need." But Jessica was already pulling away. "I'm ready." The clipboard was wooden with a silver clasp that looked like it was original to the hospital. Jessica studied it and the back of the 8x10 Kodak photo paper until her father reached to take it from her. "Jessica, please." "No," she said, and carefully slid the sheet from under the clip. She turned it over. The man in the picture had wiry gray hair and thick brown eyebrows that didn't match, a straight, slender nose, a neatly trimmed goatee that was brown shot through with gray, though this gray was lighter, wider than the color of his gunmetal hair. He was a study in contradictions, harsh cheekbones but a starburst of laugh lines. Tiny, happy wrinkles around a mouth that was tight-lipped. Smooth forehead torn by a jagged cut. It would have required stitches if warm blood still pumped in his veins. Jessica wanted to say, "It's not him." She could feel the words on her tongue, lavish and warm, hopeful. But there was a silver pleat in the skin by his ear. A tiny zipper that only Jessica would notice. She had caused the scar herself in their first year of marriage, when school debt was piling up, and Evan insisted that she should learn how to cut his hair so they could cross that one expense off their budget. Unfortunately, Jess proved to be incompetent with scissors, and the clippers they borrowed from a friend was more of a weapon than a tool. She caught the tender fold of skin in front of his ear and the serrated teeth of the personal clipper, and the blood that beaded there caused her to burst into tears. Evan laughed. "I'll survive," he told her, leaning in to kiss her even as he pressed a tissue to the blood that purled on his cheek. "A flesh wound, nothing more." "I'm so sorry," Jessica whispered. Then and now. A letter to Lashana Tate. June 2015. Dear Lashana, 3 is joy, and mess and noise and utter chaos. Gabe never stops moving, except when gripped with the sudden, often inexplicably timed need to sleep. He has landed face first in his macaroni and cheese, and Jessica once found him suspended between the coffee table and the couch. He was out cold. How is that possible? Of course, if we try to move him to his crib, he hasn't made the switch to a toddler bed yet. We'd like to contain him a little longer for obvious reasons. He wakes up instantly. Gabe doesn't believe in naps, eating his vegetables, or hugs and kisses. "I big boy," he tells us. But when we can catch him, he forgets that he's newly autonomous and snuggles into our arms like a battery recharging. Then he wiggles and squirms until we set him down. And he's off. Again. Gabe lights up our home. He's bright and beautiful, and I can't imagine our world without him in it. That's why it feels increasingly wrong to me that you don't know all that he is and all he is becoming.
I don't think I can do this anymore. A sealed letter once a year is not enough to contain all that I have to say, all that I think you should know. Gabe is perfect to us, but he hasn't met several of his 3-year-old milestones. Of course, he's newly 3 and strong-willed. Gabe gave us a fresh perspective on the concept of the terrible twos, and he has shown no signs of leaving that particular stage behind now that he's officially a year older. We're not concerned, not really, but Gabe's language has been slow to develop, and he is indifferent to learning things like colors and numbers and even animals. We don't have a dog, but our neighbors do, and Gabe insists it's a cat. In his defense, it's the most pathetic excuse for a dog I've ever seen. Do you want to know these things? Should I whitewash the hard stuff? Like the fact that Gabe broke his arm last fall when he tumbled from the top of the slide in our backyard. We've had that swing set since Max was a toddler, but it was ascribed a different threat level when Gabe learned to climb the ladder. He was fine, of course. I gave him a red cast because Marshall is his favorite puppy on Paw Patrol, and Jessica watches him even more closely now than she always has. Sometimes I think her life consists of tracking his every move. I don't know what else to write. I suppose I could keep a journal for you, a daily record of what Gabe did and ate, what he said or didn't say. Or we could put more letters in the file. Once a month, maybe, instead of this strange annual pattern we've developed. If you're ready, so am I. You won't get this letter for months, more, but when you do, and if you want to, you know how to find me. Evan.
Annotation. Emery V.D. 20, Caucasian, high school diploma. Light brown hair, strawberry highlights, green eyes. Homecoming queen. Disowned. CAG. 26M. 11M. PP. Chapter 5. The day was too beautiful for a funeral, and somehow the way the sun warmed the top of her head made Jessica want to rend her clothes. She knew exactly what it would feel like to snag the fabric of her charcoal dress between her fingers and rip. The satisfying sound as the seams tore, threads snapping and popping as she ruined the knockoff cashmere. And what would she do then? Stand there in her black slip in front of her friends and family? Would she sob, beat her chest, scream? Jess wanted to, and it was those wicked thoughts, those wild, unmanageable urges that kept her eyes dry and her feet stepping surely forward. Down the sidewalk in front of the church, and past the parking lot to the place where the hearse marked Evan's grave. Jessica held herself together, because she was terrified of what would happen if she let go, even for a moment. Gabriel's hand was impossibly tiny and cold in her own, and Jessica gave it a little squeeze. He didn't squeeze back, but she didn't expect him to. Gabe didn't really understand what was going on, and she was grateful for that one small grace. On any other Saturday, her son would be reveling in this picture-perfect October day, this brilliant afternoon that seemed staged for a Thanksgiving commercial. He would be wearing short sleeves, careening through the backyard with the neighbor kids as their noses began to water and their cheeks blushed pink. The warmth of the sun was deceptive. The fact that Jessica could just make out the mist of her breath in the bright autumn air, evidence that it was barely 50 degrees. Lovely, still. And crisp, with the scent of fallen leaves and the hint of wood smoke. Entirely inappropriate for the task at hand. "You okay?" Jessica whispered to Max. He flanked her other side but refused to hold her hand. The suit was new, bought by Anna because Jess couldn't bring herself to shop for her son's funeral outfit. It fit him well and made his shoulders look startlingly broad, as if slipping on the coat had transformed him from a boy into a man. An instant, irreversible metamorphosis. In some ways, Jessica supposed it was. Max would never be the same. None of them would. Max? She glanced at him in profile, slowing her steps so that she wouldn't stick the willowy heels of her shoes into a sidewalk crack. It wouldn't take much. The pumps had been a ridiculous choice, and she wondered what had possessed her to put them on in the first place. Shock, probably. The detached feeling that made it seem as if she were looking at the world from behind frosted glass. "You okay, hon?" He didn't flinch or nod or acknowledge her in any way. It was like Jessica didn't exist. Apparently, grief and anger were secret lovers, because Jess tipped into blind rage so quickly it left her teetering. Gabe tugged her hand, pulling her gently toward him even as she longed to break away. She wanted to take Max by the chin and force him to look at her, to see the misery that was written there so clearly and know that they shared this ache. It was too heavy to bear. The weight of the whole messed-up world against her chest, and Max's rejection only made it worse. "Me too," she whispered harshly, because it was all she could bring herself to say. "I feel this too. He wasn't just your dad. He was my husband, my lover, my best friend." But of course she didn't say those things. Her oldest son flicked his eyes in her direction and looked quickly away. Instead of wiping the tear that had suddenly spilled down his cheek, he lifted his shoulder and erased the evidence with the sleeve of his new coat. Sweet man-child. She adored him even when she was furious with him. Sometimes she wished that she could set aside this soul-deep affection, this love that bordered on worship. But he was her flesh and blood, even when he ignored her or refused to listen, even when he intentionally hurt her. It would be easier to stay angry at him, but nothing was ever easy where her children were concerned. Jessica waged war every day, for their safety and well-being, for their hearts and minds. Jess brushed away her own unwelcome tears and reached for Max's arm, holding it just above the elbow, as if he had offered it to her like a gentleman. He didn't pull away. They had discussed what the pastor would say. In meetings over the last few days, Jessica had sat in the deep leather sofa in his office, her arm rubbing against her father's because the cushions sagged and she had no choice, and because she was drowning beneath the implications of all that had happened, and swallowed by the couch that seemed intent on consuming her whole. Jess let her father make all the decisions. No open casket. Memorial service followed by internment instead of the other way around. Pastor William would read Psalm 23. She remembered little to nothing about the memorial service, though the waxy fragrance of the candles still lingered in her hair. And now here she was, standing on a square of artificial turf, with the sleek black casket laid out before her. There was an enormous spray of roses arranged on the lid, and as she watched, her gaze hazy and uncertain, Jess saw Max reach out and take one. Yes, they were supposed to have a rose each, but she couldn't recall why. "Mama?" Gabe asked. So she nodded, and he leaned forward to pluck a rose in each hand. He offered one to her. They were thornless flowers, denuded of their barbs, and Jessica ran her thumb along the smooth stem as people filled the space behind her. Everyone had walked from the church, through the parking lot and between the gates of the cemetery that were forever open. If she would have turned around, she would have seen her father and Anna close enough to touch, and beside them Evan's father in his wheelchair. Bradford Chamberlain had lost himself to Alzheimer's years ago, and he didn't know why he was here, even though they had told him no less than a dozen times. He was sad without knowing why, his heart remembering the gravity and significance of a funeral, even as his mind refused to understand. "I'm so glad you're here," Jessica had whispered when Bradford arrived at the memorial hours before. He was flanked by an aide, a young man with a tender half-smile and teddy bear brown hair that was an inch or two too long. It gave him the appearance of a mournful puppy, and Jess had to resist the urge to comfort them both. "Evan loved you so much." "Who?" Bradford said. It was an innocent question, and her father-in-law patted her hand and smiled sweetly as he asked it. Her heart splintered. But now Jess was tightly buttoned, each shattered piece pulled tight and held close, so she could manage her brokenness with the same efficiency she employed in every other aspect of her life. Jessica didn't have the luxury of weeping over her father-in-law, or quietly fuming about the distance between herself and Max. She couldn't even cry the way that she wanted to, loud and keening, racked with sobs that were dragged from her very core. Her grief had to be muzzled, maintained. Pastor William took his place on the other side of the polished casket and gave Jess a little nod. It was sympathetic but firm. A question. Now? No, not now. Not ever. But Jessica didn't have a choice in the matter. She nodded back. He didn't say much. There was a Bible passage and a prayer, but Jessica couldn't focus because her heart kept time with the countdown clock. 5 minutes? 4? Soon Pastor William would say Amen, and then it would all be over. Her life as she knew it arrested before she had a chance to make everything right, to put the pieces back together. Jessica knew when it was done, because the hush of the crowd expanded like dough until she feared she would suffocate. There was a moment of total silence, not the swish of fabric or a single sigh, and then the world exhaled, and slowly, slowly, those who had gathered to say goodbye began to move. "I'm so sorry," someone said, touching her elbow and giving Gabe's hair a tousle. It was Dr. Murphy from the clinic. They hadn't been close. He was new. What was she supposed to say? It's okay? There were more. A growing tide of people who blew their noses into soggy tissues and clasped Jess and her boys to their chests. "Mom?" Gabe called, his voice hitching an indication of the level of his distress. It was too much for him. He had been touched by strangers, shushed and ignored for hours. Now Jess could almost see the switch flip as Gabe crumpled. Not a tantrum. Not now. But it was too late. Gabe was crying, screaming, really, and arching his back against the cold ground as if the earth carried a charge and he was being electrocuted. The book on her nightstand said that Jess was supposed to hold him through it, speak gently and lovingly until the fit of rage passed. But she didn't want to hold him. She wanted to spank him. "We'll take him," Henry said quietly, as he crouched down to wrestle his flailing grandson. Jess felt a rush of gratitude that was quickly tempered by guilt. She should be on her knees comforting her son. Too late. Her father had scooped up all 55 pounds of shrieking little boy and was carrying him in the direction of the parking lot. Gabe's arms and legs thrashed, and his screams only intensified at the injustice of being so unceremoniously hauled away. But Henry knew what he was doing. He knew how to calm his grandson. "It'll be okay," Anna said, putting a hand on Jessica's arm. "Don't you worry about a thing. I have a pot of potato soup on the stove. Come over when you're done here." "Sure," Jess managed. "Fine. We'll meet you at the house later. Max can come with us if he'd like. Max? Jessica felt her teenage son's absence in the sudden chill. He was already weaving through the crowd, making his way to the parking lot in his grandfather's car. She shivered. You can all spend the night. I have the guest room ready for you. Anna didn't give her a chance to protest, but gave Jess one last hug, then turned and melted into the sea of dark-clothed mourners. Jess didn't want to spend the night at her father's house, and she certainly didn't want her sons to. She wanted her own bed, and the warm weight of Gabe beside her in the place where Evan used to sleep. Gabe had taken to sleeping in Jess's king-size bed when Evan moved out for good, and because she loved his company, she had never discouraged him. She should have, Jess knew that now. But it was too late. Instead of going to sleep in his own bed, Gabe crawled into hers every night, as if it had been his all along. But she loved his mussed hair, the sound of his breath in the middle of the night when she couldn't sleep. He whistled when he inhaled, and she even loved that. She could say no, Jess decided as she accepted a stiff hug from yet another one of Evan's co-workers. A nurse this time, Evelyn, whom Jessica had always liked simply because she had a laugh like bells ringing. Here. Jess felt someone slide the rose she was clinging to out of her hand. She hadn't realized that she was still holding it. Let me take that for you. Meredith cradled the head of the flower, preserving it for the vase where it was supposed to serve as a tender reminder of this moment, this day. Jess wouldn't keep it. She knew that now. She'd drop it in the garbage the first chance she had. But her best friend didn't need to know that. Thank you, Jess said, leaning into the arm that Meredith had thrown around her. To anyone looking on, it seemed like a warm half-hug, but Jess could feel the protection in it, the unspoken promise that Meredith was here to run interference. Jess could have wept into the scratchy fabric of her friend's funky tweed coat. There was something about Meredith's bosomy embrace that reminded Jess of her mother. But as quickly as she felt a pang for her mom, Jess squelched it. To think about Betsy Lancaster was to tip off the edge into an abyss. You saw Gabe's meltdown? Honey, everybody saw his meltdown. But Meredith smiled to soften the blow. It's expected, Jess. If I were you, I'd be the one screaming on the ground. Later, when everyone who wanted to offer their condolences had filed past the place where Jessica stood rooted to the ground, Meredith gave her a fortifying squeeze. She hadn't moved from Jessica's side, as coworkers, friends, and acquaintances pressed their sympathy into the new widow like a brand. Jess felt like she would carry the scars of this day forever, and she ran her hands up and down her arms, longing for a way to erase the evidence from her skin, her bones. This is a nightmare, she said, and didn't realize that she had spoken aloud until Meredith linked arms with her and tugged in the direction of the parking lot. I'm taking you home. I don't want to. Not my home, Meredith clarified, clearly understanding the root of Jessica's reluctance. Your home. Todd already left with the kids. Amanda came? Of course she came. You talked to her before the service, remember? Jessica didn't. Not really. And when she stumbled a little, her heel sinking into a divot on the brown grass, Meredith held her tighter and powered through, half carrying Jess along on a wave of willpower and friendship. It's probably good that everything blurred together, Meredith said. These things are never pleasant. Let's get you home. Jess was silent, compliant, as Meredith buckled her seatbelt, drove the scant miles to the Chamberlains' home, and then ushered her into the entryway. It was late afternoon, but the sun was already mostly gone, and Jess trembled in the darkness. Once she started, she couldn't stop. You poor thing. Meredith hurried Jess over to the couch and wrapped a blanket around her shoulders. She gave her a hard hug, all blustery and fierce, and deposited Jess against the pillows as if she were a child. I had intended to draw a bath, but I think you need a few minutes. Jessica just nodded, teeth chattering. Give me your feet, Meredith demanded, sinking onto the coffee table as she reached for Jessica's legs. She slipped off the offensive shoes and gave the arches of Jess's feet a quick rub. Better? I mean, I know nothing is better, but does that help? Even a little? Jess wasn't used to seeing her friend so ruffled, so uncertain. Meredith was warm but uncompromising, the kind of woman who made decisions and did not regret them for a second, even if they proved to be problematic. Her heart was huge, but her confidence equally so, and it was alarming to see her flustered. Yes, Jess told her. That's better. I'm better. See? I'm not shaking anymore. But she was a little. Liar. I should check on Gabe. He's fine. Your dad would have called if he needed you. Jess closed her eyes. The truth was, she didn't want to know how her boys were doing. Tea? Meredith asked. That made Jessica bark out a humorless laugh. Are you kidding? Whiskey, neat. I think there's some Tennessee honey in the liquor cabinet. Good girl. Meredith hopped up, flicking lights on as she went, and returned a few minutes later with 2 stemless wine glasses. They were nearly half full, a double shot for sure, but Jessica accepted the drink gratefully. She sipped and felt the alcohol burn the back of her throat. A moment later, there was the hint of sweetness on her tongue. What just happened? Jess asked. Meredith sank onto the couch beside her friend and put her feet up on the coffee table. She wiggled her toes in black tights so that her feet looked webbed. I don't know, Jess. It was rhetorical. I know. I can't believe it, Jess said, and was surprised by a howl that caught in her chest. It came out a whimper. I'm a widow. I'm 36 years old, and I'm a widow. Meredith, for once, was speechless. I have to go through his apartment. Get rid of all of his things. There's no one else to do it. Panic began to rise like steam. Give yourself some time. What am I going to do? I don't think you have to do anything right now, Meredith said slowly, as if she were talking to someone hard of hearing or crazy. Jessica gave her a sidelong glance. She was angry, she decided, downright pissed off. Of course I have to do something. You need to take care of yourself and your boys, Meredith said. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and leaned forward to try and catch Jess's gaze. This is going to take time, Jess. Give yourself a little grace. But Jessica wasn't paying attention. Evan is gone, she whispered, her throat nearly too raw to speak at all. All I can keep thinking about is how he can't be. I mean, he can't be. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Evan wasn't a hunter. He didn't know anyone in central Minnesota. There has to be some mistake. Jess hiccuped around a sob and sloshed a few drops of whiskey on the front of her dress. There's no mistake, hun. Meredith patted her arm, but Jessica shook it off. You know what I keep thinking? Jess asked. What keeps me up at night? That it wasn't an accident. What if it wasn't an accident? Meredith stood abruptly and took Jess's drink from her. She set it on the coffee table where it immediately made a ring. Look at me, she said, bending so that they were eye to eye, so that Jessica had no choice but to look at her. I'm so sorry. More sorry than I could ever begin to express. But Evan is dead. He was killed in a hunting accident, and we buried him today. It's awful, I know, but you have to accept it.
Jessica shuddered.
But I don't want to.
Honey, you don't have a choice. A letter to Lashana Tate. July 2016.
Dear Lashana, I've been waiting for an email notification from Promise alerting me to the fact that you have sent another letter. It never comes. Maybe you took me seriously when I wrote, I can't do this anymore. Of course I was employing hyperbole. Of course I can keep doing this, and I will. As long as you want to know about Gabe, I will continue to write you letters. And if you tell me to cease and desist, I'll do that too. It's your call. First, the good. Gabe is hilarious and adorable. He loves to dance and play outside and copy everything his older brother does. I'm a big boy is his favorite declaration, and he makes sure that everyone around him knows it. He's completely obsessed with soccer right now, probably because it doesn't take too much coordination to run around booting a big ball. This kid is amazing. A walking, talking miracle. I'm enclosing a picture of him at his preschool graduation. They let the kids wear caps and gowns, which Gabe thought was the greatest thing since Jess introduced him to Nutella. After kindergarten roundup, it was decided that Gabe was not quite ready for kindergarten next year, so he'll be attending TK, transitional kindergarten. Thankfully, he's thrilled about that too. Word on the street is that TK takes the best field trips. Now for the hard stuff. Although Gabe lags behind his peers in some areas, it is my professional opinion that his developmental delays are just a part of who he is. I refuse to call kids slow, and Gabe certainly isn't that. He's lightning quick in some areas and easily distracted in others. Jessica would like to have him tested. It's something that we fundamentally disagree on. I don't believe it's healthy to label children, especially at such a young age when development can be so different and still healthy, depending on the unique characteristics of each individual. Right now, we are taking it a day at a time and trying to learn Gabe's needs. He craves routine and dislikes disruptions. He loves to make noise but can't process it when the sound is not originating from him. He likes to play near other children but not necessarily with them. And don't even think about encouraging him to try a new food. He's firmly in the chicken nuggets, macaroni and cheese, and crackers camp. We'll work on it. Someday. I hope that all is well with you, and I hope that I hear from you again. Or if your life has taken a different turn and you are no longer interested in writing, I respect your decision. Unless you tell me otherwise, I will assume that this chapter in your life has closed. Thank you for letting me have a glimpse of who you are. Regards, Evan. P.S. Exchanging letters is such an archaic way of communicating. I hope this isn't overstepping some invisible boundary, but if you would rather take this conversation to the digital age, my email address is echamberlain@comnet.com. Annotation. Patricia K., 37, African American, GED. Cropped hair, brown eyes, chunky glasses. Husband, son at home, 11. CF/TM, 20M, 18M, PP. Chapter 6. The autopsy report came in a nondescript brown envelope less than 2 weeks after the funeral. Jess was on bereavement leave 13 days in, but the boys had returned to school. Continuity, connection, care, the family counselor had told her, ticking off his fingers one by one, as he listed her son's needs in this strange and terrible season. Give them time and space to talk and grieve, but try to keep their lives as normal as possible. Normal. Jess felt certain that nothing would ever be normal again. But she nodded as if she understood, and asked the boys if they were ready to go back to school. They were. She wasn't. When she padded outside on stockinged feet to get the mail that day, Jessica hadn't showered and was still wearing the yoga pants she had snagged off her bedroom floor that morning. She vaguely remembered a flimsy inclination to go for a jog, a brief hope that maybe this would be the day things would turn around. But after she dropped the boys off at school, Jess sank into the corner of the couch, legs curled beneath her, and stared at the wall while her mug of coffee went cold in her hands. The sound of the mailman on her porch roused her. A Pizza Hut flyer, a slim stack of bills, and then an envelope from the Scott County Coroner's Office. Jess called Deputy Mullen. "You said it would take a month or more," she said when he answered the phone.
"Jessica?"
"Yes." She rubbed her forehead and realized that her hair was limp and greasy. "Sorry, this is Jess Chamberlain. I thought, caller ID."
"Your name came up,"
Mullen told her.
"Just making sure. You okay?"
"The coroner's report came today." He sucked in a breath.
"They were supposed to call me before they sent it. I'm sorry you weren't warned."
He sounded genuinely concerned. "I thought you said it would be weeks."
"We expedited the process a bit."
Jess sensed a moment of hesitation. "I don't understand. Why?" Mullen didn't sigh, but he was quiet for longer than Jess would have liked, weighing his options, measuring what he was going to say. Finally, he offered,
"We had some questions about Evan's wounds, among other things."
"What other things? What's that supposed to mean?" Jess didn't realize she was pacing until she clipped her toe on the edge of the coffee table. She bit her lip to stop from crying out.
"It's nothing, Jessica, really. The autopsy came back just as we suspected. We had some unanswered questions about why Evan was where he was that night. We still do. As you already know, he didn't have any identification on him, and we didn't find his car until the next day. But everything checked out."
Jess wasn't sure she was hearing him right. "Are you telling me you thought that maybe Evan's death wasn't an accident?"
"We're just covering all our bases, Jessica. It's our job,"
Deputy Mullen said calmly.
"And Evan died of wounds from a single round of buckshot to the back. That's what the autopsy says. The simplest answer is usually the right one, and after all the interviews, we have no reason to suspect foul play."
They had been through this all before. The difference between manslaughter and homicide. No one mentioned murder, first or second degree, but Jess was the daughter of an attorney. She wasn't naive. Still, all of it was unfathomable in regard to Evan. Quiet, unobtrusive, hard-working Evan. He was steady and kind and just a little nerdy, but that was one of the things she found attractive about him. He was handsome in a distracted, aw-shucks kind of way. The resident small-town doctor who Jessica was sure made the stay-at-home mom's heart pitter-patter just a bit. He was a safe crush, and she knew exactly what they were thinking. Maybe I can get him to sit up and take notice. Jess had once thought the same thing.
"I'm sorry to say, it happens all the time,"
Mullen told her.
"Roughly 1,000 people are injured in hunting accidents every year, and approximately 10% of those are fatalities."
"In the middle of the night?"
"Time of death was between 8 and 10 p.m., Deputy Mullen reminded her. "Not all that late."
But I told you that Evan wasn't a hunter.
We never suggested he was hunting. He had just been in a car accident, Mrs. Chamberlain. Maybe he was walking to find help, or he was confused. Evan had a significant laceration on his head, and there was blood on the windshield of the LeSabre, as well as vomit on the ground beside the car. If he had a head injury and wasn't thinking clearly, he could have easily missed the public hunting ground signs.
I know, Jess whispered. The fact that the car had been in an accident helped them identify it as Evan's. It wasn't his SUV, but the blood on the windshield was a match. But he was miles from his car.
Not that far as the crow flies, Deputy Mullins said. It's just under 1.5 miles on foot from where his car was found to where his body was found.
The conversation was starting to feel circular. They had gone over this again and again, but Jess needed to hear him explain it one more time. What makes you think his death was an accident? Deputy Mullen was nothing if not patient.
The DNR issues 200 permits on a lottery-based system for that area, and the season for hunting with a statewide firearm license is short. Evan was killed on the 3rd day of the season with legal hunting ammo. If his death was intentional, whoever killed him knew an awful lot about deer hunting season in Minnesota.
Jess's chin dropped to her chest. She knew what was coming next. She had asked the questions a dozen different times in just as many ways. Was there another hunter nearby? Did any neighbors hear the shot? How could someone mistake her husband for a deer? Or why would someone blindly shoot into the darkness on a moonless night?
We're tracking down every single license holder, Deputy Mullen reminded her kindly. This isn't a closed case. Accident or not, we are still looking for the person who killed your husband. Somebody knows something. It will come out.
It had rained that night, the night that Evan was shot. And it wasn't until late the following afternoon that a local resident, 59-year-old Wendy Anderson, discovered his body while she was bow hunting with her pair of Irish setters. They found his body before she did, and by the time she caught up, they had trampled the area as they sniffed and nudged and whined for her to hurry and investigate their morbid find. Dogs and wind and rain that coated the ground in a thin coat of ice that melted by midday hampered the investigation significantly. But even if the conditions had been perfect, Mullen explained that the deck was stacked against them. The firearm season for deer was short, and the woods were crawling with hunters hoping to get their buck. In central Minnesota, shotguns with single-slug shells were permitted for 8 days, and the tri-ball 12-gauge buckshot that ended Evan's life was consistent with the ammunition any number of hunters used. The ground was crisscrossed with boot prints and cigarette butts and spent shells. Finding evidence from one specific discharge was a nearly impossible task.
Someone took one last shot in the dark, Deputy Mullen said,
but he didn't sound very convincing. After Jess hung up, she went to her bedroom and put the envelope from the coroner's office in the drawer of her night table. She couldn't read it, not yet, but the knowledge that it was there rumbled beneath her skin like distant thunder. Because she wanted to scratch, to drag her fingers across her arms and legs and stomach, Jess turned on the shower and scrubbed her hair instead. It felt good, the hot water, the rising steam, and she stayed beneath the spray until she felt raw, scoured clean. Jess slipped a fresh shirt off a hanger in her closet and then put on a pair of jeans. How long since she had worn real clothes? At least something other than yoga pants and soft t-shirts that espoused mantras like exhale and namaste. Clearly it had been a while, because her jeans hung off her hips and her fingers fumbled over the buttons on her shirt. But she was dressed, and that was something. She ran a brush through her damp hair and pulled it into a neat knot at the base of her neck. No makeup. Jess couldn't be bothered. She was up, off the couch for the first time in days, and because she had forward momentum, Jess decided to keep moving. The grocery store for sure. People had been bringing food, but her boys weren't interested in chicken and broccoli casseroles or eggplant lasagna. Jess knew what her kids wanted, and it was comfort food. Brown sugar cinnamon Pop-Tarts and cheddar popcorn for Max. Anything baked and frosted for Gabe. Cinnamon rolls usually, but he would accept boxes of donuts, Little Debbie snacks, anything nutritionally bankrupt and bursting with empty calories. Jess could do that. Because they worried about her and checked in every day, sometimes multiple times a day, Jess forced herself to text Meredith, her father, and Anna before she pulled out of the driveway. She didn't want to, but reaching out was like putting a little deposit in the bank. See? I'm okay. I'm going to be okay. On days when she couldn't bring herself to get out of bed, she could point back to that one time she got groceries. I'm out, she wrote. Groceries. The flurry of replies kept her parked for longer than she would have liked, and the more they congratulated her, the more they chimed in, the less she wanted to leave. There was an indent on the couch that was exactly her shape and size, and it called to Jessica like a lover. It was comfortable, safe, the only place in the entire house where she could sit and relieve just a bit of the pressure that threatened to crush her heart. Arms curled in close, legs tucked sideways beneath her, head resting on the back of the couch or the arm if need be. For some reason, she could breathe there, just a little, and for a measure of time every day, it was enough. Good girl, her father texted. Then, time to move on. No guilt. No guilt. What a joke. Jess knew that she was the only one to blame for what happened to Evan. If he were with her, if they were still a family, he would have been beside her on their sofa that night. They liked to watch Parks and Recreation, even the first season, which nearly everyone agreed could be skipped right over as if it had never happened at all. Maybe they would have shared a bag of microwave popcorn, Evan's favorite, their hands brushing against each other as they reached for greasy handfuls. Surely even that, the tentative, unfamiliar way they touched in their final months together, was better than Evan's body cold in the ground. Jessica felt a tremor shake her from head to toe. If she didn't leave now, she never would. She tossed the phone into her purse and put the car in reverse, texts be damned. She had done more than her part. The big Hy-Vee close to school was where Jessica usually got her groceries, but she would run into people that she knew there, like the cashier with the peasant braids who knew her by name, and who always joked about all the bunches of bananas in Jess's cart. Got a couple monkeys at home? She asked without fail. Jess would smile and nod. You know I do. And the aisles were littered with moms from the school who timed their shopping to coincide with the final bell and the perfect position in the pickup lane. No, Jess couldn't go there. Instead, she pulled into the parking lot of the food court, a mom-and-pop store that was a quarter of the size of Hy-Vee, but conveniently located on the opposite side of town. Jess was convinced it stayed in business thanks to milk, bread, and eggs alone, but it contained all that she needed for her first real outing since Evan's funeral. Sure, she had brought the kids to school, stopped by her father's house to sign some papers, and even ventured into her own classroom late one evening so she could gather up her books and lesson plans, a few stacks of grading, and the novel that her English 10 class would start right before Christmas, The Book Thief. She'd had to make a presentation to the school board to get permission to teach a book narrated by death. Now she wished she hadn't bothered. And Jessica wished that she had gone online and ordered grocery delivery, instead of venturing out into the harsh, noisy world. Too late now. The wind was stiff, the air crisp and set to shatter, so she pulled the cuffs of her sleeves over her palms and pushed the cart quickly through the cold aisles. 3 bunches of bananas, Gabe had at least 2 a day, a loaf of bread, a gallon of 1% milk. Then a box of chocolate donuts and a clamshell from the local bakery with an oversized cinnamon roll. Sunny D and Dr. Pepper and a family-sized bag of Doritos. Jess was grateful that the store was all but empty, and no one was around to see her make such horrific nutritional choices for her family. Her phone rang while she was checking out, and Jess ignored it. But when it started to trill again, the twinkle ringtone that Gabe had chosen when she first upgraded to an iPhone, she dug in her purse to see who was being so insistent. Caller ID told her it was Auburn Elementary. "Hello?" Jess said, pressing the phone between her cheek and shoulder as she rooted in her purse for her wallet. The cashier was waiting for her to insert her credit card. "Hi, Jessica. Nurse Amy here." Jess's stomach cartwheeled as every worst-case scenario skittered through her mind. A fall on the playground, an accident in PE, a fight. But Amy knew the drill and continued before Jess could truly panic. "I've got Gabe in my office complaining about a sore throat. He's got a bit of a fever, too." "I'm on my way," Jess said, scrawling her signature on the electronic pad. She nodded at the cashier and accepted her bags, lining them up on her arms so that she could carry them all in one trip. She wasn't happy that her son was sick, but it felt good to have a purpose, something that she had to do. Gabe needed her, and the click into full-fledged mama bear mode hitched just a little before Jess gave herself over to the task at hand. He'd need ginger ale, but she could buy that from the vending machine outside the pharmacy where she would pick up numbing throat spray and a tin of cherry throat lozenges. And maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to have him looked at. Jess jerked to a full stop in front of the trunk of her car. Her children had never, not once, seen a doctor other than their father. At least not for the basic stuff. He often checked them out at home, lifting his stethoscope from the ratty backpack that he lugged back and forth to the office every day. If the situation was really serious, Jess would just show up at the clinic and he'd squeeze them in. Usually in his private office or the back hallway, or even the break room if the examination rooms were filled with other patients. His verdict was almost always the same, the prescription doled out with a kiss to the forehead. One bear hug from Dad, an afternoon of snuggles from Mom, plenty of liquids, and rest. Besides Max's emergency appendectomy at the age of 11, the Chamberlain boys had never experienced an illness beyond the seasonal flu or the occasional ear infection. No, Jessica decided. She could not take her boys there. Not yet. Maybe not ever. There was another medical office in town, bigger and fancier and connected to the hospital. She had never been there because Evan's community health clinic needed patients with good insurance to cover the ones who didn't have any. Jess had always been proud of her husband's generosity, of his commitment to providing quality, affordable health care to anyone and everyone, especially those who society tried to overlook. But now, she knew that even people with the best of intentions made the worst kind of mistakes, and she couldn't face Kate. Thankfully, Evan's nurse hadn't shown up at the funeral, or if she had, Jess hadn't seen her. And Jess had no desire to see her now. Gabe would have to tough it out. Ginger ale and rest would have to be enough. But by the time she had him signed out at the school office and bundled into the back seat of her car, he was shivering uncontrollably and had more than a bit of a fever. "You're burning up, buddy," Jess said, putting the car into drive. Her lips were still warm from pressing a kiss to his temple. She had found over the years that she could measure a temperature nearly as accurately as a thermometer.
102 degrees, she guessed.
I don't feel so good,
Gabe said weakly. His eyes were glassy when she caught his gaze in the rearview mirror. Jess didn't have a choice, not really. I know. We're going to take care of that, okay? I'm taking you to the doctor. Strep throat. Jess was sure of it. She had battled it more than once in the years that she had been a teacher. Teaching was a hazardous profession, and after her first miscarriage, she had seemed prone to every infection that crept through her classroom. She knew what a sore throat and a sudden high fever meant. Strep every time. At urgent care, a heavy-set woman with rust-colored curls photocopied Jessica's insurance card and handed over a clipboard with a new patient questionnaire. It felt strange to fill out information that had been a given for so many years. Patient history, known allergies, and past surgeries, none, were all things that Evan had known by heart, and Jess realized that she had taken the simplicity of their medical care for granted. But besides the fatherly kiss at the end of the appointment, the minutes Gabe spent with the unfamiliar Dr. Chu were really no different than Evan's exams. Jess was right. A rapid strep test confirmed the infection, and as she accepted the prescription for antibiotics, she felt a burst of gratitude that her son was in the throes of a fever dream. He was so out of it she was sure that he didn't have the emotional capacity to feel wounded by the fact that it wasn't his daddy who stuck the giant Q-tip down his throat for a swab. Come on, baby. Gabe was sitting on her lap, head lolling back against her shoulder, and Jess turned him around gently so she could carry him to the car. I'm sure he can walk, Dr. Chu said, and although she couldn't see his face, she was certain that he rolled his eyes at her. Gabe was a big boy, taller and broader than most kids his age, and people expected him to act as old as he looked. But he was only 6, still her baby, and a child who had to deal with more than his fair share of obstacles. I'm sure I can carry him, Jess snapped back, and left the office without a backward glance, the prescription crumpled in her sweaty hand. Jess brought the prescription to a new pharmacy instead of the Walgreens where the pharmacists knew her by name. While they filled the prescription, Jess carried Gabe around the store, a surgical mask firmly over his mouth and nose so that he wouldn't infect anyone else. His cheeks were blazing beneath the blue paper, the red so high and alarming there was no doubt that he was seriously sick. But what else could she do? He couldn't stay in the car while she gathered children's ibuprofen, throat lozenges, and Vicks Vapo Rub. She gave him the first dose of ibuprofen and the pink bubblegum-flavored amoxicillin in the car. Gabe hardly knew what was going on, and she had to hold the bottle of cold 7-Up to his lips and coax him to drink, then wipe the evidence of the fluorescent medicine from the corners of his mouth. We're going home, honey, she whispered, resting her cheek against his hot forehead for just a moment. I'll make you a bed on the couch, and you can watch Paw Patrol for the rest of the day. Jess was late to pick up Max, and as she pulled up to the school, she worried that he had left without her, walked home or caught a ride with someone or simply disappeared. He seemed to want to these days. But she was relieved to see that he was lounging against one of the stone pillars at the entrance to the middle school, thumbing through his phone even though Jess knew that there was nothing for him to look at. He didn't have a data plan and could only access the internet when Wi-Fi was available. The school Wi-Fi was on lockdown. I'm so sorry I'm late, Jess said when he wrenched open the passenger door. I got called to school because Gabe is sick. She motioned toward the back seat, but Max didn't bother to look. Strep, she said. It's really contagious. How are you feeling? Fine, Max said. He took the earbuds that were hanging around his neck and fit them into his ears. A second later, she heard the fast beat of a song that sounded explosive, angry. They drove home in near silence, though the song that Max was listening to thrummed in the still air of the car, and Gabe whimpered occasionally.
Both sounds made Jess's skin crawl. At home, Max disappeared into his room, and Gabe waited in the armchair while Jess rifled through the linen closet for a set of sheets. Her mother had turned the couch into a bed when Jessica was a child, and now she did the same thing for her children when they were sick. Fitted sheet tucked tight around the cushions, flat sheet on top. A bed pillow with a crisp, cool pillowcase, and a water bottle with ice at the ready on the floor. The TV was nearby, and so was Mom, because the hub of the house, the kitchen, was only steps away. It was comfort and proximity and everything Gabe needed to feel better. Well, almost everything. The patina of grief that made every surface in the house seem slick with loss made Jess squeeze her eyes shut for just a second. It was a relief to have something to do, a purpose to fulfill, but she was breathing heavy, winded from the effort of holding the pieces of her broken heart still. Jess cupped her face in her hands so she could gather herself. Then she hobbled on her knees to the place where Gabe was waiting in the chair. "Hey, how are you holding up?" She wanted to pull her baby onto her lap and hold him until his fever broke. But she knew from experience that his skin was alive, every nerve ending awake and tingling in pain. "I'm almost done here. Do you want a bath before I settle you on the couch?" Gabe shook his head, his shoulders trembling. Jess reached to touch him, but thought better of it. Instead, she stood to shake out the fitted sheet. But when she went to slip it over the cushions, something stopped her. The corner of the couch, the place that she had claimed as her own, was not as it should be. A gray throw pillow, the one with the plush lamb's wool cover, was on the floor, partially hidden beneath the coffee table. She had been clutching it against her stomach only hours before, hadn't she? Between the arm of the couch and her body? She had left it crumpled there, against the whirl of the elaborate stitching. She was sure of it. Something dangerous, mercurial, rippled through the air. Her house felt different. Jess spun a slow circle, taking in everything from the clock on the mantel to the heavy curtains that were still drawn over the tall windows flanking her front door. Everything was as it should be, except that it wasn't. The hang of one of the curtains was off. It was caught on a lip in the hardwood floor, tented forward as if someone had peeled it back to look at the driveway. Jess hadn't done that. And the picture beside the half wall that bordered the staircase was crooked. Just a bit. Not enough to make her blame Max and his broad, oblivious shoulders. He routinely bumped into her and kept right on walking as if he didn't register the contact. She wondered if he even noticed. But she did. Jess noticed everything as she hurried around the house, fingers flying over shelves and her dining room table and the little desk in the kitchen where she kept her mail. The drawer that stuck open had come off its slider again, and it was wedged at an angle, the right side lifted like a cocked hip. Jess knew that drawer. She hadn't left it askew in years. For just a moment, Jess's vision blurred. Her house swam out of focus and then just as quickly snapped back to high res. Everything was just a little bit wrong. Someone had been in her house. An email from Lashana Tate. Regarding, hello, to echamberlain@comnet.com. February 4th, 2018. Dear Evan, I know this email must come as a bit of a shock. I didn't intend to write to you ever again, but circumstances both out of my control and fully my fault have landed me in an awful situation. I really don't have anyone to talk to about this. I know it's crazy that I'm contacting you, but if you're open to meeting with me in person, I have something to ask you. You owe me nothing, and I don't expect you to respond, but it's a shot I have to take. Thank you for loving Gabe so well. It means more to me than you will ever know. Sincerely, Lashana. An email from Evan Chamberlain regarding hello to lashana.tate@fastnet.com. February 5th, 2018. Hello, Lashana. It's so good to hear from you. I wasn't sure that I ever would again. I'm sorry to hear that you're in an awful situation. I'm not sure what I can do to help, but if you think that it would be beneficial to meet, I am open to the possibility. Should I contact Promise and make sure that a face-to-face meeting is not in breach of our contract? Regards, Evan. An email from Lashana Tate regarding hello to echamberlain@comnet.com. February 5th, 2018. Please don't contact Promise. There is nothing illegal about us talking, I swear. Would it work to meet halfway? Mankato is in between Auburn and the Twin Cities. I know it's a bit of a drive for you. We could meet at the Starbucks near the campus of MSU. Wednesday morning? 10? Lashana. An email from Evan Chamberlain regarding hello to lashana.tate@fastnet.com. February 5th, 2018. Yes, that works. See you then. Evan. Annotation. Susanna L., 30, Caucasian, working on GED. Long dark hair, recently dyed, nail biter. Boyfriend consented. H&R, MANSL, 51M, 1YR, PP. Chapter 7. Jess, seriously, I need you to sit down. A beat of silence and then the sound of a door closing harder than Jessica intended it to. You're not sitting. No, Jess hissed into the phone. I'm going through every square inch of my house. Wouldn't you? Meredith sighed on the other end of the line. Honey, I love you, but you really need to calm down for a minute. I'm perfectly calm. You're a train wreck. You're probably scaring the kids. Max is in his room with the music turned up to deafening, and Gabe is sleeping on the couch. He's sick. Really? Strep throat, Jess confirmed as she rifled through the closet in the spare room. The Chamberlains' winter coats were lined up on their hangers, looking innocent and maybe a little put out that she was disturbing their slumber. As far as she could tell, there was no evidence that someone had been in the spare closet. But then it had been months since she had looked inside. I'm coming over, Meredith said. No, don't. Jessica shut the bifold closet door, not bothering to muffle the bang. I'm fine. You're clearly not fine. Do you really think someone was in your house? It was Jessica's turn to sigh. She paused in the hallway with her hand on her hip. Yes, she said after a moment. Yes, I do. I can't explain it, Mare, but everything is different. Little things, you know? You're going through a really difficult time, Meredith said carefully. Maybe things have slipped a bit and you just haven't noticed. Jess was already shaking her head, even though Meredith couldn't see it. I'm not crazy. Oh, honey, I never said you were. Stay put. I'm coming. The phone line went flat before Jessica could protest. She had said that she didn't want Meredith to come, but now the thought of having her friend in the quiet house, bustling around, filling up space, helping her catalog the infinitesimal differences that she couldn't quite put her finger on, was comforting. Jess put her phone in the back pocket of her jeans and consulted the palm-sized notebook that she had been carrying around. The stub of a pencil was tucked in its spirals, and she poked it out with her pinky, then flipped the notebook open. Evan had turned her into a fastidious note-taker in the years that they had been married, and now she could hardly function without a detailed to-do list. She cataloged everything from recipes she wanted to try to home repairs that would require Evan's attention. A honey-do list of sorts that she never presented to him because Evan was not much of a handyman. Now she never could. Jess swallowed tears and shook her head to scatter unwanted thoughts. She turned her full attention to the notebook. On the very first page, she had written a list that spanned just a few lines. She'd scrawled, pillow on floor, curtain askew, picture crooked, junk drawer off its rollers, bathroom cupboard ajar, bed must. It was a ridiculous list, and as she stared at it, she knew exactly why Meredith was so worried. Everything she had written down was circumstantial at best, paranoid at worst. Was she coming unhinged? Had her conversation with Deputy Mullen unsettled her more than she realized? Of course her bed was messy. She hadn't made it in days. Longer? What in the world made her think that she could remember the exact way the comforter had fallen when she crawled out of bed that morning? Jess threw the notebook on the dresser in the spare room and turned off the lights as she left. Meredith was right. No one had been in her house. There was no motive, no reason. Nothing was gone. They didn't have a private bank account in the Cayman Islands or anything really of interest. And what little jewelry she had was exactly where it was supposed to be, on the wire tree in her ensuite. Most of her pieces were cheap clothing store necklaces that she had bought to match a specific outfit. But she had a real gold chain with a strand of 3 small pearls and a pair of diamond earrings that she wore on special occasions. They were all present and accounted for. "You're losing it," she told herself. Get it together. But as she descended the stairs to check on Gabe, Jessica couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Her blood hissed in her veins, a primal warning that everything was not as it should be. Jess felt like someone was watching her. "Hey, baby," Jess forced herself to say as she came around the side of the couch. She wrapped the cardigan she had thrown on tight across her chest and knelt next to Gabe. As she laid her hand on his pink cheek, she asked, "How are you feeling?" "Okay," he croaked. His eyes were trained on the television, yet another episode of Paw Patrol. Jessica recorded them on the DVR and then played them back ad nauseum to Gabe's never-ending delight. He sounded terrible, but it was obvious that the ibuprofen had done its job. His fever had broken, though Jess guessed it still hovered around 100 degrees. "How's the throat?" Gabe just shook his head. His eyes were dark pools, the pupils dilated wide in the dim light of the living room. "How about a little drink?" Jess lifted the water bottle to his lips and he complied, taking a couple of tiny sips through the plastic straw before turning his head and looking past her pointedly. She got the message loud and clear. Gabe was sick, but he was certainly going to be okay. He could still watch TV, and Jess guessed that if pressed, he could also rouse himself enough to play Mario Kart. She pulled the blanket up to his shoulders and dropped a kiss on the top of his head. His curls were damp with sweat, and he smelled slightly medicinal, of vapor-rub and fevered skin. "I miss Dad," Gabe mumbled. Jess wasn't sure that she had heard him right. His words were muffled, and she was convinced his attention was on the TV. But when she pulled back to look at his face, there were tears leaking out of his glassy eyes. He sniffled a little and winced at the pain Jess knew it caused in his throat. "Oh, honey." Jess cupped his cheek, her tears coming just as quickly as his. She hadn't realized they were still so close to the surface. "Me too. I miss him too." "When's he coming back?" The question was a splash of ice water, chilling. Jess tried to swallow, but her mouth was dry as a desert. Gabe, we talked about this, remember? But his attention was already gone. Eyes trained on the TV, expressions slack. There were crooked trails on his cheeks, evidence that he had been crying only a moment ago, and Jess smoothed them away with her thumb. I love you, Gabriel, she whispered. In the kitchen, Jess blew her nose and ran her wrists under cold water. It was bracing, clarifying, and she could almost convince herself that her exchange with Gabe was wholly the result of his illness. But she knew that wasn't true. They had a long road ahead of them, and they were only a few steps into their journey. Jess was already weary. Max had been in his room since they arrived home over an hour earlier, but that wasn't entirely unusual. Jess decided she would start on something for supper, maybe homemade biscuits and some chicken breasts from the freezer, and if she was lucky, the scent of cooking would lure him out. With a start, Jess remembered the groceries in the trunk of her car. She had forgotten all about them in the fuss surrounding Gabe's illness and their dramatic homecoming. Jess gathered the plastic bags quickly, leaving the garage door up because her hands were full and she couldn't reach the button. As she deposited 2 armloads on the kitchen counter, she heard the door click open. "Hello?" Meredith called. She must have pulled up seconds after Jess left the garage. "In the kitchen!" But Meredith ignored her. "Oh, buddy." Jess could hear her best friend huff as she bent to undo her shoes, then the steady pad of her feet across the living room floor. "How are you doing, kiddo?" Jess put away the groceries while Meredith loved on Gabe, tucking and retucking his blanket and making him laugh in spite of himself because he was swaddled tighter than a sausage in its casing. "Auntie Meredith," he barked, his throat clearly straining to form the words. "I can't move." "Good," she said. "You shouldn't move. Too much moving is bad for your health." "But you and Mom go on walks." "That's different. We're old. You're young and vulnerable. You need to stay safe and protected and warm. Your mom and I are going to talk about making a sling for you so she can carry you around on her back." "No!" Jess smiled at the horror in Gabe's cry. "Oh, yes, complete with bubble wrap and a helmet. No head injuries on our watch." "Auntie Meredith!" "You heard me." Jess could just make out the smack of a quick kiss, and then Meredith was coming into the kitchen, arms outstretched. Putting down the box of Little Debbie Nutty Bars she was holding, Jess walked right into her friend's embrace. "You're going to give him nightmares," Jess scolded. "The poor kid is borderline claustrophobic to begin with." He needed to laugh. Meredith gave Jess an extra hard squeeze, and then pulled back and held her at arm's length. "Hey, you don't look as bad as I thought you would." "I showered today, I'll have you know." "Good for you." Meredith's eyes softened. "But what's this about someone breaking into your house?" Jess shrugged off Meredith's hands and grabbed the box of snacks. Sticking it into a random cupboard, she said, "Nothing. It's nothing." "It's not nothing. You were really upset when you called." Meredith leaned against the counter with her palms hooked over the edge. "Want to talk about it?" "Not really." "I do." Jess sighed and turned to face her friend. Meredith was still wearing her work clothes, a pair of brocade pants that hugged her curves in all the right places, and a blouse in lipstick red. She looked so pretty, so professional and put together and sane, Jess could have cried. "I'm a little stressed," she managed. "You don't say." Meredith gave her a long look, then took her by the wrist and led her to the breakfast nook. They sat on opposite sides of the painted plank table, their hands between them as if they needed the physical proximity. "You have every right in the world to be coming apart, Jess. I would be. But I don't want you to start blurring the lines of reality. Know what I mean?" Jess felt a stab of irritation. Whether the evidence she uncovered was real or not, the truth was that something felt off. Evan was all about cold, hard facts, but he had also taught her that intuition was an incredibly powerful tool. Once, when Max was a baby, Evan woke in the middle of the night and sat straight up in bed. "Something's wrong," he said, and threw back the covers. Before Jess had a chance to rub the sleep from her eyes, Evan was back with Max cradled in his arms. Even at a distance, Jess knew something wasn't right. Her bright, happy 9-month-old was limp in his dad's embrace, one fat hand open to the ceiling, fingers curled as if he were reaching for something, but didn't have the strength to grasp it. "What?" Jess croaked, lacking the ability to form a coherent thought. "Influenza?" Evan guessed. "Quick onset, high fever. He's burning up." "I didn't hear him crying." "He wasn't." "Then—" "Sixth sense," Evan said, pressing his lips to Max's hot forehead. His kiss left a white crescent on the pink flush of his son's damp skin. Jess's sixth sense was clamoring for attention now. "Nobody would have to break into my house," Jess said. "I don't lock the doors when I'm gone during the day. Neither do you." "Okay, but you thought someone came in while you were gone? Why?" That was the million-dollar question, wasn't it? "I don't know, Mare. That's what I'd like to find out." Meredith pulled her glasses off and delicately rubbed the bridge of her nose. Jess could picture her friend doing exactly that in difficult interviews, or while she was facilitating a meeting between birth mothers and adoptive parents. It was exactly the same move she used on the Chamberlains when they were in the process of bringing Gabe home, and Jess knew that it meant one thing. Meredith's patience was thin. "What evidence do you have, Jess? What makes you think that someone has been in your home?" Jessica thought of the list she had made and left on the dresser in the spare room. "I don't have any evidence, just a hunch." "Sweetie, you're not a private detective." She had never claimed to be one. All at once, Jessica wished that Meredith had never come at all. Her friend could be so calculating sometimes, almost masculine in her need to fix everything. Jess had just wanted someone to listen, but she realized now that Meredith was not going to be that person. She drew her hands into her lap, where she wrung her fingers. "I'd like to talk about something else." Meredith narrowed her eyes, assessing. "You sure you're okay with this? You don't think anyone has been in your house?" "What in the world would they be looking for?" Meredith smiled a little. "It's good to see you up and about," she said, abruptly changing the conversation. Then, "You've lost weight. Let me make you supper." "I've got chicken thawing," Jess said, but it was a lie. She had intended to take some out of the freezer, but she hadn't gotten around to it. "In fact, I'd better get started." "I'll help. Pour you a glass of wine?" "I shouldn't," Jess said. She had just started taking anti-anxiety meds, and Meredith knew that. She was less than 2 weeks in and feeling worse instead of better. All Jess had to do was give her friend a pointed look and nod her head in the direction of the sink, where the little amber bottle of pills sat in wait on the windowsill. "Oh." Meredith seemed sad, like she knew she had said or done something wrong, so Jess got up and gave her a one-armed hug. It was a conciliatory gesture, but her heart wasn't really in it. "Thank you for putting up with me. I know that I haven't exactly been myself lately." "How did you end up comforting me?" Meredith laughed a little. "I came here to comfort you." "Maybe this is exactly what I need." "What?" "For people to stop treating me with kid gloves." After Meredith left, Jessica did take chicken out of the freezer. Deciding soup was the way to go, she threw the breasts in a stock pot with a few cans of chicken broth and some thyme. Normally, she would finely chop carrots, celery, and onion, then sauté them in butter with a couple of healthy pinches of sea salt. But she couldn't be bothered today. She dumped a bag of frozen vegetables into the pot and decided to call it good. Jess was starting to feel fuzzy around the edges, tired and heavy-limbed, as if her outing had been a marathon instead of a handful of errands that she could have done in her sleep only weeks ago. Maybe she could join Gabe on the couch, close her eyes for a few moments. "Mom?" Gabe croaked when she came into the living room. "Can I have some sugar toast? I'm hungry." "Baby, I just put soup on. Toast won't feel good on your throat." "Gatorade?" "I have 7-Up." Gabe swiveled his head to look over the back of the couch. His lips were dry, his eyes a pair of dark, shiny buttons. He was perkier than he had been all afternoon, but Jess knew it wouldn't last. She could see the fever hiding behind his earnest gaze. "There's a cupcake in my backpack. Can I have that?" "There's a cupcake in your backpack?" Gabe jiggled his head on the pillow. It was close enough to a nod. "It was Ella's birthday, and I missed her treat because my throat hurt. Mrs. Rosalind let me take it home." "Let's save it for after chicken noodle soup, okay? I'll get you some 7-Up." Gabe shrugged and turned back to his show. Jessica longed to join him, to cram herself into the space between his warm little body and the back of the couch, but there was a cupcake in her son's backpack. She had found one too many forgotten water bottles toxic with unidentifiable sludge to simply let it go. Gabe's backpack was hanging on his hook in the entryway, beneath the placard with the chalkboard paint and his artfully written name. Jess had been so proud of the redesigned space, the sleek black bench and locker-style cubbies. But it had nearly taken an act of God to convince her boys to use the proper hooks, and she often wondered if an old-fashioned closet would have made more sense, though she would have never admitted that to Evan. They had spent a small fortune on the remodel. Unzipping Gabe's Pokemon backpack, Jess extracted the cupcake. It was in a plastic bag, thank goodness, but the frothy swirl of pink frosting was mashed and melting just a little. It belonged in the garbage can along with the other odds and ends that Jessica found in the dark recesses of the backpack. A used glow stick, a single sock, and a stack of bent and folded papers that had somehow not made it into Gabe's take-home folder. How long had it been since she had rifled through her son's bag? Clearly, way too long. Jessica upended the backpack and sorted through the mess, hanging a sweatshirt on one of Gabe's hooks and making a pile intended for the trash. Rummaging through the detritus, Jess worked quickly and unemotionally, deciding what to keep and what to toss with little consideration, until she found something she wasn't expecting. Wedged in the very bottom, half hidden beneath a flat panel that was torn and flapped open, Jess's fingers met a dog-eared paperback. It was worn soft, the pages gently waved, as if it had once been left out in the rain. When Jess worked it free, she realized she was holding an old copy of To Kill a Mockingbird. It was the same edition she had read in high school, a pale lavender cover with a night scene in a framed square, a crow flying, a tree with a knotty hole containing a ball of yarn and a stopwatch instead of an owl. Just holding it in her hands, Jessica could remember the feeling in Mr. Defoe's classroom. The way he stood with one foot propped on a chair, pretending he was indifferent to the many distractions that made it nearly impossible to discuss Harper Lee's legendary book. The titters of the girls at the back of the class, the damp fug that lifted off the boys who had just finished PE and elected to reapply deodorant instead of braving the wall of showers in the locker room. Jess was 15 again, and listening to Mr. Defoe with her heart in her throat, even if she pretended to be as unaffected as the rest of her 10th grade classmates. Where in the world had Gabe gotten this book? He was in kindergarten, not high school. Jess stood up and patted herself, wondering if she could fit the paperback in the back pocket of her jeans. But as she looked down, she realized she was wearing one of Evan's old cardigans, an oversized sweater with leather buttons and pockets big enough to contain all her secrets. She didn't even remember putting it on. Jess slid the paperback into one of the cardigan's pockets, then gathered up the rest of the garbage. "Gabe," she called, coming into the living room with her arms full. "Can I ask you about something?" But the second she laid eyes on her son, she knew. "Mom," he whimpered, his skin gray, tears beginning to leak from the corners of his eyes. "I don't feel so good." And then Gabe threw up all over his pillow. A journal entry from Evan Chamberlain. February 7th, 2018. I met Lashana Tate this morning at a Starbucks in Mankato. I'm recording the meeting here for legal purposes, for times and dates, details, things we discussed. Jessica doesn't know because she doesn't want to know. I've tried to bring it up with her a couple of times, but she shuts me down. I even asked her what she would do if we found out that Gabe's birth mom had been writing letters, and she acted as if the mere suggestion was obscene. I think her exact words were, "I'd burn them." I've backed myself into a corner. Lashana told me that there is going to be another baby. Gabriel is going to have a sister. Annotation. Darcy M., 28, Latina, high school diploma. Long hair dyed blonde. Quiet. Mute. Homesick. Friend knows. DWLR. 20M. PP. Chapter 8. The Chamberlains were sick for the rest of the week. Even Max caught the bug, though he only suffered from the stomach flu, while Jessica and Gabe had to contend with strep throat, too. Meredith wanted to sweep in and help, but Jess barred the door and refused to let anyone inside. Not even her father was allowed to cross the threshold. "We're fine," she told everyone. But it was a lie. They were falling apart at the seams. But that particular process had begun months ago. Their slow unraveling was ongoing, not the direct result of a bacterial infection. "Was it something you ate?" Henry asked through the safety of the telephone. It was Monday morning, and Jess had just dropped the boys off at school. Gabe had been fever-free for over 48 hours, and they had both kept 3 solid meals down. Well, solid was a relative term. They managed toast and crackers, a Pop-Tart or 2. Jess wasn't in the mood to squabble about nutrition. They had survived. That was enough. Her father continued. "It could have been food poisoning." Jess thought back to her hurried attempt at chicken noodle soup. After Gabe threw up, she had completely forgotten about supper until she could smell it burning to the bottom of the pot. The stench of burnt chicken was enough to make her nauseous, but she didn't start vomiting until much later that night. "No, Dad," Jess said. "I didn't poison my kids." "I wasn't suggesting you did." Henry sounded smug, but he often sounded that way. "Lots of people brought food for you. Who knows what kind of hygiene standards people have? I have friends who don't believe in washing their hands." "That's disgusting." "I know." Either way, it wasn't food poisoning. We got sick fair and square. Jess put the final crease in the towel she was folding and tucked it into her laundry basket.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. Anything I can do for you?
There was a lilt in his voice, the tiniest shift up as he asked the question, and Jessica felt herself soften immediately. He was hurting too. Her father had loved Evan in his own way, but even more so, he loved his daughter, his grandsons. We're fine, Dad. Thanks for asking. Jessica left her phone on the kitchen counter and settled the hamper on her hip. She was supposed to go back to school today, and she would have if they hadn't been waylaid by illness. One more day, she told Alexa Hastings, the principal at Auburn High School. She was younger than Jess, a hipster former teacher in gray pencil skirts and graphic t-shirts that she dressed up with fitted blazers. Really, she was new and untried. She would have given Jess more time. It felt good to fill the linen closet with fresh towels. Jess had practically doused the house in bleach and scrubbed down every single door handle with Clorox wipes, but nothing was quite so satisfying as the feel and smell of crisp white linens. Their sickness was a cleansing of sorts, a scouring that left Jess feeling hollowed out inside. She was purged, empty, as lifeless and starched as the laundry she had just finished. It wasn't necessarily unwelcome, for there was little to grieve in the barren landscape of her heart. Jess was sad, but quietly so. Her bedroom was stripped bare, sheets still in the washing machine and comforter hanging over the clothesline in the bitter November air. It would smell of frost when she took it inside, bracing and just a little dangerous. A reminder that the world could not be tamed, that soon it would snow, blanket the world in white. Jessica deposited her empty hamper on the bench at the foot of her bed and began to put her room back in order. It had been less than a month since Evan had died, but she had amassed what seemed like a lifetime of stuff. She picked up shirts and sweatpants and deposited them in the laundry basket, then stacked books and magazines that well-meaning friends had brought her and that she had never touched. There were a few plates that contained the remains of old food, a half-eaten slice of toast, crackers and cheese that she had taken to bed one night, thinking that she would be able to stomach a few bites. Instead, the crackers went stale and the cheese turned moldy. Jess was ashamed of herself. Her nightstand drawer was hanging half open, and when she tried to push it shut with her thigh, she couldn't because something was in the way. A book, its pages spread and curling at the edges, and tucked inside the book, a letter. Jess sank to the bed and took the paperback in both hands. She barely recalled stuffing it there, and didn't remember at all sticking the envelope in the front cover. But here they were. The coroner's letter proclaiming the cause of Evan's death, and To Kill a Mockingbird, courtesy of her 6-year-old's backpack. She hadn't even asked Gabe about it. Slipping the letter out of the book unread, Jess put it on the bed beside her. Then she thumbed through the book. Just inside the front cover was a penciled number, $2.50, most likely the price. It was a second-hand book, then, purchased at a used bookstore or maybe a garage sale. There was no name written in the cover, but on the title page she found 2 words scrawled in blue pen. Love, Dad. A gift from Evan to Gabe? Jessica doubted it. 2 words were hardly enough to get a real sense of the handwriting, but it didn't seem like Evan's. He wasn't like any doctor she knew, and his handwriting was far from the hen-scratch stereotype. Evan was slow, thoughtful, measured and kind. It was reflected in everything he did, including his handwriting. He typically wrote in a slanting cursive hand, the loops even and eloquent somehow, like amateur but heartfelt poetry. This was 7 letters, capitals all. Jessica turned it around and then again. She just didn't know. Because sometimes Evan could behave opposite to everything she knew him to be. Sometimes he became frantic, obsessed. She remembered a few specific patients that had caused him to lose sleep and weight in tandem. He wanted to fix problems and diagnose every ailment and make the world right again. When Evan was buzzing with the need to mend what was broken, he was distracted and forgetful. He left his reading glasses all over the house when he forgot to take them off, and Jessica would find them between the couch cushions, on top of the refrigerator, inexplicably tucked into the mailbox. He also scribbled. There was no way to know if he had written a note inside this book. Jess flipped to the back, but nothing grabbed her attention. Then she let her thumb graze the pages, fanning them slowly so the page numbers ticked by like an old film. Halfway through, the paper stuttered beneath her careful attention. Jess skipped back, trying to find the spot. Maybe there was something hiding there. An old bookmark that would indicate where the paperback had come from and why it had been hidden in the bottom of her son's backpack. Nothing. Not even an old receipt marked the spot. But as Jess turned each page individually, she found that one page was torn. Hastily, it seemed, and unevenly. A large chunk of the corner was missing, approximately the size and shape of a business card, though the edges were jagged. It was disappointing, really. The name Atticus was cut in half, and 3 lines were missing a swath of words. Jessica hated it when her students dog-eared pages in their books or wrote obscenities in the margins. It drove her crazy. And this ripped page pained her, but it wasn't so unusual. Since the book held no mysteries, Jess felt emboldened to reach for the coroner's report. Putting To Kill a Mockingbird on the nightstand, Jessica grabbed the fat envelope and tore it open before she could consider what she was doing. Why not? She had nothing to lose. Roughly a dozen stapled pages contained all the secrets of her husband's death. It was clinical, unemotional. Each sheet stamped at the top with Scott County and then Department of Medical Examiner, Coroner. Really, there wasn't much to see. A series of boxes with seemingly innocuous checks. Yes, he was clothed. His sex was male. A few pages in there was a diagram of the human body, documenting every old scar and each new wound. There were 3 black X marks: neck, shoulder, upper back. Jess already knew that the carotid had been severed. It was over in less than a minute. Jess took a shaky breath, surprised that she had made it this far, but determined to at least scan the entire report. She knew that she couldn't move on until she had turned the last page. Afterward, she could burn it in a memorial or put it in Evan's safe. But really, what was the point of keeping such a horrific piece of literature? She shuddered at the thought of her boys discovering it someday, going through her paperwork when she was old and they had families of their own. It would be like setting a landmine in her home. No. She'd read it and get rid of it. They all knew what happened. But Jess paused at the very last page. It didn't bear the Scott County emblem and only held a few spare lines. Addendum, it read. Evidence collected. Then, there was no identification on the body. A scrap of paper was found in the right back pocket of his jeans. It was torn from page 195 of To Kill a Mockingbird and contained the following number written in black ink: 555-440-3686. Jess ignored her phone for the rest of the day. She had left it on the kitchen counter, and there it stayed, emitting its silent beacon like a homing device. It was almost impossible not to pick it up and ring Deputy Mullen's number. But what would she say? I think I found the book that the paper in Evan's pocket was ripped from? So what? They were married. Separated, but still. They had contact with each other and shared kids. Things were passed between the family house, the mortgage was in both of their names, and Evan's townhouse on a weekly, sometimes daily basis. It made perfect sense that if Evan has a scrap of paper in his pocket, it would have come from something that she was at the very least familiar with. And yet, Jess's world felt off. She couldn't put her finger on it, but the old book with the torn page and the addendum to the autopsy report felt just a measure wrong. A coincidence that was too intentional to be mere serendipity. The air was laced with suggestion, ripe as a plum that was starting to turn, skin firm and flawless, but the flesh beneath was soft and sickly sweet, just a hint rancid. Jess had to do something. She grabbed the magnetic pad of paper that hung on the fridge and jotted a quick list of all the people who knew the Chamberlains left their garage door unlocked during the day. Weeks ago, Deputy Mullen had asked her if Evan had any enemies, but she had scoffed at the question. Evan? Enemies? It was impossible to believe. But she had to start somewhere, and she still believed that someone had been in her house. Max's close friends were first. Trey, Lucas, Bradley, and Colin. They weren't bad boys. Jess genuinely cared for them all. But they could be troublemakers. It was typical teenage trouble, innocent for the most part. But they were a good place to begin. Then came the neighbors. Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, though they were painfully proper and would never dream of entering her house when nobody was home. However, Jake Holmes lived on the other side, and he was a definite suspect. He was an older, single man with an obvious chip on his shoulder and an abrasive personality. Jess was a bit afraid of him, and even Evan had avoided Jake after they'd had a run-in about the apples from the Chamberlain's tree that fell onto his property every autumn. Jake had become unhinged. Jess put a fine line underneath his name. Half a dozen people rounded out the list, including some of Jess's co-workers and a few of Evan's, too. Then there was Trevor Albright, a friend that Evan used to go biking with who was also an avid hunter, and Lane Cameron, who was not only their financial advisor but also Evan's beer-drinking buddy. With a start, Jess realized that there was another name to add to her list. Cody DeJager. It had been a long time since Jessica had thought about Cody. He was a meth head, an addict in their relatively close-knit community that most people tried to ignore. But when he showed up in Evan's exam room with pneumonia one day, Evan had taken him under his wing. Gabe was just a toddler when Cody began coming to the Chamberlains' house for dinner twice a month on every other Wednesday night. At first, Jess had balked at welcoming a recovering drug addict to their table. But Evan was a fixer. He was insistent that Cody was on the upswing, it would be okay. And it had been, at least for a while. When Cody fell off the wagon, Evan retracted his invitation and came home with a cut on his cheekbone and the swelling purple flush of a bruise. "Did he hit you?" Jess had asked, incredulous. She snagged an ice pack out of the freezer and wrapped it in a tea towel. Pressing it to the side of Evan's face, she kissed his opposite cheek. Whiskers from his 5 o'clock shadow tickled her lips. "No," Evan said, pulling away. "What do you mean, no?" But Evan had refused to tell Jess what happened. She looked at Cody's name on her list and underlined it twice. Anna texted mid-afternoon and said that she would pick up the boys from school. "I'm out and about," her message read. "Can I get anything for you?" Jess was tempted to text back, "Answers." Instead, she wrote, "A gallon of milk." Anna was trying, and that was something. She and Henry had only been married for 2 years, though Jess's mother, Betsy, had been gone for over a decade. Why was it so hard for Jess to accept her dad's new wife? She was a grown woman, steady and mature and really rather accepting, but everything about Anna rubbed her the wrong way. Anna's childish voice grated. and her worn Birkenstock sandals seemed more suited for a wandering hippie. Jess didn't like the layers of bangles Anna wore on her arms, or the little Chinese symbol tattoo on the nape of her neck that was just visible beneath the fringe of her stylish silver hair. Anna was quite lovely for her age, quick to smile and generous with her hugs. But she was also a bit ditzy. She often said the wrong thing but didn't have the grace to realize when she had put her foot in her mouth. In short, the new Mrs. Henry Lancaster was nothing like the original. Still, Jess felt like a recalcitrant teenager in the presence of her stepmother, and she could never quite seem to graduate from that small, critical place. It was the yoga clothes, Jess decided when Anna swept in, batik fabric billowing on a cold breeze of boys and laughter. Well, Gabe was laughing. Both he and Max had a Dairy Queen Blizzard in hand, an enormous cup of ice cream and candy that would ruin dinner completely. Not that a frozen lasagna was anything to get excited about. "Sorry," Anna said, handing Jessica a gallon of 1% milk. "Gabe asked, and I couldn't resist." Jess thought unkindly, "It's because the crystals are interfering with your brain waves." She was shocked by her own harshness. "Thank you for the milk," she said, turning to the refrigerator and depositing the jug inside. "And for picking the boys up. It saved me a trip." "No problem," Anna practically sang. "Happy to help." Jess knew that she was. Her stepmother had been angling for an inroad, hoping for a way to connect with Jessica and the boys. They were the only children and grandchildren that Anna had ever had, and she was earnest but bumbling. Henry Lancaster was her first marriage. It showed. "Would you like a cup of tea?" Jess asked, surprising herself. Maybe she could try too. Anna's eyebrow quirked, her lips lifting in a mixture of surprise and delight. "I'd love to," she said, but then, crestfallen, "I can't. I have an appointment with the chiropractor. It's what brought me out this afternoon." "Next time," Jess said. "Thanks again for bringing the boys home." "No problem. Happy to do it. I think they appreciated a cheerful face when they hopped in the car." Anna bustled over to give Gabe a parting kiss on the head, and Jessica was happy that her stepmother couldn't see her roll her eyes. As if Jess wasn't cheerful. Well, maybe she wasn't cheerful, per se, but she was their mother, and she loved them with all her heart. She was doing her very best. Wasn't that worth something? And yet, as Anna left in a whirl of glittering earrings, totally inappropriate for a Monday afternoon, and patchouli oil, Jess had to admit that her boys looked more relaxed than they had been in days. Even Max had chosen to sit at the breakfast nook to finish his ice cream, instead of retreating to the solace of his bedroom. "Hey," Jess said, scooting onto the bench beside Gabe. "Let me guess. Mint chocolate chip," she pointed at Gabe's cup, then Max's, "and cookie dough, no chocolate sauce." Gabe gave her a long-suffering look. "Mom, I always order mint chip." "You could have been feeling adventurous today." "Nope." Jess opened her mouth for a bite, and Gabe spooned it in carefully, then grinned when she pretended to swoon. "How about you?" Jess said, turning to Max. Her throat was cool from the ice cream, and she felt a little lighter. Maybe Anna had been on the right track with sugary treats. "Did I get it?" Max showed her his empty cup and moved to slide out of the booth. "I guess you'll never know." "You were right! He had cookie dough!" Gabe shouted. "Grandma ordered it in the drive-thru." "Baby," Max huffed, employing his favorite insult. It made Gabe crazy. "I'm not a baby!" "Max," Jess said, her voice rigid with warning. And then, "Of course you're not a baby, Gabe. You're almost 7. He tried to climb over her to get to Max, But the table was in the way, and he gave up, choosing Jess's lap over a fight he wouldn't win. Jess wrapped her arms around his warm weight and nuzzled into his neck for a kiss. He smelled of fresh air and pencil shavings and essence of little boy. She could have stayed curled around him for hours, lost in the innocence of his banter, but she didn't want to miss another opportunity with Max. "Love you, Bug," Jess whispered against Gabe's temple. Then she deposited him on the bench and eased herself out. "Finish your ice cream. I'll be back in a minute." Already there was no trace of Max, not in the dining room or in the hall. He was so quick, so stealthy. He stole through the house like a shadow, and sometimes Jessica wondered if her son was disappearing right before her eyes, fading like dusk, until all that was left was darkness and the tragic sense that something beautiful was gone. "Max?" she called, starting up the stairs. "Max, honey, I want to talk to you." Jess heard the sound of his bedroom door closing and raced the final distance so she could turn the handle before he locked it. She caught it just in time and pushed the door open into Max's shoulder. "Ouch!" he accused, rubbing his arm as he backed away. Jess knew he wasn't hurt, but it was frustrating that he had something else to blame on her. "Sorry," Jess said. "I wanted to catch you before you turned on your music." "What for?" He flopped on his bed, making the springs creak in protest. He stayed there, sprawled out, face down and tilted away from her until the silence stretched thin and awkward. Jess knew he was hurting. First, his parents separated, and then his father died. It was more than any 13-year-old could bear. And yet, what choice did he have? If wishes were pennies, Jess would be rich from all the secret hopes she had for her son. But the world she longed to give him and the reality they lived were oceans apart. "I know this is hard," Jess said, sitting down on the edge of the bed. She chanced a touch, just her fingertips on the hem of his jeans. "Want to talk about it?" "Talk about what?" Max rolled over and brought his arms behind his head. He studied her dispassionately. "We don't have anything to talk about." She sighed. "Fine, I'll talk. I love you, Max. I'm here for you." "Sure," he said. Then he reached in his front pocket and extracted a pink square of paper. He tossed it at her. "What's this?" "A 1-day suspension." "What?" Jess nearly tore the paper in her haste to unfold it. Of course she recognized the pink half-sheet. They used the same ones in the high school. Still, it was hard to believe that this one had her son's name written across the top. "I don't understand." But as she said it, she caught sight of the note scrawled on the bottom. "Jessica, I'm so sorry, but Max never showed up for work detail. We've already extended the deadline past the contractual end date. According to the agreement we reached with the police department, this is the next step. He cannot come to school tomorrow, and he must show up for his community service hours next week. Mason." Of course. Jessica raised a hand to her neck and massaged the tight cords of muscles. She had emails in her inbox from Mason Vonk, the middle school principal, but she had intentionally ignored them. Jess had figured they were condolences, well wishes. After Evan's death, she had all but forgotten about the trouble that Max was in. "I forgot," she said by way of apology. "Yeah, whatever." Max threw his feet off the side of the bed and shuffled over to his desk. He plopped down in the straight-backed chair, clearly dismissing her. "Max, I'm so sorry. I feel like this is my fault. I'll call Mr. Vonk first thing in the morning." Jess was warming up, rising to the occasion of fighting for her son. Mama Bear was a role she played well, and she felt her skin tingle at the prospect of being needed. "Better yet, I'll stop by his office. Let's leave early tomorrow morning and you can come with me. He'll understand. Stop! Max threw up a hand and gave her a hard look over his shoulder. So what? I'm suspended for a day. But let it go. I didn't clean up the graffiti like you promised I would. It's not a big deal. It is a big deal. I don't care, okay? Max was yelling now, his voice cracking in a way that reminded Jess he was still a child, no matter how much he looked like a young man. I don't give a shit about this school, or Auburn, or... He cut off abruptly. The word sliced from the air between them with the snap of his teeth. But Jess knew it anyway. It was reflected in his eyes. You. He was going to say, you. An email from Lashana Tate regarding We Need to Talk to echamberlain@comnet.com. March 17th, 2018. I wasn't entirely honest with you when we talked several weeks ago. Yes, I'm pregnant. Yes, the baby is due in July. And yes, I would still like you and Jessica to consider adopting her. What I didn't tell you is that I'm going to prison. It's a 16-month sentence for a crime that I didn't commit. At least not knowingly. Search my name and it'll come up. I've been linked to the embezzlement of $250,000 from a non-profit organization that works as an advocacy group in downtown St. Paul. There was a lack of managerial oversight, and it fell in part to me because I filed the reports. Never mind that I was handed fabricated audits from someone I had no reason to doubt. I'm still in shock. My sentence starts next week. Evan, my baby is going to be born in prison. It's hard for me to get my mind around this. You don't need my whole family history, but it's just me and my mom, and she isn't talking to me right now. I don't know if she ever will again. I don't think I can do this alone, but I can and I will. I just need to know that this baby is going to be taken care of. Before the sentence was handed down, I actually thought I'd parent this time. I'm older and wiser. All those things you tell yourself when you think your life is about to begin again. I had visions of Gabe meeting his sister someday, of the relationship that they could have, that maybe we could have. All of us, I mean. It's ridiculous, I know, but I believe that family is so much more than blood. Of course, everything is different now. I can't stand the thought of my child becoming a ward of the state, and I can't ask my mother to help. It would mean the world to me to keep these two together. Please say yes. Lashana. Annotation. Lashana T., 25, unknown, B.A. Curly, chin-length hair. Gabe's eyes. I know. FEL. EMBZ. 16M. 1M. PP. Chapter 9. There were flowers waiting in Jess's classroom. An autumnal arrangement with sunflowers, orange dahlias, and giant mums that looked like peaches ripe for the picking. Jess knew without reading the card that they were from Meredith. Meredith, whose love language was simply gifts, giving and receiving. Jessica had been the beneficiary of her best friend's extravagance for years. The bouquet was bright and happy, but it didn't do anything to dispel the glum mood in Jess's classroom. It looked as if her substitute had left the kids in charge. Textbooks were at odd angles on the shelves, candy wrappers on the floor. The janitor swept each individual classroom once a week on Fridays, and the rest of the time the teachers were supposed to keep things neat and tidy. Jess had always been meticulous about her space, barring the door when the bell rang until everyone had done their part to clean up the room. Papers in the recycle bin, garbage in the trash, desks lined up and chairs tucked underneath. Clearly, Mrs. Chamberlain's standards had not been observed in her absence. Dropping her bag in her old swivel chair, Jess pushed her hair behind her ears with both hands and heaved a sigh. She felt as if she couldn't get quite enough air. Her chest was pinched and aching, so she tried again. It was no use. Jess had left Max at home. She had to go back to school, had to, but it drove her crazy to just leave him there. Her skin itched, knowing that instead of leaning against his locker, laughing with friends, her son was lounging in bed. At least, that's where he had been when she left less than half an hour ago. Jess had rapped softly on his door, and when he didn't answer, she eased it open. Lights out, covers drawn. The room was quiet, but that didn't mean he wasn't sleeping. Max slept as still and silent as the dead. He always had. When he was an infant, this particular skill cost Jess over a year of good sleep. She was terrified that one day her son would just stop breathing. Today, she felt like she could. Sitting on the edge of her desk, Jess picked up the school phone and punched in the numbers of a 3-digit extension she knew by heart. Mason picked up on the first ring. "Jessica," he said, bypassing hello and how are you entirely. Clearly, he knew Jess's extension, too. "I'm so sorry." It was probably unprofessional of Mason to be so transparently sympathetic. When they had powwowed with the police in the middle school conference room a few weeks before, Jess could see that it nearly caused the principal physical pain to confront Max. "He's a good kid," Mason had told her, gripping Jess's arm in his broad hand. He was a nice enough guy, middle-aged and softening, both around the middle and in his disciplinary tactics, but his fingers were a little too insistent, too tight. "He's just going through a hard time right now." As if Jessica didn't know. She was convinced Max's angst was compounded by the fact that Evan had not made it to that particular disciplinary meeting. Jess had to handle the situation alone, but Max felt like his advocate had abandoned him. Never mind that she was his biggest cheerleader. "It's okay," Jess said now, pressing her fingers to her collarbone and trying again to catch a breath. "I totally understand, but I need to know, will this go on his permanent record?" A beat of silence. "You know that it will. I don't really have a choice." Jess had hoped for a little preferential treatment in light of everything their family had endured in the last couple of weeks. But that wasn't just unfair, it was foolish. Life went on, even if it felt like hers had come screeching to a halt. "I'm sorry," she said. "I shouldn't have asked." "I understand. I wish that we could have given him a bit more time, but we agreed to handle the issue off the record, and—" "I know," Jess broke in, silently chastising herself for making Mason so uncomfortable. "And I need you to know how grateful I am that the school decided not to press charges. He'll be there first thing tomorrow morning and every morning thereafter until it's done." "Thanks, Jessica. I really appreciate your cooperation in this." When Jess hung up, her hands were shaking. In the chaos of everything that had happened since Max was caught with a small arsenal of spray paint cans in his backpack, bigger issues had taken center stage. But of course nothing ever just went away, and Max's crime remained in brilliant swaths of rainbow graffiti all over the red brick wall of Auburn's middle school gym. Really, it was quite pretty. The swirls and angles and angry bolts of color as bright and shocking as modern art. Maybe they would have considered leaving it if it wasn't so clearly, painfully filled with rage. At least he hadn't painted cuss words. Jess made it through the morning buoyed by the unexpected mercy of teenagers. They were gentle with her, funny and tender in turns, making her laugh in spite of herself just when she needed it most. Her mother had questioned her sanity when Jess proclaimed that she wanted to be a high school English teacher. But it was days like these that confirmed she was exactly where she was supposed to be. Jess genuinely cared for her students, but more than that, she took them seriously. They were sensitive and smart, and sometimes capable of seeing things that the adults who looked down on them simply couldn't. Jess needed them, and they knew it. They rose to the occasion. When the bell rang for her lunch period, Jess grabbed the granola bar that she had stuffed in her bag and refilled her water bottle in the drinking fountain. She couldn't quite stomach the thought of going into the teacher's lounge and facing all her coworkers. Jess got along with everyone at Auburn High well enough, but this was entirely new territory. Her son was a criminal, her husband dead. She felt like people were watching her, and it was true. They were kind, but they were also secretly grateful that they weren't her. And somehow that hurt worse than knowing that they disdained her. A stroke of luck separated them, nothing more. In between the middle and high school, there was a long hallway with a bank of tall windows. The window ledge was low and wide enough to sit on, and the hall was rarely used. It was one of Jessica's favorite spots in the school. She took her granola bar and water bottle and found a quiet nook to sit with her back against the glass. The autumn sun glittered and danced furiously off the yellow walls and cream-colored tiles, making the hallway almost too warm in spite of the frosty air outside. Jess leaned against the cool window and pulled up Safari on her phone. Ignoring her lunch, she settled into her new favorite pastime, scouring the internet for any information she could dig up on the people she had collected on her list. The stack of papers that she needed to grade was growing by the day, but Thanksgiving was coming up. Jess could catch up then. Besides, she was learning so much. So far, she had discovered that Cody DeYager had spent a couple of months in jail for a DUI, his third, and Jake Holmes had once been charged with assault. Jess wasn't surprised. She took screenshots of everything she found and filed the pictures in a folder marked Evan on her phone. An incoming text appeared on her screen, bisecting an article about a suspected drug ring in Auburn. Jess had sent Max a few messages throughout the morning, but he had made it clear he wasn't interested in communicating with her. He answered with single-word replies, no capitals and no punctuation. "You up?" "Yes." "Have you had breakfast?" "No." Now her phone zinged with an incoming text, and she brightened a little at her son's name in the window. But then she squinted, trying to make out what she was seeing. Max had sent her a picture. It was his hand holding a book, To Kill a Mockingbird. "Where did you get this?" The book had been on her nightstand. What was Max doing in her bedroom? Jess quickly typed a reply. "I found it." "Where?" "Does it matter? What are you doing in my room?" "Phone charger." His phone charger had been acting up. Sometimes it worked, and sometimes it didn't power up his phone completely. Still, they had a strict no screens in bedrooms rule, and Jess's skin prickled at the thought of all the trouble Max could be getting into in her absence. She loved her son more than her own life, but he hadn't exactly proven himself trustworthy in the last several months. "What are you doing?" she typed, ignoring the snapshot of the book and his obvious frustration with her. He didn't reply. "Max? Make wise choices." But for the rest of the day, he pretended as if Jessica didn't exist at all. Jess was secretly exasperated when the mother of one of Gabe's friends flagged her down in the parking lot after school. Clearly, it had been a mistake to park instead of rolling through the pickup lane, and Jess wished that at the very least she would have stayed in her car rather than choosing to stand on the sidewalk while she waited for Gabe to appear. She wasn't in the mood to talk with anyone. All she wanted to do was gather up her kindergartner and get home, make sure Max was okay. Too late. "Hi, Jessica," Kara something or other called. She extended a tentative hand to touch Jess on the shoulder. At the last moment, she thought better of it and pulled away, crossing her arms awkwardly around a puffy dove-gray coat. Probably a wise choice, since Jess couldn't even remember her last name. "I know you've been really busy, and I'm sorry I haven't reached out." The woman's guilt was almost palpable, rising in the air between them like a whiff of burnt bread. Good intentions charred. And busy? The euphemism was ridiculously inappropriate. Jess resisted the urge to roll her eyes. "It's fine, Kara, really. We're doing fine." The woman's mouth turned down a little, and Jess felt a stab of worry. She had called her by the correct name, right? "Well, I was wondering if Gabe would like to come and play at our house this afternoon." Kara smoothed the tight, clean lines of her blonde ponytail with her palm, even though there wasn't a single hair out of place. "I mean, just a short playdate. I'll bring him back around supper time." Any irritation Jess felt melted away. Yes, that sounded perfect. Wonderful, in fact. It was exactly the sort of invitation that Jess had always hoped for Gabe. But just as quickly as she warmed to the idea, her blood cooled. Gabe didn't have friends. Not really. Was this a pity invite? Was Kara forcing her kid to play with Gabe against his will? A chorus of, "Mom! Mom!" erupted from the front doors, and Jess looked up in time to see Gabe separate from the pack of kindergartners emerging from the elementary school. It was impossible to tell if he had shouted to her or if it was one of the dozens of kids racing for the buses or their carpool rides. Either way, Jess was glad for the distraction and raised her arms in welcome as she waited for Gabe to come. He launched into her embrace, already chattering. "Mom, can I go to Sawyer's house today? He has a new Lego set, and he said I could build it with him." Jess rubbed her cheek against Gabe's hair and shot Kara a sidelong glance. The other woman was smiling a little, her arm around a boy with white blonde hair and 2 missing front teeth. One of his incisors was just starting to come in, but Jess had no doubt his lisp was pronounced. Maybe a playdate would be okay. "Can I? Please, Mom, can I?" "Okay," Jess said, pressing Gabe's busy little body against her own. He was jumping and wiggling and squirming to get away, but instead of being hurt by his dismissal, Jess had to blink away a sudden tear. It was great to see him so excited about a friend. "Thanks for the invite." Jess released Gabe and he joined Sawyer, throwing his arm around the small boy's shoulders as they took off in what Jess assumed was the direction of Kara's car. She watched them go. "I really do appreciate it." "No problem," Kara said, the corner of her mouth dimpling as she too looked after the boys. Their small, messy heads were together, their conversation animated even at a growing distance. "Sawyer's a bit shy, so I'm happy he found someone he wants to spend time with." Jess nodded, wondering if she should share her concerns with Kara. Would Kara know how to handle Gabe if he grew quiet? Sometimes he could retreat into his own little world, and it was nearly impossible to draw him out. Or should Jess warn that too much stimulation always ended in disaster? The music couldn't be too loud, the television turned up too high. Even strong scents could prove overwhelming to Gabe. Garlic and onions sizzling in a pan, heavy perfume sprayed with a heavy hand. But no, Jess decided. It was okay for Gabe to have a normal playdate. Maybe it would be simply perfect. The women exchanged cell phone numbers, and Jessica didn't pull out of the parking lot until she received a short message. "Hi, it's Kara Tisdale." Tisdale, of course. At home, Jess threw her bag on the dining room table and slipped off her shoes. It felt good to wiggle her toes out of the pointy flats, and she would have enjoyed a moment to stretch out her legs, her back, her tired arms, if she wasn't so eager to see Max. She suspected he would be hiding in his room, so there was no use calling his name. If she knew her son, he had his headphones on, music blaring. Jess took the steps 2 at a time and stopped at Max's door. It was closed and silent as a tomb. She couldn't tell if he was inside or not. Knocking loudly, she waited just a second before turning the handle. Max was sitting cross-legged on his bed, staring straight at her. He didn't have his headphones on, and it looked as if he had been in that exact position for a while. In his hands, he held the book that she had found. Jess couldn't read his expression, but he had obviously been waiting for her. "Hey," she started, but the atmosphere was leaden, and she faltered to a stop with her bare feet sinking in the carpet. "How was your day today?" Max ignored her. "Where did you get this?" He held up the book as carefully as if it were evidence in a court case and she were on trial. Jess paused for a beat, but couldn't think of a reason not to tell him. It was just a book. "I found it when I was cleaning out Gabe's backpack. It was stuck under the liner at the very bottom." Max studied her, assessing her words. Jess couldn't tell if he found her lacking or not. "Honestly, I'm not sure that it's any of your business," she said, prickling at the haughtiness in his gaze. He always thought he knew better than her. "It's not yours." "How do you know that?" "Well," Jess said, "is it? Is it yours?" "No." "Do you know whose it is?" For a split second, Max's tough boy facade cracked. It was a hairline fracture, but Jess could just glimpse the child beneath. Her Max was in there somewhere. The tow-headed little boy who used to sit on her lap with his head against her chest and tap out her heartbeats with his fingertips. "I can feel your heart, Mama," he used to say. "It's singing to me." Jess crossed over to the bed and perched on the very end. She didn't touch Max, not even his foot clad in a white sock with a hole starting to unravel at the heel. But she wanted to. She wanted to touch that tender place where his skin peeked through, and curl up beside him and snug her arm around his chest. She wanted him to talk to her, really talk to her. "Is this your book?" Jess wasn't sure why it mattered, but her son was visibly distressed about the paperback. It meant something to him. "No." "Do you know whose it is?" she asked again. Max jerked his chin once. No. But his eyes said yes. "If you know whose it is, we should probably return it to them. I think it may have some sentimental value. Did you see that there is a note written in the cover?" As soon as the words were out of her mouth, Jess realized the significance. That was it. Love, Dad. Of course the note would undo him. Maybe Max thought that the book had been a gift, something from Evan that Jess had hidden away. She almost gasped at the misunderstanding. "Look, Max, I don't think this is Dad's book." Jess couldn't stop herself. She reached out and cupped his ankle, willing him to believe her. Max had been staring at his lap, but his eyes cut to her now. The look he gave her was fierce, condescending. "I know it's not Dad's book." He jerked his leg away from her touch. "Really?" Jess couldn't help it that she was hurt. The tears that she had held back all day suddenly rimmed her lashes and came dangerously close to falling. She wished that Max would have even an ounce of sympathy for her when she cried, but he seemed to see it as a sign of weakness. Jess sniffed hard and squared her shoulders. "You don't have to be so mean to me, Max," she said, her voice quavering. "I'm doing the best that I can. I'm doing everything in my power to keep this family afloat. Why do you—" but she couldn't say it out loud. Hate me so much was simply too painful. If he was affected by her outburst, he didn't show it. Instead, Max tossed the paperback toward her. "Keep it," he said, as if it didn't mean anything at all, as if they hadn't just fought about it. Jess pushed a groan of frustration between her teeth. "Fine. It's going in the recycle bin. It's damaged anyway." She snatched up the book, stood and spun on her heel to flee the room. Jess knew that there was more work to be done, that beneath his granite exterior, Max was so vulnerable, so hurting. But she didn't know what to do with him when he was like this. It was like he took pleasure in baffling her, in saying and doing everything he could to frustrate and confound her, to cut her. She needed Evan. The tears that threatened spilled down both her cheeks, but Jess wiped them hastily away. No time to cry. Not now. "I wouldn't throw that away if I were you," Max called when she was half out the door. Jess had one foot in the hallway and the other still in Max's room, and for a heartbeat she contemplated pretending that she hadn't heard him at all. But she was the adult. She had to be the bigger person, even if it was the last thing she wanted to do. "Excuse me?" she said, stopping with her back turned to him. "I said I wouldn't throw that away if I were you." Jess decided to play along. "And why not?" "Because it's Gabe's." "Gabe can't read this," Jess sighed. "He would have absolutely no idea what to do with a classic novel." "I think she intended him to have it when he's older," Max said casually. "You know, when it'll mean something to him." The floor beneath her felt suddenly precarious, soft as sinking sand. Jess's heart stumbled in her chest. Still, she turned. A part of her knew that once she asked the question, she couldn't unhear the answer, but it was inevitable. She had to know. "Who's she?" "Gabe's birth mom. The book is hers." An article from birthcentral.com. Babies born in prison. As American society continues to turn a blind eye to the epidemic of mass incarceration, a forgotten population of women and children reap the consequences of our short-sightedness. Although there are statistically more men than women in prison, the rate of growth for incarcerated females has outpaced their male counterparts in staggering numbers. And a recent study shows that 60% of women in state prisons have a child at home under the age of 18. It stands to reason that incarcerated women of a childbearing age will follow national parturition trends. Experts predict that 1 in 25 female inmates are pregnant. What happens to those women? What happens to those babies? The answers may surprise you. Although some state and federal prisons are progressive in terms of resources and programs for pregnant offenders and their babies, the fact remains that giving birth while in prison is a dismal prospect for all involved. The incarcerated mother has very little control over what happens to her or her baby during and after pregnancy. And because most institutions do not have adequate facilities or funding to house both inmates and their babies, newborns are usually taken into custody by the state, an outside family member, or an adoptive family. Most mothers who give birth while incarcerated will face obstacles that can have a grave impact on their mental and emotional health. Giving birth while in handcuffs, without the aid and comfort of a family member or friend, and being allowed only 24 hours or less with their new baby are just a few of the possible disadvantages of childbirth during institutionalization. Prison staff are often unequipped to handle the physical and emotional needs of pregnant inmates, and the psychological strain of being separated from their newborns can heighten the risk of postpartum depression. Granting temporary guardianship to a family member or friend may seem like the best option for women who are nearing the end of their sentence, but for others it's neither reasonable nor wise. Parenting may be a long shot for some incarcerated mothers, and adoption can open a door that previously seemed locked tight. Nobody dreams of having a baby in prison, but for those who are willing to find hope in the midst of despair, there is a path forward. There are several adoption agencies that work with incarcerated women, offering support, educational opportunities, and counseling as mothers-to-be face one of the most difficult decisions of their lives. When parenting is not an option, paving the way for a brighter future is a priceless, selfless gift from a birth mother to her child. Annotation. Melisandra A., 34, Caucasian, B.A. Oversized plastic-framed glasses. Angry. Husband involved. Consented. H.O.M. 3M. 2W. Chapter 10. Gabe wasn't supposed to be home for at least an hour, and Max refused to say another word, so Jessica did the only thing she knew to do. She grabbed her purse and hopped in the car. At first, she didn't even know where she was going. She just needed to get away. It was cruel what Max had done, mentioning her in that way. Jessica knew that people didn't really understand why it was so hard for her to think about Gabe's birth mother, but then she didn't expect them to. They had no idea what she'd been through. When they buried Charlie over 7 years ago, Jessica's milk had just come in. None of her pants fit because her stomach was still soft, stretched and sagging like dough from the sweet babe who had just spent 9 months growing safely inside. In the hours after his birth, while he grew cold and placid as a doll, she wished on every pure and holy thing, and then tried to make deals with the devil. But nothing worked. A couple of days later, they still stood over a grave so tiny she could scarcely bear it. She folded her arms over all the things that ached inside, her heart and her empty womb and her very soul, and wept. Breasts tingling and warm with milk that would never feed the child she had only held for a few hours. It broke her. Charlie's death and what felt like the loss of everything good in the world. There was Max. There was always Max. And she loved him too hard in those months, pushing him away by pulling him suffocatingly close. He was being smothered beneath her need. "I'm sorry," she would say, sobbing because she couldn't help herself. She couldn't stop. And Max would wriggle his way out of her embrace, casting her furtive looks that betrayed exactly how he felt. Scared. Her own son was scared of her, terrified by the depth of her grief and the empty space that he couldn't fill. He was only 6 years old. Jessica was crying now, too. Her hands strangling the steering wheel as she drove blindly down the streets of her subdivision. Her vision was too blurry for the open road, so she wove slowly down the streets she knew by heart, passing familiar houses and marking each place that held a memory, no matter how small, in her family history. Here was the park where Max used to ride the merry-go-round, begging her to spin him faster and faster. Jess had worried that one day it would be too much, that he would throw up from the centrifugal force. But he never did. And here was the path to the pond where Gabe liked to feed the ducks. She always saved the crusts of bread that she cut from his peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for just such an occasion. Brown wood ducks would flap to the dock, jostling each other for attention, eager for a stale morsel from Gabe's chubby fingers. If they were lucky, a mallard would appear, and Gabe would clap his hands in delight, laughing. They had a good life, didn't they? It had been. A world bittersweet, dark as chocolate and just as sharp and rich. But Gabe was the heart of it, wasn't he? When Charlie died and the whole earth was broken and jagged and ugly, Gabriel was the unexpected sweet that cut the bitter. Her angel. Of course, she hadn't always felt that way. Evan came to her, already convinced, when the grass on Charlie's grave was still patchy and sparse.
"There's a baby," he said.
And Jess had said just as quickly, "No, never. I could never do that." But Evan held it before her in his gentle way, bringing it up in conversation, looking so hopeful she could almost believe. It was a unique situation that caught Evan's attention, an adoption that had fallen through. A tiny baby waiting in a hospital for someone to call him son. Evan had been the attending physician, and he spent long hours in the hospital nursery praying his orphan would find a home. When the boy was 3 days old, a family was found. Or the paperwork went through, or some mysterious legal process was completed. Whatever happened, they descended in a flurry of blue blankets and footy pajamas and plush brown puppies. There was a dad and a mom, a little girl with 2 matching braids who skipped into the hospital singing. They gathered him up in their arms, sobbing and laughing and rejoicing at a life more precious than gold. One instant he was alone, and the next he was theirs, forever. Evan had witnessed a miracle. A father for the fatherless, a mother to rock him to sleep. It was a mystery, a wonder, the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. And somehow he convinced Jessica to try. 6 months later, Meredith called. "So, there's a boy." Jess could pluck that day from history, crisp and clear as cut glass. The smell of the hospital, bleach and the sweaty, desperate tang of fervent wishes, the way the air shimmered like a dream. It didn't feel real until she peered down into the bassinet and saw him, a comma of hope, the very thing that joy was made of. He fit perfectly in her arms. Gabe's birth mother wasn't there. Jessica never met her, and they were both more than happy to leave it that way. She had never questioned the arrangement. There was never any reason to. 6 years. Jess had spent the last 6 years of her life loving Gabe with every ounce of her being. Flesh and blood and heart and soul. She knew every square inch of his body, still soft with folds of baby fat, and had wiped every tear that had fallen from his eyes. Jess had kissed bruises and bandaged cuts, cleaned up his vomit and the toilet seat when he forgot to put it up and peed all over it. She had sat through meetings with the special ed teacher and the sensory therapist and the speech pathologist, had tucked him in bed with a weighted blanket, and pressed a cool cloth to his forehead when he was overstimulated and couldn't calm down. He was home. He was hers. Why was Max bringing up Gabe's birth mother now? And why did Max know anything about her in the first place? Jess didn't even realize where she was going until she turned into the parking lot of the little strip mall on the outskirts of Auburn. It was an attractive building, fronted by stonework pillars and tall windows that glowed in welcome. Of course, the glass was frosted, and you couldn't see inside the businesses that were housed there, but the overall effect was of warmth. A dental office in the corner proclaimed pain-free dentistry. A travel agency boasted gorgeous framed prints of exotic locations. And at the very end was a nondescript sign that said simply, Promise Adoption Agency. It had been years since Jessica had darkened the doorstep. Back when they were going through their home study process, Meredith came to them, inspecting their house with a well-trained eye and taking careful notes of everything they said. At first, Jessica had felt ridiculously uncomfortable. She chose her words so deliberately she sounded stiff and wooden, nothing like herself. Evan would take her hand underneath the kitchen table and squeeze it in comfort or warning. Jess couldn't tell. But Meredith had a way of breaking down her defenses, and it wasn't long before they were chatting like old friends. Jess wondered sometimes if their friendship was what precipitated Meredith's departure from Promise Adoption, mixing business and pleasure and all that. Shortly after they had brought Gabe home, Meredith had quit to strike out on her own. Now she was an independent home study provider and adoption consultant, helping to facilitate private adoptions for families who didn't want to go the agency route. She also volunteered at school and was currently providing anchor for Jess's storm-tossed life. Meredith or no, the Chamberlains' paperwork remained at Promise and always would. Somewhere inside that building was a file marked with their name, thick with all the things they said and did in the days and months leading up to Gabe's adoption. Somehow they were given the official stamp of approval. They were deemed fit to take home their squealing, gorgeous bundle of pure joy. It still baffled Jess. In many ways, she felt like the blushing 22-year-old who had blissfully said, "I do," so long ago. How was she the adult? Who put her in charge, and what were they thinking? Jess pulled into a parking space across from the front door of Promise and put the car in park. She angled the rearview mirror and surveyed the damage her tears had done. Her smudge-proof mascara had held up, but there were salty trails down her cheeks, and she smoothed these away with the palms of her hands. A bit of lip gloss, a finger comb through her hair, and a deep breath. She was ready. Or not ready at all, but what choice did she have? Turning off the car, Jess pocketed the key and headed toward the office. Be calm, she told herself. Collected. When the door chimed at her entrance, the woman at the front desk looked up with a smile already on her face. "Welcome to Promise," she said. "How can I help you?" The heels of Jess's boots clicked on the wooden floor as she crossed the spacious room. There were plush chairs arranged in semicircles around mahogany coffee tables, brochures of smiling families, a woven basket filled with toys. On a child-sized picnic table there was a jigsaw puzzle half done, and Jess wondered if it had been staged. It was all so pretty, so perfect. Including the receptionist. She had periwinkle eyes and cropped chestnut hair that brushed against her apple-pink cheeks. She was probably 30-something, but she looked younger than that, healthy and whole in a way that made Jess put a self-conscious hand to her throat. She quickly pulled it back down. "Hi," Jess said, trying out a smile. It didn't work. "My name is Jessica Chamberlain. Several years ago, Promise facilitated an adoption for us." "How wonderful!" The receptionist seemed genuinely pleased. She stood and offered Jess her hand. "I'm Samantha. I'm new here, but I love meeting all the families." Jessica held out her hand, and Samantha clasped it in both of her own. Promise did an excellent job of employing the best kind of people. Sincere, compassionate, friendly. Samantha was no different, and Jess felt her limbs go dangerously soft. She had made it here on willpower alone, and it wouldn't sustain her if she gave in to a stranger's kindness. Jess squared her shoulders. "I'm actually here because I need to see our file." Samantha's smile faded the tiniest bit, but she brightened again almost immediately. She sat down and typed something into her keyboard. "I'm afraid I don't have you scheduled for an appointment, Mrs. Chamberlain." "Jessica." "Yes, Jessica," Samantha amended. "Who was your social worker?" "Meredith Bailey, but she doesn't work here anymore." A small wrinkle appeared between Samantha's eyes. "I'm not familiar with Ms. Bailey, but I'm sure her cases were assigned to new social workers. Do you remember who took over your file?" "No." Honestly, Jess had wanted to leave the agency and the entire adoption process behind completely. It wasn't that it had been a bad experience. In fact, it had been very good, healing even. But after everything was finalized and the post-adoption reports had been filed, she wanted to focus on Gabe, to do the hard work of knitting their family together and make up for lost time. In the months she and Evan spent preparing for Gabe, Jess learned that a baby in utero could not only recognize his mother's voice, but could identify her smell too. Babies were born intimately knowing their mothers. Really, the first 9 months of Gabe's life had been without her, and she wanted nothing more than to somehow reclaim those days. The nuts and bolts of paperwork and parenting classes were finally behind her. She intended to leave it that way. "Look," Jess said as Samantha continued to type and squint at her computer screen. "I just want to see my file. It's my file, right?" Samantha bit her bottom lip. "Well, technically no. I'm sure you remember that after an adoption is complete, the file is sealed. Why don't we take a look at our calendars and schedule a time for you to come in and talk with one of our social workers? I'm sure Delilah or Anthony would love to connect with you." "I don't want to see the full file," Jess clarified, struggling to keep her voice even. She put both her hands flat on the countertop to ground herself. "We have a closed adoption. I just want to see the communication file." Samantha's eyebrows knit together, forming a deep V in her unlined forehead. "We discourage closed adoptions," she said, apparently before she could stop herself. "I know, it was a unique situation." Jess was getting flustered. "And I guess it's not technically closed. Semi-open? I forget what it's called. We agreed to leave a file open at promise for any communication. I just want to know if there has been any. Communication, I mean." Her heart was thundering in her chest, threatening to pound right through her ribcage. Samantha pushed back her chair and it glided away from Jess and the thick, desperate air that surrounded her. "I'll be back in a minute," she said softly. Samantha rose in one fluid motion and disappeared down a short hallway. Jess cupped her face in her hands. She was a wreck. What was she thinking coming here? A quick glance at the giant decorative clock on the wall told her that it was almost 5 o'clock. Surely Kara would be dropping off Gabe any minute, and she should be home to greet him, to say thank you to her new acquaintance. Max was responsible enough. He stayed with Gabe when she ran to the grocery store or forgot something at school and had to run back to pick it up. But she had left him in a state too. Could he be trusted home alone with Gabe? And come to think of it, why had she let Gabe go home with a relative stranger? Auburn was a small town, and she trusted the families that she knew, but really she didn't know the Tisdales. Kara seemed like a nice enough person, but what did Jess really know about her? Nothing. Dread wrapped a cold fist around her stomach, and Jess turned to go. She'd call, come back later. She had things to attend to at home, and this crazy goose chase was poorly timed at best, foolish at worst. But before she could take a single step, someone called her name. "Jessica Chamberlain." Anthony Bartels entered the reception room with a smile and his arms outstretched. He walked around Samantha's high counter and pulled Jess into a hug before she could protest. He smelled of musk and moss, and his embrace was sincere, gentle. "I'm so sorry about Evan," he said, only for her ears. Jess took a shuddering breath. "Why don't you join me in my office? I don't have any more appointments this afternoon." Because it felt so good to have someone else tell her what to do, Jess followed him down a carpeted hallway to the room where she had met Meredith for the first time over 7 years ago. Anthony had been working for Promise at that time too, but he had been new, and his office was the smallest of the bunch, crammed in at the very end of the hallway. Clearly, he had moved up in the world. "Thank you," Jess said, when she was sitting in a leather chair across from Anthony. There was a small table between them and a glass bowl filled with round green mints. Meredith had opted for chocolate. But other than that, and a different set of framed family photos arranged on his desk, the office was unchanged. "Thanks for seeing me without an appointment." "Of course," he said. "Any time. And Jess, truly, I am so very sorry for your loss." They had only met Anthony a handful of times, but he seemed genuinely wonderful, and Jess was glad that he was taking her so seriously now. Evan had liked him right away. In fact, Evan had liked him better than Meredith. After their first meeting, he had suggested they ask to be put on Anthony's caseload. Jess refused. "What can I do for you?" Anthony asked. He sat back and templed his fingers together. He had dark hair and black plastic-framed glasses above a short, neat beard. "Samantha mentioned something about your file?" "Yes." Jess toyed with the zipper on her coat, acutely aware that her request was oddly timed. In some ways, it came years too late. And yet she had just buried her husband. What was she doing at Promise now? Still, she was here. She had made it this far, and a few more minutes away from home wouldn't hurt. Jess pressed on. "I'd like to see the communication file." "Is that what it's called?" "You can call it whatever you like," Anthony said amiably. "We're not picky." "It was a closed adoption," Jess said, though she felt stupid as soon as the words left her mouth. Clearly, he knew that. "We wanted to keep some things private," she tried to clarify, to make him understand why they did what they did. "When it happened, I mean. And Gabe's birth mother felt the same way." "But you're wondering if she ever wrote?" "We kept that option open. We wanted Gabe to be able to—" She stalled. What had they wanted for Gabe? She could hardly remember. The family that they had become seemed so far removed from that strange, unsettling time. "Just, if he ever had questions when he was older." "That makes perfect sense." It was easy to talk to Anthony, and Jessica found herself letting her guard down just a bit. "I didn't want to know," she confessed. "I didn't want to know anything about her." "But now you do?" Jess thought about the book, the way Max had reacted to it. Could it really have come from Gabe's birth mom? It didn't make sense, and yet her son had been so sure, so angry. About what? "Yes," she said after a few seconds. "I want to see the file. Evan's death put a lot of things into perspective for me." Anthony nodded as if he understood. "Well, as you already know, the agreement that you reached when Gabe's adoption was finalized stated that any and all communication would flow through Promise. Neither parties wanted direct contact." He wasn't saying anything that Jess didn't already know, and yet she found herself sitting forward in her chair. "But did she write letters?" Jess asked. "Do you know?" She was gripped with the sudden need to bite her fingernails, a habit that she broke years ago. Instead, she threaded her fingers together and held on tight. "Yes," Anthony said. His voice was level, his eyes trained on her. "She did." Jess waited for him to say more, but he didn't. "Can I—" She paused to clear her throat. "Can I see them?" "They came once a year in sealed envelopes," Anthony told her. He paused. "And once a year, Evan came to pick them up." For a second, the room went dark. Jess blinked and then shook her head a little, as if she were dislodging an errant thought, something wild and unpredictable, risky. "Excuse me?" she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Are you telling me you didn't know?" Anthony was smooth as glass, professional, Jess knew he had to be dispassionate, but his manner suddenly rubbed her the wrong way. "Of course I didn't know," she all but shouted. "I wouldn't be here if I knew." Anthony said nothing, just leaned forward with his arms on his knees, hands clasped casually between them. Jess knew what he was doing. He was trying to be warm and approachable, to let her know that she could talk to him about whatever had brought her here in the first place. Maybe Evan would have opened up to him, but she couldn't. Suddenly, she didn't trust him at all. "I'd like to see the file," she said. "There's nothing in it," Anthony told her. "I checked. The file is empty." "There are no copies? Records?" "We don't photocopy private correspondence, Jessica. That would be illegal, not to mention unethical." Jess bolted up, gripped with the need to be out of his office and away from the cloying scent of spearmint and old books. "Thank you for your time," she said, and moved to hurry past him. But Anthony was also on his feet, and he stopped her with a hand on her arm. "Jessica," he said, his gaze earnest, just a little sad. "I'm sorry. Maybe Evan didn't tell you about the letters because he was trying to protect you." She had so many questions. How many letters were there? Did Evan write back? Was there ever a return address on the envelopes? But she swallowed them all and forced herself to say, "I'm sure you're right." Then she swept out of his office and hurried down the hallway, through the reception area and out into the cold. The world had gone dark, the sky laced with long, wispy clouds that stretched wide across a pewter sky. Jess wanted to scream at the hidden moon, kick her car, lose it. But there were 2 boys waiting for her at home, and whether she liked it or not, she was all they had left. Jess wrenched open the car door and slipped inside, then started the engine and turned the heater on high. She was itching to get home, but she had to do something first. Taking her phone out of her purse, she opened the folder marked Evan and found the document she was looking for. It was a list of names, now a dozen long. Tapping carefully, she added Anthony Bartels to the bottom. Jess knew she was being paranoid, but she couldn't help it. Something felt off about Promise. Journal entry from Evan Chamberlain. March 18th, 2018. I met Lashana at the Starbucks in Mankato one last time. She begins her 16-month sentence on Monday. She's 5 months pregnant. I meant to snap a picture of her, but I forgot. This is for Gabe's sake. Lashana Tate has dark, curly hair that falls just below her chin. When I saw her this morning, she wore part of it pulled up on the top of her head. It suited her. I don't think she was wearing makeup, or if she did, it wasn't much. A little something on her lips, maybe. She has brown eyes, and they remind me of Gabe's. Extra wide and long-lashed. She wore dark pants. I don't think they were jeans, but I don't remember, and a button-down shirt with pinstripes. She's average weight and height, but somehow none of this adds up to average. She is a very pretty young woman. Mixed race, I think, though I wouldn't dare guess which ones. She looks healthy and put together, but sad and scared. I didn't want to forget. Annotation. Trinidad U. 24, Native American, 1-year college. Tall, weightlifter, full sleeve of tattoos, right arm. Born-again Christian. Cousins know. CRIMHARASS. 27M. 1YRPP. Chapter 11. Jess woke up the boys when it was still dark. "But it's night, Mama," Gabe complained, rolling over and taking the blankets with him. "We have to go to school early today," Jess said. She tried to draw him to her, but he was curled into a tight, immovable ball. "We'll stop at the bakery on the way. The donuts will still be warm." That got him moving. He groaned, but he scooted toward her and offered his arms for the sweatshirt Jess was holding. Gabe slept in nothing but his football pajama pants, summer or winter, so dressing him was easy. Not that he needed to be dressed anymore. And yet, Jess held out his joggers and then helped him into his socks, pulling them all the way up to his knees. It was a tangible sort of love. While Gabe was lacing up his tennis shoes in the entryway, Jess went to knock again on Max's door. He had refused to talk to her when she came home the night before, and his bad mood still hung in the air like grease smoke. Jess could feel it in her hair, against her skin. It made her feel sick and slightly nauseous. "We gotta go," she said, pushing open his door. Thankfully, Max was fully dressed and putting a notebook into his backpack. He zipped it closed and swung the bag over his shoulder. The motion hit Jess in a tender place. "You ready for this?" Max turned to her but didn't meet her gaze. "Sure," he grunted. "I've always wanted to be a janitor." Jess flinched. "Don't forget an extra set of clothes." "Whatever." He brushed past her and jogged lightly down the steps, disappearing before Jess had a chance to make sure he had everything he needed. The head custodian had sent an email outlining what Max would be doing and how he should dress for the job. A scaffold had been set up against the side of the building, and Max would start at the top, then work his way down. The school had bought an entire box of a special graffiti remover and sent the bill to Max. And he would spend the next several mornings getting rid of the evidence of his crime. Spray, wait, scrub, pressure wash, repeat. Raincoat recommended, as well as old clothes, warm gloves, and boots. It was wet, messy work, and not much fun in the 30-degree weather they were currently having. Jess felt a pang of sympathy for her son, even if his punishment was entirely justified, and much less than he deserved. They picked up donuts at Melly's, a half dozen in a variety of flavors, the entire lot still warm from the oven. It was a small perk of having to get up before the crack of dawn, though Max didn't appreciate it. Jess bought him 2 raspberry jelly-filled, but he refused them. "I'll eat 'em," Gabe said, as he reached into the box that sat between them on the back seat and grabbed one of the glazed Long Johns. Jess's eyes flashed to the rearview mirror, and she witnessed the exact moment when he took a big bite and a blob of ruby-red jam spilled out of the end and onto the knee of his gray pants. "Oops," he said cheerfully, then leaned over to try and lick it off. "Don't," Jess said, catching his gaze in the rearview mirror. She was just pulling into the roundabout in front of Auburn Middle School, and could soon put the car in park and clean up Gabe's mess with something more sanitary than his tongue. "Let me get a wet wipe. I think there's one in the glove box. Max!" Her words were cut off by the slam of the car door. She hadn't even fully stopped moving, but Max was already gone. Jess sighed heavily as she threw the car in park and rummaged for the plastic pack of wet wipes. She wondered if she should follow him. Could she trust him to go to the janitor's office? They were supposed to meet there at 6:30 so Darren could give Max his marching orders. Darren was a nice guy. He'd been the head custodian at the Auburn School District for as long as Jess had worked there. He was quiet and hard-working. And when he had confronted Max about the graffiti, it was done with a gentle disappointment. No shouting or shaming, but Auburn was his castle, and Max had to face it. Should I go after him? Jess wondered, and didn't realize she had said it out loud until Gabe replied, "He's a big boy, Mom." "True," she said, "but that doesn't mean I don't worry about him." Because it didn't make sense for them to go back home, Jess took Gabe to her classroom. He liked to color on her marker boards and play with the costumes. Sometimes he set up the textbooks like dominoes and then giggled as he watched them fall. Jess had a deep affinity for books, but Gabe was happy, and that was all that really mattered right now. Her heart was too battered to expend even an ounce of worry on something as trivial as a textbook being toppled. She didn't complain except to say, "Be sure to pick them up when you're done and put them back where you found them." Jess tried to mark papers and watched the clock, telling herself that it would be overbearing to call the middle school to find out how Max was doing. Was he freezing? Was it hard work? Jess had nothing against hard work, but there was something about the thought of her son out in the cold, dark morning that made her stomach twist painfully. Max's sentence was so public, so glaring. Anyone who came early to school would see him there, scrubbing the wall, alone. At 7:45, Jess decided it would be okay to walk over to the middle school. She had to deliver Gabe to his kindergarten room, and cutting through the high school meant that they would only have to walk a short distance outside to cross the campus, and it would give her a great excuse to check on Max. "Get your coat on, babe," she told Gabe, "and don't forget your backpack." Jess slipped her arms into her own coat, and as she did so, she felt her pocket buzz with an incoming call. Max? It was Meredith. "Hey," Jess said, tucking the phone between her cheek and shoulder so she could button up her coat. She turned to Gabe and helped him with his zipper. "What's up?" "I know it's a hard morning," Meredith said. "I just wanted to say hi. I've got your back." Jess felt her shoulders relax the tiniest bit. "I know you do. He's out there right now. At least he's supposed to be." "He is. I had to drop Jaden off for basketball practice, and I saw him on the scaffold." Ugh! Jess felt a burst of righteous indignation. It's so public. Do they have to make it so public? She took Gabe by the hand and led him out of her classroom. The halls were still quiet. The doors wouldn't unlock for students until 8. Jess was grateful for a few more minutes of peace. "He should have spray-painted the baseball backstop or something," Meredith said. "No one ever sees that." It was true. Auburn didn't exactly have a stellar baseball team, but Jess got the point. Max had done this to himself. He had covered the side of the gym, a tall swath of wall that everyone drove past at least twice a day as they dropped off and picked up their kids, in 15-foot arcs of fury and fire. Unless he worked in the middle of the night, there would always be someone who would see him righting his wrongs. And the afternoon and evening would be infinitely worse, because people would have time to linger on their way to and from practices and basketball games. "I hate this for him," Jess said, her voice cracking. She squeezed Gabe's hand tighter until he pulled it out of her grip and skipped ahead down the hallway. "It's not fair. Not so soon after Evan." "Maybe it'll be a good thing," Meredith said. "Healing." "I hope so." But Jess didn't feel very confident. "So," Meredith said, changing the topic, "I hear Gabe had a play date with Sawyer Tisdale yesterday afternoon." "Wow!" Jess knew that word traveled quickly in small-town Auburn, but this was a little over the top. "How did you know that?" "Kara and I have spinning class together. Remember? I've been trying to get you to go for months." Oh, Jess remembered, but she had absolutely no desire to go to Summit or Crunch or any of the other workouts Meredith frequented. And it bothered her that she had been a topic of conversation at a gym class. What else had they said about her? What did Kara say? "What do you mean?" "I mean, did she say anything about Gabe? Was he good for her? Did it go okay?" "Didn't you ask her that yourself?" Jess paused in front of the set of doors between the middle and high school. She needed her fob to unlock them, and she dug around through the tissues, lip balm, and other odds and ends in her pocket trying to find it. "Well, I would have," she admitted slowly, "but I had to run an errand. I missed her." "You weren't there when Kara dropped him off?" Something about the tone of Meredith's voice made Jess believe that she already knew the answer to her question. Meredith was fishing. "Clearly, you already know," Jess said, her warm feelings for her friend frosting over a bit. Meredith inhaled deeply. "Okay, I do. Why weren't you there, Jess? Where were you?" Jess thought about her visit to Promise Adoption. A part of her wanted to confess what she had been doing, but something held her back. Meredith already thought she was acting crazy. She didn't need to give her more evidence to support her theory. "Max was there," Jess said. "He's 13, Mare. He can take care of his 6-year-old brother for 10 minutes while I run to the store." She finally found the fob and held it in front of the electronic pad beside the double doors. The lock popped, and Gabe wrenched the door open, then took off running down the hallway ahead of her. "Kara said she had to ring the doorbell 4 times. "It's Gabe's house!" Jess was getting exasperated. "He can walk into it anytime he wants to." "The door was locked." It was true. Jess had started locking her doors after it became obvious that someone had been in her house. "Look, I didn't realize it was such a big deal, but if Kara has a problem with how the playdate went, she should talk to me about it. She has my number." "Hey, I didn't mean to upset you," Meredith soothed. "I just wanted you to know it was a little unnerving for Kara." "Then she should have told me so. We could have worked it out," Jess said. "Look, I gotta go. The bell is going to ring any minute, and it's about to get really loud in here." "See you tonight?" Meredith asked quickly, trying to squeeze her words in before Jessica hung up. Tonight? Jess racked her brain, trying to come up with any plans they might have made. "I don't know," she said, stalling. "We kind of have a lot on our plate right now." "You forgot." "No, I didn't. We're just—" The bell rang over Jess's head, a squawking, tinny scream that signaled the floodgates were about to open. Jess jogged ahead and grabbed the back of Gabe's coat, drawing him against her and away from the wave of preteens that would soon surge through the doors. "I'll call you later," she said, not waiting for a reply. She clicked off her phone and slid it into her pocket. "I'm going to be late!" Gabe screeched, trying to pull away from her. Jess could feel the tension in his shoulders, his anxiety pulling muscles taut as he strained ahead. "It's okay, buddy," Jess said. "It's fine. The middle school bell rings before the elementary school bell, remember? We've got—" She jutted her wrist out of the arm of her coat and consulted her watch. 3 minutes. That's plenty of time. Gabe still held himself mannequin stiff, but he allowed Jess to lead him as she parted the sea of middle schoolers hurrying past. They were going against the current, but they wove through the crowd to the front door and then hurried down the sidewalk toward the elementary school. As they rounded the corner by the flagpole, Jess's gaze snapped to the scaffolding and the thick lines of spray paint that would soon, hopefully, be gone. Max was nowhere to be seen, but the highest corner of graffiti, a sweep of orange that looked like a flame licking up the brick, was smeared and faded. It was working, sort of. Jess deposited Gabe inside the elementary school doors just as the first bell rang. "Made it," she said, smacking his cheek with a quick, comical kiss. At least, she hoped it was funny, light-hearted. His morning had been thrown off, and she prayed that he would be able to find center before the rest of his day went careening off its axis. Gabe was shaking his hands a little, ticking his tongue in a click-click-click against the roof of his mouth. This was just the beginning, but he was learning to calm himself down before his tension erupted into a full-fledged fit. Jess made a mental note to text his teacher and suggest that the sensory room would be a good idea. Gabe could swing for a few minutes, or run his fingers through the colorful bins of dry rice and beans and water beads. That usually quieted him. She prayed that today it would. Since Gabe wasn't with her anymore, Jess cut straight through the parking lot and made a beeline for the middle school. She was late. She'd miss a few minutes of her first period, and by the time she settled her class down, they'd be behind schedule. There was nothing quite so frustrating to Jess as throwing off her lesson plan. Each day was already filled to overflowing. But as she retraced her steps through Auburn Middle School, she found that she just didn't care. She had to see Max. Had to. Jess was terrified that this experience would be the end of him. It would break him in two. Max's locker was down a side hallway near the science classrooms. The lab always gave off the slightly clinical smell of Bunsen burners and formaldehyde, and Jess found herself breathing shallowly through her mouth as she peered over and around students, trying to catch a glimpse of her son. "Hi, Mrs. Chamberlain," a petite girl with cropped hair called. Jess found her almost instantly. She was wearing leopard print leggings with a chic black tunic, and though she looked like a teenager, Jess knew she was barely 12. "Hi, Avery." Jess smiled a little. It felt fake. "Have you seen Max this morning?" "Yeah, he was scrubbing the wall before school." Jess heaved an inward sigh. "I know. Have you seen him recently? I was hoping to catch him before classes start." "Nope," Avery shrugged. "Sorry. Have a good day, Mrs. Chamberlain." Jess watched as the girl all but pranced off down the hallway, clearly oblivious to her distress and unconcerned about all that had happened to the Chamberlain family. Is this what Max had to put up with every day? No wonder he was so angry. The world was moving on without them, already forgetting all that they had lost. Avery had lived down the street from the Chamberlains for most of her life. Her mother had brought a pan of brownies when Evan died, but clearly their pain was already old news. Max wasn't at his locker, and the crowd in the halls was beginning to thin. The final bell would ring in a minute or two, and anybody not in their assigned seat would be given a tardy. 3 tardies equaled a detention. Jess wondered for a moment what happened to teachers who were late. It had never happened to her before. She hated giving up, but Max was nowhere to be seen, and she didn't have his schedule memorized. There was no way that Jess could find him without peeking her head into each and every classroom. Even in her current state, she knew that was utterly out of the question. But the route back to the high school ran right by a pair of bathrooms, and as Jess rushed past, she nearly stumbled right into Max. He was coming out of the boys' restroom, head down and hands thrust deep in the kangaroo pouch of his black hoodie. His blonde hair was mussed and flecked with bits of debris, his sweatshirt dusty and damp. Jess pulled up hard and caught his upper arms in her hands to stop herself from bowling him over. He hadn't seen her coming. "Hey," she said, tugging him close. It wasn't hard to let their momentum press them into a sort of hug, but Max yanked away almost instantly. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you," Jess said, trying not to be hurt by his rejection. "I wanted to ask you how it went this morning. I wanted to see how you're doing." "Fine," he spat. But he was clearly not fine. Max's eyes were rimmed with pink, and the chemical odor of industrial-strength cleaner clung to him. "You don't look fine." He just glared at her. "This is ridiculous," Jess said, something inside of her splintering. She blinked back hot tears. "This is never happening again. You're not doing this." "Whatever." Max moved to sweep past her, but Jess caught his arm. "Look at me," she said. "You do not get to just run away from me. I'm so sorry that you had to do this. I won't let it happen again. We'll find another way, okay?" It's not a big deal, Max mumbled. He flicked his gaze to hers for just a second, then he stared at his shoes. They, too, were filthy. Really, it's fine. I don't mind doing it. Then what in the world is wrong? What is going on with you? Jess felt stupid the second the words left her mouth. Max had just lost his father. It was obvious what was wrong with him. And yet, this behavior had started months ago. Long before Evan passed away, Jess had lost her son. Is it the book I found? Jess whispered. It felt dangerous to bring up the book here in such a public place. Never mind that the halls were empty, or that in the moment she paused to take a jagged breath, the final bell rang, and they were both officially late. Does this have something to do with Gabe's birth, Mom? Her voice gave out on those final two words, but Max was looking at her when she mouthed them. He knew what she said. How could it have anything to do with her? He asked coolly. She's dead. And then he pulled out of her grip and disappeared down the hallway, shoulders hunched and chin angled defiantly at the ground. Journal entry from Evan Chamberlain, March 26th, 2018. Lashana turned herself in this morning and will serve a 16-month sentence. The baby is due in July. I don't really know how childbirth is handled in prison, but I guess we'll find out. It's a day for the record books because I moved out this afternoon. It's been a long time coming, but that didn't make it any easier. I know I've made mistakes. I've kept secrets from Jessica and been self-involved, and I'm never as present as I should be. We're both stubborn. But this is on me, and I own it. I'll make it up to her, work this out somehow. I love my wife. I love my family. I'm just not sure how to get from here to a place where we can talk openly about Charlie and Gabe and the unexpected way our family has come together. I'm both scared to death and excited about what the future holds. I've emailed a new adoption agency. I'm not comfortable contacting Promise, even though that's what Lashana wants. Right now, I just want to ask questions, figure out how this might all play out. I understand her desire to keep Gabe and his sister together, but there's a part of me that wonders if that's just what Lashana believes she should want. Are there resources for her if she decides to parent? And is there something I can do to support her if she makes that choice? I think she misses Gabe. Well, she doesn't know him, so that's not quite right. I think she longs for him. Annotation. BBG, 40, Caucasian, 3 years of high school. Tiny, fierce, opinionated. Short pink hair, petite build, neck tattoo. Family uninvolved. FRD, 32M, 8M, PP. Chapter 12. By the end of the day, Jessica understood that the world could keep spinning while it seemed to fall into ruin around her. It was a personal Armageddon, nothing more. Jess was crumbling to dust. But still the bells kept ringing, the kids filed in and out of her class, the clock ticked. Most surprising and unsettling of all, Jess ticked, on and on, smiling at all the right spots, answering each question that was asked of her, and pretending that she lived and breathed. It was an elaborate act. She was a ghost, convincing but empty inside. How could they not know? Gabe's birth mother was dead. Jessica believed Max because she knew his tell. Someone had once told him that a liar was easy to spot. The truth was in their eyes. So when Max lied, he stared straight at her, unblinking until Jess was the first to look away. It was unnerving. And in the hallway that morning, he was already looking past her, moving on as if she didn't matter at all. Max's words were truth, cold and harsh and so very cruel, but they were honest. At least he believed that they were. But Jess couldn't waste heartache over a woman she didn't know. No. Her hands trembled as she packed her bag at the end of the day, because Max knew. He knew things that he should never have to know. Secret things that had been hidden away and carefully guarded until now. When had Evan opened the vault? Max could only know because his father told him. But why would he do that? A pit opened in her stomach every time she considered how Max could have found out about Gabe's birth mom. The pit was deep and dark and filled with things she couldn't bear to consider. What now? There was one thing she could do. Hesitantly, Jess added Gabe's birth mom to her list. Of course, she didn't believe that a dead woman could have killed her husband and broken into her house. But clearly there was so much more to the story than she had first imagined. Who was this woman? What had she known? Why had she died? How? The questions piled, compounded, collected like snow until Jess felt crushed beneath the weight of them. After school, Jess gathered her boys and hurried home, unconcerned for once about Max's moody silence and Gabe's endless chatter. Usually she encouraged a healthy snack after school, a banana with peanut butter or some cheese and crackers. But when Gabe reached for the candy jar, she told him 3 pieces and then sweetened the deal by telling him to take them into the living room. "By the TV? You may watch a show," she said. "Now?" "Sure." The rule was no media until after supper, and then only half an hour. A single show or a handful of funny cat videos on YouTube. Jess knew she was strict, but she didn't care. She wanted her boys to be well-rounded, polite, and able to carry on a conversation and aware of current events. Evan had agreed with her approach and taught Max how to play chess when he was 7. Often the television never went on at all in the course of a day, and Jess used to love listening to the sound of her boys talking and laughing, the soft clink of pawns being moved, forming a cozy soundtrack beneath the hum of their words. This was new. TV after school, candy in the living room. Gabe looked at her sideways, as if waiting for the other shoe to drop. "One show," Jess said, holding up a single finger, a serious slant to her mouth. "Then it goes off." Gabe looked downright relieved. A grin broke across his face. "One show," he agreed. Max was in the kitchen, rummaging in the cupboard and coming up empty-handed, although the shelves were filled with boxes of every processed food he liked. They were still grieving. "Come," Jess said, striding into the kitchen and taking him by the elbow. He tried to shake out of her grip, but she held fast and pulled him past the breakfast nook and through the French doors that led to the porch. They didn't use the porch in the winter. It wasn't insulated, and the cold of the painted cement floor seeped through Jess's socks and nipped at her toes. Their grill, lawn furniture, and hoses were piled up around them, summertime remnants that still held the faint scent of charcoal and cut grass. "It's freezing out here," Max complained. "What are you doing?" "We're talking," Jess said. Her voice trembled with emotion. "Right here, right now. I don't want Gabe to hear us, but I need you to know that we will stand out here and freeze to death if you don't start talking." "Jeez." Max rubbed his neck and looked at her as if she were crazy. Jess didn't care. "Chill, Mom." "No, I am definitely not going to chill, Max." Jess didn't want to be that mom. She didn't want to stand there and shake her finger in Max's face. But she felt herself getting dangerously close to doing exactly that. She wanted to take his chin in her hand and force him to look at her the way she used to when he was younger and he was being defiant, disrespectful. Jess wanted to grab his shoulders and shake, Instead, she took a long breath. When she exhaled, it misted in the air between them. "I'm serious," Jess said, slightly more calm. "I know you're mad at me, and I have some pretty good guesses why, but this is not the right time to play games. You can be as pissed off as you want to be, but you're going to start talking to me. Right now." Max gave her a wary look, but it was obvious that she had unnerved him. Good, if that was what it took. "What?" he asked. "How did you know that book was from Gabe's birth mom?" "Dad told me." "When?" Max crossed his arms against his chest in an effort to look tough, nonchalant. "I don't know. A while ago." "That's not good enough. Does a while ago mean a month ago or a couple of years ago?" "One of the last times I saw him." Max's voice cracked and went suddenly rough. He swallowed hard. "Oh, honey." Jess exhaled hard, her resolve fizzling like a spent flame. What was she doing? But she couldn't give up now. Later. She could deal with this wound later. For now, she had no choice but to push past the pain in her son's eyes. "I'm so sorry, but this is important. Dad never told me about Gabe's birth mom." "You could have asked." It was barely a whisper. Jess chose to ignore it. Were they in contact with each other? Max paused a beat, looked away. He lifted one shoulder and then let it drop again. "No, I don't know. Yeah, maybe." "I mean, he had the book, right? So she must have given it to him?" "I guess." "When?" Jess pressed. "I don't know." She shook out her frozen hands and tucked them under her arms. "Come on. Meet me halfway, okay? Did Dad give the book to you? To Gabe?" Max shook his head. "No, he just showed it to me. That's why I was surprised to see it in your room." "It was in Gabe's backpack." "Yeah, you said that." Jess rubbed her forehead and squeezed her eyes shut, working to make sense of what she was hearing. Everything felt fragmented. Wrong. "Okay, so how do you know that Gabe's birth mom is—" She couldn't quite say the word. "Dead?" Max's eyes were glass bottle blue, but they were flat and gray as he stared at her. "Yeah," Jess said quietly. "Dad told me. He showed me the book and said he was going to give it to Gabe someday. That it was really important because Gabe's birth mom had died." "When?" Jess whispered. "I don't know." "Okay." All the fight went out of her, and Jess was left feeling deflated. She reached out to touch Max, and he allowed her hand to rest on his arm. A small grace. "Is there anything else you can tell me? I need to know, Max. I need to know everything I can." "That's it," he said. "Do you know her name?" He shook his head. "Thank you," Jess said. "Thank you for telling me." Max bit the corner of his lip, a gesture that made her think of his elementary school years. He used to stick just the tip of his tongue out the side of his mouth when he was concentrating, forming his letters or adding 2 + 2 or struggling to stay between the lines with his green crayon. Such difficult equations, big boy problems. If only. "Can I go?" he asked, and she watched as a shiver trembled through him. Suddenly, Jess was shivering too. "Yes," she said, wrapping her arms around herself. "Of course. But you have to promise me that you'll tell me if you remember something. Anything." Max nodded, but he was already turning around. She hadn't cracked him, not really. but a tiny fissure would have to do. Jess watched as he turned the handle and stepped through the door, but just over the threshold he stopped. "Mom?" Jess felt her knees go weak. He hadn't called her Mom in a long time. Usually he avoided addressing her at all. "Yes?" "Do you think this has anything to do with—" He paused, then managed. "Dad?" "No," Jess said instantly. She cut her chin to the right, a definitive, decisive no. "Dad died in a terrible accident, Max, and my heart is broken in two. But this is something different, okay?" He nodded. "I just need to know," she said. "I need to know what you know." Max studied the floor, blonde hair flopping on his forehead, so that Jess had to resist the urge to reach out and smooth it back. "Okay," he said to his feet, but he didn't sound convinced. Jess understood. She wasn't convinced either. "Are we on for tonight?" The text was waiting on her phone, a subtle reprimand from Meredith. Jess thumbed to her calendar and found it written there. GNO, Mare, Girls' Night Out. Her stomach curdled at the thought, but she remembered now. Meredith had convinced her to take just a couple of hours to do some Christmas shopping for the boys. "It'll be good for you," Meredith cajoled. "We'll go on a weeknight before Thanksgiving. Nobody will be around, the stores won't be busy, it'll be great. Okay, not great, but it'll be good for you to get out. And it's not like you can forego Christmas. The boys need it." A pregnant pause. "You need it." Christmas shopping was the last thing that Jessica wanted to do. What was wrong with buying everything online? But it was too late to back out without tipping Meredith off to the fact that she was not doing well. They had made plans for Todd to come over with a couple of pizzas, so that Jess could snag a few hours alone without abandoning her kids. Todd only had daughters, and he missed out on all the mess and mayhem of having boys of his own. Back when the Chamberlains and the Baileys used to hang out, grilling together in the backyard or sharing a bottle of wine while the kids watched a movie, Jess would catch Todd looking at her boys almost wistfully. "I don't even have one of these at home," he once said, lobbing a football to Max as the burger sizzled. Jess wasn't sure if Todd was talking about the football or the boy, but Max was wholly focused on the pass. Of course, he caught it easily and rolled his eyes a little at the older man. He was 10, big enough for a tight pass with a perfect spiral. He threw a laser back at Todd and laughed when it hit him square in the chest and Todd pretended to be bowled over. Now that same sweet but bumbling man was going to spend an evening with her grieving boys. What in the world made her agree to such madness in the first place? It was Meredith. Always Meredith. She had assured Jessica that it would be amazing, a good break for all of them. Jaden had play practice, and Todd would love a few hours to watch something sportsy with the boys. "All the sportsing and the balls and the boys, and we'll be alone. It'll be good for everyone. A win-win." Jessica said yes simply because it was easier than saying no. "Sure," she texted back, mounting the stairs to put on a touch of lipstick at least. She felt like a ghost, but she didn't need to alarm anyone else by looking like one. "I'm going out with Meredith for a little while," Jess told Max, leaning into his room with one hand on the door jamb. He shrugged. "Todd's coming over with pizza." That got him to look up, but just as quickly as his eyes flashed to Jessica's, they looked away. "Whatever." Half an hour later, Meredith and Todd swept in on a wave of forced cheer and the aroma of hot pizza. Todd stomped his feet as if there were snow on his shoes, even though it had yet to fall. Then he held high the pizza boxes he was carrying and announced, "Anchovies and veggie delight. Your favorite, right, Gabe? Ew! Gabe shrieked, wrapping both his hands around his throat as if he might choke. That's disgusting! It's good for you, Todd said, nodding seriously. His glasses slipped down his nose, and it struck Jessica, not for the first time, that he looked a bit like a nutty professor. Tall and thin, with dark brown hair and a full beard to match, he liked to wear wool pants and plaid shirts tucked in. He was so different from Meredith it was almost comical. But they seemed to get along well enough. Who could really tell? They didn't fight, at least not in public. But Mare was all sparkle and glam, while Todd was about as interesting as a spreadsheet. He was friendly, though, and good with kids. Gabe loved him. Sausage is my favorite, Gabe said, following Todd into the kitchen and trying to peek inside the square boxes. Phew! I guess it's a good thing I got sausage, then. Todd winked as he put the pizza down on the table. And all the meatiest toppings I could order for Max. Where is he? In his room, Jess said, accepting the hug that Todd offered. He was a master of the quick one-armed hug, and she was in and out and zipping up her coat mere seconds later. He'll come down for supper if you ask him. Please ask him. Maybe you can get him to come out of his shell a bit. Todd nodded. I'll try. And we won't be late. I'll be back to tuck the kids in. We might not be late, Meredith amended. We'll see how things are going. Jess secretly rebuked her friend. She would be home. She didn't want to go at all. But she smiled thinly and held her tongue as she slid her arm beneath her hair to free it from the collar of her coat. Love you, Bug, she said, planting a kiss on Gabe's sweet cheek. He threw his arms around her neck and held on. I want a Star Wars Lego, he whispered in her ear. And Max wants a hoverboard. Who says I'm Christmas shopping? Auntie Mare did. Jess gave him one last squeeze and ruffled his hair as she let go. Be good for Todd. He doesn't have to be good for me, Todd laughed. We plan to get in lots of trouble, right, Gabe? Gabe giggled as he lifted the lid of the top pizza box, and Meredith took the opportunity to grab Jessica's hand and lead her toward the door. See? Meredith stage whispered. They're already having fun. They're going to be just fine. It's not them I'm worried about. You need this, Meredith said. It'll be good for you to get out, even if it's just for a few hours. Auburn didn't have a mall, but there was a small historic downtown lined with quaint shops. A couple of stores catered to a slightly more upscale crowd, but there was also an old-fashioned drugstore that carried everything from over-the-counter cough syrup to toys around the holidays, and a hardware store that specialized in trikes and bikes and scooters. It was a strange hodgepodge of shops, but it was still fun to walk around downtown Auburn during the holidays. The city's strong, multicolored lights across the street, so that the entire road was lit up like Santa's village, and they even piped Christmas music from speakers on the corners. Best of all, the coffee shop and wine bar on the corner sold hot buttered rum. Drink first? Meredith asked, reading Jessica's mind. Sure. Jess dug her hands deep into the pockets of her parka and waited for the warm rush of wonder that usually accompanied her first holiday walk downtown. It didn't come. It wasn't coming, she realized. Not this year. She glanced at her watch and calculated the amount of time it would take to grab a drink at the Humble Bean. Then a bite to eat, shopping. Stop it! Meredith gave her a sidelong glance and paused in front of the door to the coffee shop. The light from inside cast perfect buttery squares on the sidewalk, a succession of fat blondies reminiscent of the Humble Bean's most famous dessert. But Meredith wasn't charmed by the magic around them either. You're killing me here. Sorry, Jess said automatically. You don't have to apologize. Maybe I shouldn't have taken you out tonight. It's fine, Jess rallied. I'm fine. This was a good idea. You were right. Liar, Meredith said. But she pushed open the door to the humble bean, and Jess followed. They both ordered the holiday special, a pair of hot buttered rums, and a charcuterie board with extra olives for Meredith. Jess resolved to try harder, to be more upbeat and fun, but her heart was anchored firmly in some deep, impenetrable place. She was halfway through her drink when she mustered the courage to ask the question that had been nibbling at the corner of her mind all night. You work with birth moms, right? It was hard to even say the words, but she managed. Of course, Jess knew that Meredith did exactly that, but she was tiptoeing in, taking the easiest route she knew. Meredith looked surprised at the turn of conversation. They had been discussing whether or not it was worth it to spend $250 on a hoverboard for Max. You know that I do. I was just wondering about letters. Letters? Meredith seemed genuinely floored. What do you mean? You know, like the kind of letters birth moms write. For the file, I mean. In adoptions like ours. Understanding bloomed on Meredith's face. Her lips pulled into a soft, genuine smile as she rolled a thin slice of prosciutto between her fingers. Popping it into her mouth, she said, It makes sense that you would have a lot of questions right now. Are you wondering about Gabe's birth mom? Jess wasn't sure why she had opened this particular can of worms, but she couldn't sit here and pretend that her world wasn't unraveling around her. Her suspicions were wild, fanciful things, and they wouldn't be tamed. The question popped out before she could fully contemplate it. She might as well follow it through now. Yes, she said. I have to know, Mare. Did she ever write? Jess considered telling Meredith what she knew, but in the end she decided it was better to play dumb and see if her friend had any information to offer. Meredith's smile faded just a bit. I don't know, Jess. I left Promise right after Gabe's placement. You know that. And Gabe's birth mom wasn't my client. It was kind of an accident that she ended up choosing you at all. Jess did remember, but she had to ask anyway. She knew that their profile had been shared with a young woman who wasn't working with Meredith. But once the decision was made, she was unwilling to back out. They made it work. And it shouldn't really have mattered since it was a closed adoption and all. But clearly it did matter. What's in those letters? Jess asked, toying with the handle of her glass mug. The caramel-colored liquid inside was still steaming. What do people typically write? She took a quick, shallow breath. Contact information? Oh, nothing like that, Meredith said. She looked uncomfortable. Are you sure you want to talk about this? We're supposed to be having fun. I am having fun. The corner of Meredith's mouth pulled up doubtfully. I call bullshit. Jess shrugged. I want to know, okay? Fine. Meredith sighed and leaned back, throwing her napkin on the table in defeat. It's your night. You want to know what's in those letters? The absolute best. It's an art form, really. People know that it's often the only contact they'll ever have with their birth child or the mother of their child. So they work at it for days or weeks, making it as perfect as they possibly can. Every word is scrutinized, and the final result often sounds nothing like the person who wrote it. Jess picked up an olive and then put it back down. That's kind of awful, she said quietly. I don't know if it's awful, but it's not necessarily real. It's a bit of a false narrative, a spit-polished version of reality. Jess digested this without comment. What do you know about Anthony Bartels? She hadn't planned to mention him, but all at once she felt bold. Why not? Why the hell not? Meredith's lips tightened almost imperceptibly, but Jess had known her long enough to spot the tiny wrinkle that creased at the corner of her mouth. "Nice guy," Meredith said lightly. Liar. "He makes me nervous," Jess admitted, watching her friend. Meredith shrugged one shoulder and took a sip of her drink. So she didn't want to talk about Anthony. Jess wasn't sure what to do with that. It could be because he took Meredith's place when she left Promise, but Jess couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it than that. The mood around the table had turned sour, pungent as the garlicky tapenade on their rustic board. Jess knew it was her fault. "I'm sorry," Jess said again, because she was. Always right now, for a dozen different reasons. She was so very sorry for everything. "You don't have to be," Meredith said. But when Meredith turned away, Jess could have sworn her friend was crying. Conversation with Lashana Tate, June 1st, 2018. Lashana Tate. "Hey, it's me. Evan. Sorry I couldn't talk yesterday. Thanks for trying again." "Whatever. It's fine." "How are you doing? I've been thinking a lot about you." "Yeah." "You feeling okay?" "Not really." "The last month of pregnancy is so hard. You sleeping okay? Taking care of yourself? Is there anything I can do to help?" "Nah." "Have you had a chance to talk with your mom?" "Not yet." "But you've made your decision, right? You want to keep the baby?" "It's all I've ever wanted." Annotation. Andrea S., 21, Caucasian, high school diploma. Former goth, black hair, pale skin, homemade tattoos, scared, disowned. PROST, 60M, 4M, 1W. Chapter 13. Max worked on cleaning the wall every single morning for the rest of that week and the next. Jessica tried to talk him out of it, tried to convince him that she could meet again with the principal and the local police and help them to understand that their punishment was doing more harm than good, but he wouldn't hear of it. Every morning they got up early, grabbed a breakfast to go, and headed to school an hour earlier than normal. Gabe played in her classroom while Max scrubbed the gymnasium bricks. On Friday morning, Mason Vonk rang Jess's classroom. "You'd better come down here," he said. "Is something wrong?" He paused for just a second longer than Jess would have liked. "Just come." They raced through the building, Jessica holding Gabe's hand, partly because she wanted him to keep up, and partly because she needed something to hold on to. She crushed his small fingers in her own until he cried out and yanked them away. By the time they arrived at the middle school office, Jess was panting, and Gabe was shaking out his hand. "Where's Mason?" Jess asked breathlessly. The receptionist, a new girl whom Jess barely recognized, pressed her siren-red lips together and gave Jess a cryptic look. Her expression was unreadable. "He's outside." "With Max?" The woman just pointed. They hurried down the hall, through the tall glass doors, and around the side of the building where the evidence of Max's crime had been slowly but surely fading away. But the moment they turned the corner, they met the impenetrable wall of a growing crowd. People were lining the sidewalk, making it impossible to go any farther. Students stood arm to arm, talking and laughing and pointing. Jess quickly scanned the scene and saw several parents, too. Jessica's heart skidded painfully, and she instinctively wrapped her arm around Gabe's shoulders. "What's going on?" he asked, peering up at her. His eyebrows were scrunched together, his bottom lip caught between his teeth. Jess didn't answer. "Stick with me," she said, angling her body and pushing through the mob. At first, people resisted, but when they turned and realized it was Jessica, they backed against one another and parted the way before her and Gabe. She wanted to ask someone what was going on, why they were grinning at her and whispering, but she was too hurt, too angry. This was exactly what she had been afraid of all along. They had made a spectacle out of her son, and now her broken little family would have to face the disdain, the ridicule of their community. They were judging her boy, and it tore her heart to shreds. By the time Jess and Gabe emerged from the crowd that had gathered, Jess was shaking, ready to quit her job and leave Auburn and do whatever it took to put the pieces of her life back together. But the scene that greeted her was not at all what she had expected. For a stunned minute, she just stood, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. The scaffolding had been removed as Max reached the bottom of the graffiti, and standing shoulder to shoulder at the wall were a dozen young men. Their backs were turned, their bodies bent, and as one unit they sprayed and scrubbed and washed away the last of the paint. They laughed as they worked, jostling each other with their elbows and flicking water at one another. Max stood in the middle of it all. He was smiling, a bemused half grin that took Jess's breath away. He was so handsome, such a young man. And she had nearly forgotten what it looked like when he smiled. It was everything. "What is going on here?" Jess whispered to no one in particular. But she had emerged from the crowd at Mason's side. "They've been here for an hour, at least," he said. "All of these people?" "No. The audience is a more recent development." "What are they doing?" Jess breathed. "They're helping him." Mason laughed and put his arm around her briefly. It was an affable, almost embrace. "Has Max told you what's been going on this week?" Jess shook her head. "Well, it started with the applause. Some kid, I don't even know who, clapped for Max when he got dropped off one morning." He slid Jess a quick glance and shook his head as if to ward off any suspicion at the nature of the gesture. "It was sincere. He was trying to be encouraging. They all were." "All?" "It's been a thing. The last few days, as kids arrive at school, they've been greeting Max with high fives." "What?" Jess hardly knew what to think. Max hadn't said a word to her. "He's become a sort of symbol, of sticking it to the man or something. I don't know." Mason shrugged. "But really, it's grown into such a positive thing. They've all been pulling for Max. And this morning, his last morning, a bunch of kids showed up to help. They've been here almost the entire time." As Jess watched, Max stepped back and surveyed the wall. There were still faint strokes of color, but nothing the sun and snow and rain wouldn't fade over time. The last of the bright marks had been scrubbed away, and Max stood with his hands on his hips and nodded once. A cheer erupted from the crowd, and the boys who had stood beside him, who had rolled up their sleeves and gotten dirty with him, gave Max fist bumps. Gabe was clapping too, and when he looked up to see why Jessica wasn't, he patted her side good-naturedly. "Why are you crying?" Jess didn't even realize she had been. "I don't know, Bug," she said, her voice so unsteady it came out as a squeak. She swept her palms across her cheeks and tried to laugh around the thickness in her throat. "I guess because I'm happy. That Max is done? And that so many people wanted to help him." Gabe nodded sagely. Then he raced to where Max was standing and threw his arms around his brother's waist. "You've got yourself a good boy there," Mason told her. These are defining moments, you know?
Jess knew. People were already leaving, kids filtering into school and parents getting back in their cars. But Max lingered with his hand on the top of Gabe's head and waited as Jess stepped slowly toward him. "Hey," she said, faltering a few feet shy. "You didn't tell me about—" She waved her hands around, trying to encompass what had just happened. "This."
"I didn't know this was going to happen."
Max shrugged, but there was a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Jess had the feeling there were a lot of things that Max didn't tell her. Still, she wasn't about to ruin the moment. Maybe there was hope for them after all. "It's pretty amazing," she said, "what you've done, and how so many people saw what you were doing and respected you for it."
"I spray-painted the school," Max reminded her, tilting his head as if he couldn't quite believe she was praising him.
"I know, but you handled it so well."
"I also changed the combinations on all the lockers and flooded the bathroom in the teacher's lounge and—"
Jess stopped him by waving her hands in front of his face. "No, no more!" She couldn't help it. She erupted in giggles. It felt so good to laugh, to really laugh, that she almost started to cry again.
"You did all that?" Gabe asked.
He was staring open-mouthed at his big brother.
"You're so bad."
"No," Jess said, pressing her fingers to her lips. She kneeled down so she could be eye level with Gabe. "Your brother is a good man. We all make mistakes, but only good men make things right. Max made things right, and I respect him for it."
"Me too,"
Gabe said. The first bell rang, and Gabe went rigid.
"I'm going to be late."
"Run," Jess told him. "On the sidewalk. I can see you all the way. I'll bring your backpack later." Gabe tolerated a quick kiss, and then he was off, racing down the sidewalk. Jess watched him go, but snagged Max by the wrist when he began to move past her. "I've got eyes in the back of my head," she said, parroting a phrase that she had used on her boys since they were toddlers. "You can't get away with anything." It wasn't true, of course. They got away with so much. There were so many secret places and hidden havens inside her boys. That scared her. But it also awed her. Max was his own person, his own universe of hopes and dreams and fears and secrets. And maybe that wasn't such a terrifying thing after all. Max didn't pull away from her grip, so Jess chanced it. At first, when she wrapped her arms around him, he didn't move. But then she could feel his hands on her back. He hugged her hard for just a moment. It was enough. "I love you," she said. "I'm proud of you." Max pulled away and gave her a look that made her heart twist inside her chest. It was somehow sad and dignified and wistful all at once. "That's what Dad always used to say." "He was so brave," Jess said, tucking the phone between her cheek and shoulder. She stuffed a thick stack of papers that she had to mark inside of her messenger bag and then zipped it shut. She'd be up for hours grading them tonight, but it didn't matter. Jess didn't sleep much anyway. "You would have been so proud of him, Dad."
"I am proud of him,"
Henry said. But it came out a little too fast. They both knew that Henry had been devastated when his grandson was caught red-handed, quite literally. "Well, I just wanted you to know that it's done." Jess slipped the strap of the bag crisscross over her chest and grabbed the phone in her hand. "Look, I gotta go. The boys will be waiting for me."
"Will we see you this weekend?"
"I don't know. We haven't really thought that far."
"Anna and I would love to see you and the boys. Maybe lunch after church on Sunday? Anna has a sweet potato chili recipe that she'd love to try out on you."
Jess rolled her eyes.
as if the boys would touch sweet potato chili with a 10-foot pole. They were more the meat and white mashed potato sort. We'll see, okay?
Fine. Just let me know by tomorrow.
Sweet potato chili and awkward conversations with her father notwithstanding, Jess was in a more buoyant mood than she had been in months. Well, maybe buoyant was overstating it, she decided, but the veil had lifted, if only a bit. Though it wasn't hope that blossomed beneath her breastbone. It was resolve. If Max could do hard things, if he could stand out in the freezing cold day after day and hold up beneath the scrutiny of almost the entire community, she could surely face one of her greatest fears. Caitlin Wilson. Jess hadn't liked Kate from the start. When Auburn Family Medicine hired the perky new transplant in town, everything in Jess had recoiled in distrust. Kate was young and lovely, a svelte redhead with striking green eyes and an adorable sprinkling of freckles across her perfect ski slope nose. Worst of all, she was as kind-hearted as she was pretty, and her abandonment at the hands of one of Auburn's own, a 30-something dentist who inconceivably found someone younger and sexier than Kate and ran away with her to Fort Lauderdale, cemented her as one of the most desirable and tragic girls around. Men love messed-up girls, Meredith said, her lips puckered in shrewd disapproval. Ergo, she's irresistible. That's exactly what Jess was afraid of. Because without any warning at all, the enticing Kate Wilson had been hired as her husband's nurse. She hadn't been his choice. The board of directors took care of all the hiring and firing. But Jess wished that he would have protested a little more vehemently. Surely he could have done something. I have to run an errand this afternoon, Jess told the boys over after-school snacks. Max was grazing on anything and everything he could find in the cupboard. A handful of chips followed by a chewy Chips Ahoy cookie and then, blessedly, a few almonds. There's a pear on the counter, Jess said helpfully, and some apples in the fridge. Where are you going? Gabe asked. Before she could answer, he said, I want to come. Not this time, buddy. I'm not babysitting, Max said. Clearly, his newfound maturity was short-lived. Jess sighed. Yes, Max, you are. I won't be gone long. Where do you have to be? I'm going to the basketball game with some guys. That made Jess pause. Max? Her Max going to a basketball game? He wasn't unpopular, not by any stretch, but lately he had been a bit of a loner. Ice cream at the drive-in after his last football game, they had lost, though Max scored the only touchdown for Auburn, was one of the last times Jess remembered him doing anything socially. That was a week or so before Evan's death. Max had a solid reason for being a hermit, but she was quietly thrilled to hear that maybe his self-enforced exile was ending. That's great, Jess said. I'll be back in plenty of time to drive you to the game. Trey is picking me up. Okay. Jess wanted to ask if Trey's parents were going along or if his older brother would be taking the boys to the game, but she bit her tongue. That conversation could wait. I just need you to hold down the fort here for an hour or so. Don't let Gabe watch TV the entire time I'm gone, and don't ignore him. Yeah, Gabe cut in. Don't ignore me. What am I supposed to do with him? Max threw up his hands. Jess shot him a hard look. Be nice. Play Lego or jump on the trampoline or... Let's play hide and seek, Gabe shouted. Sure, hide and seek. Max turned his eyes to the ceiling and groaned. I'm serious. Be nice. Jess left the boys in the living room with a kiss blown in each of their general directions. Max was on the couch texting someone, Trey, while Gabe rifled through the game cabinet trying to find something they were both interested in. Candyland, Uno, and Monopoly had all been suggested and rejected by the time she shut the door. She said a little prayer they would survive the hour without her. It had been a very long time since Jess had darkened the doorstep of Auburn Family Medicine. There was no reason for her to stop by after she and Evan separated, and if the boys needed to be seen, Evan had usually taken them himself. Jess tapped her fingers against the steering wheel as she drove across town, giving herself a pep talk and trying to believe that she was doing the right thing. Evan had liked Caitlin, and at first Jess had believed him when he said their relationship was strictly professional. Later he told her that they were just friends, that the reason they were laughing when she stopped in to bring him lunch at work was because they had come to the same conclusion on a tricky patient. They were compatible, a good team. It was when Evan started to get secretive that Jess began to wonder if maybe there was more to their relationship than her husband was willing to let on. Jess had never confronted Kate. She'd never dared to. And she didn't really want to now. This was about information. If anyone knew anything about Evan's relationship with Gabe's birth mother, it would be Kate. Evan worked too hard to have close friends, and both Meredith and Todd had taken Jess's side in the separation. Not that Evan had ever been tight with the Bailey family. He seemed to tolerate them more than he liked them. Auburn Family Medicine was a community health center that provided services on a sliding scale so that anyone could receive care. Many of Evan's patients did not have insurance, and though it meant he worked for less than he would have at a for-profit clinic, neither Evan nor Jessica had cared. She had always been proud of her husband, his tender heart, his pursuit of justice. And Jess had been proud of the little clinic that felt just like family in the heart of Auburn, Iowa. But now, standing in front of the door with the familiar silver plaque, she felt like she was entering a lion's den. The bell chimed when Jess finally gathered the courage to step inside. Beth was behind the desk, and though she had her headset on and was squinting at her computer screen, she looked up when Jess walked through the door. Her eyes widened in surprise. Jess had decided not to call beforehand, not to make an appointment or announce her visit. She didn't want to alert Kate to the fact that she was coming and give her an opportunity to work on her story. Jess wanted the unvarnished truth, and she believed that she would see it in Kate's eyes if she could only catch her off guard. There were only a handful of people in the waiting room. An elderly woman was waiting with a man who Jess presumed was her son, and there was a young mother with a feverish toddler. He was limp in her lap, eyes half closed, and her worry was an almost tangible thing. Jess wanted to reassure her that her boy looked worse than he was. Those high fevers were scary, but rarely serious. "Hi, Jessica," Beth called softly when her phone conversation ended. She rose out of her chair to extend a hand to Jess, but was tethered by her headset cord. She ended up half-bent with her arm outstretched. Jess hurried over and took it. "It's good to see you," Jess said, and she meant it. They had hugged at Evan's funeral, but hadn't seen each other since. The office sent a huge bouquet of flowers and a gift certificate to the grocery store. Jess hadn't sent a thank you. But not because she didn't like the staff at Auburn Family. She just couldn't muster the energy it took to comb back over those gifts and condolences, those heartbreaking reminders that nothing would ever be the same. "Good to see you too," Beth said. "I've been hoping you'd stop by." "Oh?" Jess hadn't expected that. "Yes. I've left you messages on your answering machine?" Beth looked uncomfortable, and she sat back down so that her head didn't have to be at an angle. Jess thought of her home phone and the red, blinking light that she had been ignoring for weeks. She didn't have it in her to press play and listen to all the things that required her attention. She figured if anyone really needed her, they'd call her back. Obviously, Beth had. Multiple times. "Right," Jess said, faking recollection. Sorry I haven't returned your call.
No worries. I know it's been a difficult time.
Beth glanced behind Jess, looking maybe for the boys. Her eyes flicked back to Jessica.
Would you like some help with the boxes? I'm sure there's someone who can give you a hand.
Boxes. Of course. Jess hadn't thought of her husband's office, of all the relics he had collected over the years. Framed photos of the family, knickknacks from the boys, a carved wooden elephant that he had been given on a medical mission trip to India over a decade ago. Jess closed her eyes for just a second and pictured his office. A little small, a bit disorganized, and a wave of sorrow washed over her. Never again would she sit in the straight-backed chair across from his desk and walk his cross pen through her fingers. She had loved the cool silver barrel and the way it felt against her skin. She had loved watching Evan push his glasses up on the top of his head and sit back with a heavy sigh. "I'll be fine," she said, grateful that the words came out flat and even. "Are they in his office?" Beth nodded. "Maybe?" But she stopped, nodded. "Go ahead. Just head back there. Let me know if you need anything at all." Jess hadn't expected to be let in quite so easily, but she was grateful that she wouldn't have to bully anyone to get her way. Kate didn't have an office, but the triage room where the nurses gathered was right next to Evan's. Jess could collect his things and hopefully snag a few minutes with Kate at the same time. The hallway that led to Evan's office was lined with examination rooms. They were neatly numbered 1 through 6, and every door was closed. Jess could hear muffled conversations throughout the hallway, but no one was immediately visible. The triage room was empty. Jess paused with her hand on the door to Evan's office. It had been several months since she had been here, and she took a shaky breath to steady herself. She realized in that moment that she hadn't believed their separation would be permanent. She had assumed that she would walk through this door again, carrying the pretzel bun and cold brisket sandwich that he loved from the humble bean, and smile as she saw his tired wave. A swell of nausea rolled over her, and Jess pushed open the door, afraid that whatever was in her stomach, tea and a bran muffin, was about to come back out. She grabbed the trash can and sank into the nearest chair, her chest heaving as she squeezed her eyes shut against the onslaught of memories, of dreams that were breathing their last. "Excuse me." Jess's head snapped up. Kate was leaning into the room, a stethoscope over her shoulders and her dark blue scrub setting off her bright eyes. "Oh!" Kate visibly jerked back, her lips parted in surprise. "Jessica, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was you. The door was open, and I thought a patient had taken a wrong turn." She swallowed hard, stood her ground. "I'm really sorry." Jess wasn't sure if she was apologizing for barging in on her private moment, or if she was sorry about something else entirely. Maybe both. "It's fine, Kate," Jess said. She put the garbage can down and stood. She was only shaking a little. "Well," Kate hooked a thumb over her shoulder. "I should go. Take as much time as you need." "No." Jess waved Kate inside and then stepped behind her and closed the door. "I'd like to talk to you." Kate looked around as if there might be another way out of the office. "I don't really have time right now. I'm with patients." "A few minutes won't hurt." "The clinic closes soon." Kate backed away and fumbled for the door handle behind her, as if Jess were unstable, dangerous somehow. "We're going to talk," Jess said, crossing her arms. Kate glanced at the delicate watch on her wrist and stifled a sigh. "After work," she said. "I get off in half an hour. We could meet at O'Malley's. Jess hadn't pegged Kate as the type to hang out at the Irish pub, but she wasn't the only one who could use a drink. Jess's blood pressure was through the roof. Her vision was blurred at the edges, the world glazed in starburst patterns. "Okay," Jess said. "I'll be there." Kate nodded, her lips pursed together in a pretty little bow. Jess couldn't help but hate her. When Kate slipped out the door and closed it quietly behind her, Jess was left to contemplate the empty room, the sad boxes that sat piled in the center of an empty desk. The walls had been stripped of Evan's medical license and the wedding photo that he had hung there. Jess hoped that he had left it up even after he moved out, but she would never know. Everything looked vacant, hollow somehow. Jess walked slowly over to the desk and lifted the flap on the first box. There was a leather cup filled with pencils, a stack of notebooks, and the wooden elephant. Nothing much. Jess slid her hands around the box and lifted it off the desk, but when she moved to place it on the floor, the bottom gave out. There was a mighty crash as the elephant hit the edge of the desk and careened to the carpet, and then a sound like rain as dozens of pencils scattered. Jess put a hand to her racing heart, grateful that the elephant had missed her foot, and hoping the noise wouldn't send people running to her aid. No one came. Jess sunk to her knees and surveyed the damage. The elephant had a deep scratch in his side, but nothing a little wood filler couldn't fix. Other than that, he was unharmed. The notebooks had fallen half open, pages creasing and bent against the floor, and Jess picked them up carefully, smoothing out the paper as she went. They were empty for the most part, a few notes scribbled near the beginning, to-do lists and groceries. Jess learned her husband had an affinity for frozen lasagna. The pencils were everywhere. Jess had to crawl on her hands and knees, gathering them from under the desk and beneath the chairs. One had made it all the way to the window. When she had a fistful, Jess hobbled back to the leather cup and dropped them all inside. But something didn't sound right. The pencils made a tinny, metallic click that was totally incongruent with the felt-lined bottom of the cup. She pulled them back out and tipped the cup so that she could see all the way to the bottom. There, taped to the base, was a key. An article titled, "Woman in Eagle Ridge Women's Prison Died by Suicide, July 16th, 2018. An Eagle Ridge inmate died on Thursday, approximately an hour after she was discovered unresponsive in her cell. The Scott County Coroner's Office has identified the woman as 25-year-old LaShawna Tate and ruled her death a suicide. Tate was serving a 16-month sentence for accessory to felony embezzlement. Guards found her unresponsive in her cell around 7 o'clock a.m. during morning roll call. CPR was performed while they waited for an ambulance to take her to a local hospital. She was pronounced dead shortly after arrival. The incident is being investigated according to protocol. According to Warden Stafford, "We do everything in our power to ensure the safety and well-being of those in our care. Unfortunately, incidents like these are traumatic for all involved. Our thoughts and prayers are with Ms. Tate's family." A notation. Lisa V.B., 41, mixed race, high school diploma. Curly gray hair, looks older than she is. Wears clothes several sizes too big. Mother knows. BURG, 34M, 14M, PP. Chapter 14. O'Malley's pub was new, but it had been designed to seem old. Jess had never been inside before. The rectangular building looked like a converted warehouse, with tall, narrow windows that stretched nearly all the way to the sidewalk. and neat black awnings printed with the distinctive green logo of an entwining O and M. Inside, it was warm and dark. A huge fireplace flanked the back wall, and 2 worn leather couches studded with brass rivets were angled in front of it. Jess was drawn to the cozy arrangement, but it was too open, not nearly secluded enough for the things she wanted to say. "How many?" A hostess materialized near Jess's elbow, linen menus tucked under her arm. "2," Jess said, "but just for drinks." "It's Friday afternoon. This is the just for drinks crowd," the hostess said with a grin. "Want to belly up to the bar?" "Do you have anything a bit more private?" "Sure," she said, already heading in the direction of a table. "Follow me." Near the back of the restaurant, there were booths with paneled partitions that reached toward the ceiling and thick curtains hanging from brass hooks. "These are for show," the hostess said, tugging the red brocade fabric. "But I hope this is private enough?" Suddenly, Jess felt silly for making such a request, as if she were having an illicit tryst instead of meeting another woman for conversation. Okay, there was more to her meeting than that, but still, she had nothing to be ashamed of. "It's fine," she said, scooting into the far side of the booth so that she could see the door. When the hostess left, she glanced around and realized that, although there were several people in the pub, it was early Friday evening after all, there was no one that she immediately recognized. It was hardly a crime to meet with her late husband's coworker, but Jess wasn't in the mood to see anyone she knew. She couldn't stomach the thought of small talk, the inevitable pitying stares. Jess slid her phone out of her purse and texted Max. "Home soon. Everything okay?" He didn't reply immediately, but that wasn't unusual. Jess put her phone face down on the table in front of her and read through the menu for lack of something better to do. "Anything look good?" Jess looked up, surprised to see Kate unwrapping a long plaid scarf as she stood over the table. Jess had hoped to catch her walking in. "I finished a few minutes early," Kate said, sensing Jess's question. "I have—" She paused, then pursed her lips together for a moment before she continued. "I have a date tonight. I can't stay long." A date? Jess wasn't sure what to make of that. She decided to respond to Kate's question instead of prying into her love life. "I think the potato and sausage soup looks good," Jess said, "but I'm not eating anything." "Me either." Kate lowered herself onto the edge of the bench opposite Jessica. She had left her coat on, but it was unzipped, a clear sign that she was here, but only for a minute or two. "A drink?" They had to order something, so when the waitress came, Kate ordered a dirty martini with an extra olive. Jess asked for the same. She wasn't really into mixed drinks, but she didn't want to seem like a prude by ordering a mineral water, and the wine list was beyond overwhelming. Jess wondered if they looked like old friends meeting for a quick interlude between obligations. So in sync, they ordered the same cocktail. The only thing missing between them was the natural chemistry of good friends. Elbows on the table as they leaned in, easy laughter. When the waitress left, Jess felt a surge of adrenaline like a struck match. It licked through her chest and raced down every vein, making her fingertips tingle. She realized she was scared to death. But before Jess could gather her thoughts to utter a single word, Kate heaved a huge sigh. It came from somewhere deep inside and snagged in her throat. "I'm sorry," she said, tears welling in her eyes. O'Malley's was so dimly lit they seemed navy, bottomless. "I'm just so sorry about Evan." Jess hadn't expected this. Or maybe she had. If Kate had been Evan's lover, even for a season, it made sense that she would be devastated by his death. Jess felt herself icing over, her shoulders drawing back as she prepared for a fight. "Thank you for your condolences," Jess said coolly. Look. Kate laid her hands palm down on the table between them and leaned forward. A tear spilled off her bottom lashes and disappeared down her cheek. I know that you hate me, and I know why. But you have to believe me that nothing ever happened between Evan and me. He was like a father figure to me. Father figure? He was less than 10 years her senior. Or an uncle, a big brother, Kate said, reading Jess's expression and shaking her head as if it didn't matter. We were close, okay? We got along. Is that such a crime? He was very secretive when it came to you, Jess said, leaning back, farther away from Kate's desperate attempts to make her understand. She didn't know what to believe. It seemed like there was always something going on between the two of you. I saw the looks you exchanged. I know you texted each other all the time. It was innocent, Kate insisted, but something in her face changed. She pulled back and laced her fingers together on the table between them, took a deep breath. Okay, it wasn't exactly innocent, but it's not what you think. Jess saw red and was horrified to feel her eyes prick with tears. She knew it. She knew it. But no, she would not cry in front of this perfect woman. Don't, Kate said quickly. Don't jump to conclusions. Hear me out. It's never okay to have secrets with another woman's husband, Jess hissed, her voice breaking to her great mortification. It was too late. She was crying. Do you have any idea the pain you caused? The trouble you wreaked? I kicked Evan out of the house because of you. Something in Kate's eyes flashed. She was a fighter, too. Oh, that's rich. Don't you dare pin that on me. 2 dirty martinis? One of the bartenders had appeared at their booth, bearing a circular tray with their elegant drinks. Light from the chandelier above them danced across the distinctive V-shaped glasses in a way that seemed almost indecent, or at least far from suited for the heaviness between them, the tears on both their cheeks. Yes, Jess said, clearing her throat. Thank you. He set the martinis down and all but scurried away. Jess watched as Kate grabbed her drink and took 2, 3 swallows in rapid succession. Then she set it down and plucked the diminutive sword from the edge of the glass, sliding an olive off with her teeth as if she were drawing strength from the cocktail. Jess wanted to do the same, but she settled for a tiny sip and was rewarded with a flame of alcohol that burned all the way down. It felt good. We weren't having an affair, Kate said, picking up the conversation as if they had never been interrupted. She shrugged out of her heavy coat and let it pool around her waist. Jess surmised the alcohol was making her hot, too. I was never interested in Evan that way. But you know what, Jessica? He was never interested in me that way. I know what you think. Pretty girl, single. But he only ever had eyes for one person, and that was you. Jess didn't know what to say, so she didn't say anything at all. You were right, though. We did have a secret. And you might have known all about it, too, if you would have been just a little more willing to listen. What do you mean? Jess whispered. I know how you felt, Jessica, and maybe that was a breach of trust on Evan's part. She realized what she just said and rolled her eyes. Fine, it was. But he needed someone to talk to, and you certainly weren't going to be it. So yes, he confided in me. About what? Jess said, but she was scared to hear the answer. Gabe. What about Gabe? Kate ran her finger across the delicate rim of her glass, and then lifted it to her lips for another sip before she spoke again. Evan was in contact with Gabe's birth mom. How long? For years. From the beginning, I think. Jess waited for the sting of betrayal, but she felt nothing. She knew this. Max had already torn the Band-Aid off that particular wound. What she wanted to know was why. Did he ever tell you why? Why he would go against my wishes? Jess took a greedy, angry pull of her drink while she waited for Kate to answer. In the end, Kate answered a question with a question. Why wouldn't he? She asked. That woman gave birth to Gabe. What parent wouldn't want to know about their kid's birth mother? Me. I wouldn't, Jess thought. If I had my way, I'd pretend she never existed at all. Which, of course, was shallow and short-sighted, maybe even cruel. It certainly didn't conform to the hopeful outlook that they were encouraged to have during their home study and parenting classes. This is a team effort, Meredith had told them. Adoptive families are at their best when they are supportive of and integrated with birth families. Jess had never wanted that. She wanted to be Gabe's mama, in body and heart and soul. She wasn't a jealous person, rarely selfish, but in this one thing she wanted it all. There was no room in her heart for Gabe's birth mother. Evan had been a bit of a different story. It makes sense to me, he said one night when they were lying in bed. The lights were out. The air in the room brittle because it was the middle of winter, but also because they were arguing. Jess was on her side, turned away from her husband. What makes sense? She asked, taking the bait. Being involved with the birth mom. I mean, if I were an adopted child, I would want to know everything I could about my family of origin. The term sounded strange coming from Evan. What did he know about families of origin? If you give something up, you've closed that particular chapter in your life, don't you think? Jess tried to sound nonchalant, but her heart was thumping an unsteady rhythm. She already felt protective of her child-to-be. Well, this isn't a something, is it? Evan rolled over and reached between them to put his hand on the rise of her hip. He rubbed his thumb along the edge of bone where it jutted out. It's a someone. I'm not sure people are left behind as easily as an old couch or a bad habit. Jess felt a flash of fury. Thank you for enlightening me, Saint Chamberlain. I wasn't aware that people are more important than objects. Come on. Evan pulled her closer. You know I didn't mean it that way. I don't want to fight. But Jess did want to fight. She felt possessive and greedy. Mine, she wanted to say. This child is all mine and has always been mine and will always be mine. Of course, she knew that kind of thinking was antithetical to the very ethos of adoption. And Jess knew those barbed, angry, selfish thoughts were emotionally immature and maybe even deplorable. She hated herself a little for being so uncaring, so she curled tighter into herself and ignored her husband's advances. Evan let it go. But when they heard that the mother who had chosen them to parent their child wanted a closed adoption, Jessica had silently sung the Hallelujah chorus. Clearly Gabe was meant to be theirs. Is that what he was hiding from me? Jess asked now, more to herself than to Kate. Obviously, Evan had let the conversation drop at the time, but he had silently, secretly pursued it on his own. I think so, Kate said. Her drink was gone, and she looked longingly at the bar, seemingly contemplating another. But instead of flagging down a waiter, she pulled on her coat and stuck her arms through the sleeves. I'd better get going. But yes, that's what I came to tell you. Evan was in contact with Gabe's birth mom. He even met her a couple times. Do you know her name? Where she lives? Kate stopped with her hands on the zipper of her coat. That's the other thing. She died Gabe's birth mom, I mean. I'm not entirely sure how, but Evan was really shaken up about it. I mean, really upset.
Why?
The question was out before Jess could curb herself. She sounded downright nasty, even in her own ears. I mean, of course he was upset.
But did you ask him why it affected him so much?
Look, I don't know. But I can tell you that Evan kept a file on her. I never read the papers or saw what was inside, but I know that's what he was doing. He took patient notes the old-fashioned way, scribbling his thoughts down on a piece of paper instead of using the dictaphone that the other doctors liked. It drove the secretaries crazy, but he liked to do things his own way. Jess knew. But sometimes I'd catch him taking different notes. They were handwritten too, scrawled on a yellow legal pad. He always flipped the notepad upside down when I caught him writing in that particular notebook. Who packed up his office? Jess asked, suddenly thinking of the boxes in her car. I did. Kate ducked her head sheepishly and finished zipping up her coat. She stood and took the scarf that she had hung over the back of the booth. Winding it around her neck, she said defensively, Beth called and called you. Finally, she asked me if I would just box up his things. It's fine, Jess said. I don't care.
But is the notebook there? Did you find his notes?
Kate shook her head. No. He didn't keep them in the notebook anyway. He always tore out the pages and put them in an accordion file. I didn't find that either.
So you think the letters from Gabe's birth mom are in there?
I don't know, Kate admitted. I guess so. Hang on. She paused and thrust one hand deep into the pocket of her coat. Taking out a business card, she handed it across the table to Jess. I almost forgot.
What's this?
Jess accepted the card, fingering one bent corner as she watched Kate. I found it under Evan's desk when I was cleaning out his office. I meant to stick it in one of the boxes, but I forgot. It's been in the pocket of my scrubs for weeks. Jess glanced at the front. James Rosenberg was written in gold foil, and beneath that, attorney at law. She had never heard of James Rosenberg. He wasn't local, at least she didn't think he was. Why would Evan need a lawyer? I would have just thrown it away, Kate said. But Evan wrote on the back. I thought it might mean something to you. Kate parted with a soft goodbye, and her hand raised as if in blessing. Or maybe she was warding Jessica off, warning her to keep her distance now. Either way, Jess didn't really care. She flipped over the business card, a phone number, an address. At the very bottom, Evan's careful handwriting in blue pen. Leave it alone. Leave what alone? Jess couldn't even begin to guess. All the same, she slid the card into her pocket beside the key that she had tucked there. She hadn't really even had a chance to think about the key, to wonder why Evan had taped it to the bottom of his pencil holder. Maybe it had something to do with the accordion file. Maybe James Rosenberg was involved. It wasn't like Evan to be secretive, but clearly he had been keeping things from her. Jess needed that accordion file. She didn't understand why her husband would go to such lengths to conceal a few handwritten notes about Gabe's birth mom, but Jess was desperate to find out. She finished her drink and threw a 20 on the table. Kate hadn't paid, though Jess figured picking up her martini was the least that she owed the nurse after years of quietly loathing her. It wasn't until she was putting on her coat that Jess realized her quick errand had turned into an entire afternoon away. She snagged her phone off the table and glanced at the time. It was after 6 o'clock. Even more disturbing was the string of texts that she had missed from Max. Fine. Where are you? Trey is picking me up in 15. I'm leaving G home alone. Fine, we are taking him. Jess wasn't the cussing type, but she swore a blue streak in her head as she hurried out to her car. Max was going to be furious with her, and they had just reclaimed some ground. She'd make it up to him some way, somehow, and she'd take Gabe out for supper, just the two of them. It would be great. One drink wasn't enough to put Jess over the legal limit, but she felt a little woozy hopping behind the wheel all the same. She wasn't buzzed, but she was a bit of an emotional wreck, and her conversation with Kate was playing in her mind on repeat. She scoured the words for nuance, for hidden meanings that she had missed the first time around. Against her better judgment, she believed Kate. Jess just wished that she would have listened sooner. There was no time for regret as Jess rushed down back streets in the direction of Auburn High. The boys and girls varsity basketball teams played a Friday night doubleheader, and she knew the gym would be packed. It wouldn't be easy to find Max and Gabe, but she could text them when she got to the parking lot. Maybe even have Max walk Gabe out so she wouldn't have to go into the gym at all. Jess had never been a fan of big crowds, and the fishbowl quality of her life these days only made her want to avoid people even more. When Jess arrived at Auburn High, the parking lot was completely full. People had even lined the sidewalk and pretended the end of each row had an extra space by parking as if the painted lines didn't mean anything at all. Jess had no choice but to crawl down a residential street hoping for an open spot. She was over a block away before she found one. Jess parallel parked, a little crookedly, and grabbed her phone out of her pocket. "I'm here," she texted Max. "Meet me at the door?" No response. Jess zipped her coat all the way to her chin and even flipped up the faux fur-lined hood against the cold. She didn't wait for Max to reply. Better to find her boys as quickly as she could and then take Gabe home. Max loved his brother, but his patience wasn't interminable. The cold air nipped at Jess's cheeks and her exposed hands, and she realized with a start that the alcohol had dulled her senses a little more than she had initially wanted to admit. It was sobering, the cold air, and the understanding that she had been a negligent mother. Well, maybe negligent was a bit harsh. Jess could hear the squeak of sneakers and the rhythmic beat of a basketball being dribbled down the court long before she was ensconced in the hot gym. The girl at the ticket table recognized her and waved her through, and Jess was grateful that she didn't have to dig in her purse for her faculty card. The lights of the gym were startlingly bright after the subdued mood lighting of O'Malley's and the inky night outside. Jess blinked at the sudden onslaught of harsh fluorescent bulbs and the screams of hundreds of adolescents. By the way the crowd was on their feet shouting, it was apparent Auburn had just scored. "Hi, Jess." Jessica turned to see one of her co-workers give her a half smile. Luke Tucker was a math teacher, a 20-something new recruit whom all the female and a few of the male students had a crush on. He wasn't traditionally handsome, but he was confident, and there was something about the way he slid both hands in the back pockets of his skinny jeans. He was sexy. Everyone thought so. Luke was about the last person that Jess wanted to run into. "Hi, Luke," she said, squinting at the crowd across from where she stood. She hadn't spotted Max or Gabe yet. "Looking for your boys?" Luke said. "I'm on duty. I've been here since the start and saw them come in a while ago. I thought they were with you." "I'm picking them up," Jess said. "Well, I'm picking Gabe up. Max came with a friend." "I haven't seen them for a while," Luke admitted. He gave her a conspiratorial wink. "Gotta admit, though, I'm feeling a little jealous." "Excuse me?" He smiled crookedly and then said in a whisper, "I could really go for a drink right about now." Jess was mortified. How could he smell liquor on her? She'd had a single drink. "Oh," she said. "After the game, I suppose." Luke nodded and then pointed across the gym. I see Max. In the student section, right below the scoreboard, about halfway down.
Jess followed his directions, and sure enough, there was Max tucked in the very middle of a crowd of teenagers. They were watching the game, but something about the way Max stood at the center of it all, bearing the weight of one boy's arms slung across his shoulders, and inclining his head to listen as another boy shouted in his ear, betrayed his sudden star status. But Max didn't seem to be enjoying himself. His mouth was a thin, tight line, his jaw set. As Jessica watched, he attempted a smile for the classmate who had been regaling him with a story, but it was flat and insincere. He looked miserable. But even more concerning was the fact that Gabe was nowhere to be seen. "Thanks," Jess said, preparing to cross the gym. She would wait until the action was at the other end of the court and pray that the entire gymnasium didn't witness her searching desperately for her son. "If Gabe comes this way, would you hang on to him until I come back?"
"Sure thing," Luke said. "He's probably playing with the little kids in the balcony."
Jess doubted it. Gabe didn't like big crowds, and he certainly didn't like groups of screaming children. If he wasn't in the gym, he was somewhere quiet. She just didn't know where. There was a trio of teenage girls waiting to cross, and when the players ran to the opposite end of the basketball court, Jess joined them, hurrying over the polished floor. The girls melted into the sea of people, but Jess stood at the corner of the bleachers, trying to get Max's attention. His gaze was elsewhere, anywhere and everywhere but on Jess. Finally, someone noticed her. The message was passed, telephone-like, up through the rows of cheering kids until someone finally tugged Max's sleeve, and he turned to see her waving at him. Max shrugged.
"What?"
Jess plucked her phone out of her pocket and waited until he did the same. Then she texted him. "I'm sorry. Where's Gabe?"
"IDK."
"But you took him along, right?"
"He's here somewhere."
He stuck the phone back in his pocket, clearly dismissing her. That's it, Jess thought. He's grounded. But as much as she wanted to blame him, she knew that this was just as much her fault as it was his. Okay, maybe it was all her fault. There was a long hallway behind the gym where the locker rooms and PE offices gave off the faint odor of sweaty sneakers and new rubber balls. It was off limits during games, but Jess pushed through the double doors anyway, hoping that maybe Gabe had found a little peace and quiet in the long, empty corridor. He was nowhere to be seen. Next, she climbed the stairs to the balcony, a forgotten corner of the school that had been used for storage and was later converted into a weight room for the sports teams. Nowadays, it was a vast sweep of empty, dusty space that kids used for games of tag or soccer when they could nab a kickball from the PE storage room. Jess wasn't surprised that Gabe wasn't there either. The sound of children screaming in delight was deafening. The bathrooms? It wasn't like Gabe to hide out in a public restroom. His nose was hypersensitive, and he particularly hated any scent that was artificial or chemical. Evan had once told Jess that the blue disc in the urinal set Gabe off. Evidently, he hated it so much that he braved touching it just so he could drop it in the garbage can. Evan made him wash his hands 3 times. Where then? Jess could feel herself twisting tighter and tighter, a coiled spring that would explode into action if only she knew where to go. Where was her boy? Jess was standing beside the bleachers, one hand on a metal bar as she studied the crowd, when she heard a sound that didn't match the cacophony around her. It was a whimper, an exhale, a noise so fragile she held her breath as she waited to hear it again. There. It was below her, beside her. It was beneath the bleachers. The area beneath the bleachers was also off limits, because the crisscrossing metal supports were dangerously maze-like. Adults could hardly fit through,
and kids often got stuck as they rummaged beneath the benches for lost coins and dropped candy. The school had taken to roping the area off with an orange plastic chain and threatening detentions for anyone caught in the belly of the metal beast. But someone was under there. Jess crouched down and squinted into the darkness, trying to make sense of the shadows and corners. Everything was angled and sharp, but near the back wall she could just make out a shape that did not fit among the brittle bones of the bleachers. A soft lump rose and fell, and guilt bathed Jess in the hot glow of shame. "Gabe?" she said, half crawling, half walking toward the shape. "Gabe?" Jess didn't dare to shout, but a whisper would be drowned out by the clamor of the basketball game. Clearly, whoever was crouched in the shadows couldn't hear her, so she kept going. Jess stepped in something sticky, and it glued her foot to the floor for a moment, but she pressed forward, ducking beneath and between the supports until she was close enough to call again. "Gabriel, honey, it's Mommy." He looked up from where his head had been resting on his knees. In the slanted light from above, she could see that his cheeks were glistening. He had been crying. "Oh, honey." Jess stepped over the final metal bar that separated them and gathered her son into her arms as best she could. "It's loud," he said, hiccuping around a sob. "It hurts my ears." "I know, baby. I'm so sorry." "Where were you?" But what could she say? "I'm sorry," Jess said again. "I'm so, so sorry. Let's just get you home, okay, Bug?" Gabe had a much easier time navigating the underbelly of the bleachers, but he refused to let go of her hand. They wove through the girders together, taking much more time than if they would have traveled alone. But even though Gabe trembled every time the structure shook with cheers, he held her fingers so tightly Jess began to lose feeling in the tips. The only way out of the gym was to cross beneath the basketball hoop in front of the entire crowd. This time, Jess didn't wait for the gameplay to divert to the opposite side of the court. Instead, she scooped Gabe up in her arms, letting his long legs wrap around her waist and his head tucked tight against her shoulder. She walked out in front of what felt like the entire community, their eyes burning holes in the back of her bowed head. All the way to the car, Jess could feel the click, click, click of Gabe's tongue on the roof of his mouth, the frenetic tremble of his hands where they laced tight around her neck. Journal entry from Evan Chamberlain, July 24th, 2018. Lashana is dead. Honestly, I can't get my head around it. We were talking just a couple of weeks ago about the baby and her birth plan and what to do next. I thought I had convinced her to talk to her mother, place the baby in temporary custody until her release. I've known since the moment that I read Lashana's first letter that letting him go was much harder than she ever imagined it would be. It took me a while to persuade her to try, but I thought that we were almost there. The last time she called, she told me that her mother was coming to visit. She was going to ask her to keep the baby. 14 months. That's all it would take. Lashana stopped calling in the middle of June, and no one would give me any information because I'm not family. Today I typed her name in a search engine, hoping to find the name of a friend or relative that I could track down, her former employer even. Instead, I found her obituary. It doesn't feel real. Lashana is gone, and I don't know what happened to her baby. Annotation. Faye D. 30, unknown, beauty school. Chin-length, curly black hair, green eyes, scar across the bridge of her nose. Best friend knows. DWLR/DWI. 16M 34W.